Your grace extends and offers light that never ends, and I don't know why. When I am lost, you're there with me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you go with me. Your grace alone can comfort me. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you go with me. Your grace alone can rescue me. Your grace alone can save me. Save me.
Hey, how's it been? It's been a while since we last spoke. You broke my heart and left me hanging. Hey, how you been? It's been a while. I see you.
Yep. Welcome to the first episode of BPL 7 Campgrounds. We are finally here for BPL 7.
Yay.
Jimmy looks like he's in the Matrix. We got Knock,
Yep.
and we're going to have special guest June later in the show.
Yo, what's up? I'm in cyberspace. We take the red pill. Ignore that it's an aux cable, but
I don't have anything red to eat. I would have made
this is
something
the sign that someone has nothing to talk about for an hour, so I'm just contributing in other ways.
else. There you go. Yeah, BPL 7 took a lot of work behind the scenes and on the screens, and now we're here to provide a product to all of you, and I'm super happy to be here. I know Knock is finally happy that he gets to show what he's worked on, what we worked on. Jimmy's here,
I've worked on things.
planning behind the background. Yeah, of course you did.
First day of
It's
the season.
officially here. First game is in an hour. I repeat, first game is in an hour. But we gotta look back at last week. We had all the auctions, and as usual, we're gonna go to C, then B, then A. And I want to look at C because God bless the Union. We're doing that first. We're gonna look at C League, and it's the Cedar group. We're only in one group.
The Shadow group.
All the teams.
It's my favorite cheese.
Cheddar cheese is good. Yes, it's not my
Yep.
favorite. My favorite is Munster. But any steals? Do we look at anything? What's the biggest steal? I don't know. Andrew for 95K, I think, is the biggest steal. Thoughts?
Yeah. It was interesting. It's probably the most interesting C League auction we had out of all of them. Like, this is what our fourth C League that we're doing, or fifth even. I don't know, but fourth I think. But this was probably the most interesting one, just because of a skill level distribution that we had this time around. We have a lot more plat players this time around and low diamond players, which is good. We want all those people to play, so that's a plus. But also with the way the other auctions went, we had 7 real DPS players in the pool. So all the DPS captains got some heavy deductions. Like Jinx got a 70k deduction, Taken Wallet 109k, for example. Koi, I think was the highest DPS deduction out of all of them. Yeah, if I can see that correctly, 115. So it really was a race, as you can see if you look at, because it's ordered in like chronologically, like when they first picked up a player. People were rushing really fast to get those few remaining DPS players.
Yeah. Yeah. These DPS are the biggest price point. We need, obviously, it's not just a team, right? You need to still draft these supports. You need to draft these tanks. It's a team game. BPL is everyone gets to play. All 7 people get to play if they show up. So it's not really just pick
If they
the
show up.
carries. Yeah, if they show up, obviously. Because if you can't show up, then we're not forcing you to play everyone. It's just the fact. But it's obviously you got to look at these supports, like the 1Ks. These 1Ks are important, right? These players still are going to get playing time, and it makes or break a season. Knock, what's your favorite team?
I'm trying to set up a thing. You know, I want to show the leaderboard from the auction
Oh,
because the leaderboard. Yeah, here we go.
There we go.
Look at this. Look at the roll. The top 12 people are DPS.
It's all
That is
DPS.
that is insane, right?
Yo, shout
and
out
we
to
didn't really
C
hit it.
Sharp. You know, my support. Highest. I had the highest DPS and highest support. Hold on. Wait a second.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you better be worth it, guys. Come on.
Well, speaking of, I guess, Spicky, I guess I would love to ask you, what was your thought process going into the draft? Because over the last couple events, I've known you as like a very aggressive drafter. You love to just like outbid people, or like even just like push people to spending a lot of money. You did that again this time, which I found really amusing. Because you definitely were targeting a few captains who they were going to go all out for certain players. But you did eventually end up getting some pretty good and solid roster. What was your thought process going into it as a captain?
Yeah, obviously I make it very clear because I love to apply the pressure on the auction. Obviously, big spend money, big lots of money, big it fast, and just get the players you want. Like, I'm gonna be upfront. I want this player. I wanted Feed Stacker. I paid 150k for Speed Stacker, and yeah.
That's
I just
worth it, I
really,
think.
I'm wearing green. Everything's changed to green, and now I'm wearing green. You're wearing a green hat. We're all wearing
Yeah.
green.
Anyone who's here is gonna get to watch Solomon actively updating the package because we're like, oh, we go live today. Oh, all right. Well, we'll figure it out. But it's gonna be great. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now it's time to go to the next league, B League. June had some part of it. Knock on wood. Was here, and I wasn't. But Birch and Balsa, we split them up into 2 groups on Teku's stream last week, and they got randomly assigned. So it wasn't like anything was rigged. We just picked it out of a bag.
I think
but-
one of the first things I notice here is how low everyone's money is. Like,
Oh yeah.
oh no, like the highest is 41k, 21, and then there's just Requiem, which is 151k. But like this is a really most of the captains spent almost all of their money here.
Yeah. It reminds me of a Brad draft, and Brad loves to hold on to his money. He usually
Have we
ends up
mentioned
with a
yet
lot
that
of money.
we changed the money this time around?
Yeah.
'Cause
Exactly.
If you pay attention, you can see that the prices might not look as high as in previous years, where we had like people go for. I think what's the highest paid player we ever had in BPL history? I don't know. Did someone ever go for 400k?
In
There must be,
BPL,
right? Or like 300 at least.
in BPL 350.
Okay.
Because Sune
Well,
League got to 400, but BPL I think was 350.
But yeah, you don't see that here, and the reason for that is we basically just halved everyone's money, so that the draft goes faster. Because everyone keeps doing the 1k bid, and it's annoying.
Yeah, I mean,
got the most
So
Well,
that way you run out of money faster.
Yeah, I know A and B League went pretty long, but C League went pretty quick. It worked very well, but obviously it was half the teams, half the time. I do
so
want to
much.
just highlight some of these tanks. Some of these tanks went for a good chunk of money. Like Fish as a captain went for a lot of money. M went for a lot of money as another captain, but a lot of these tanks got spread around. But still, it's still very important, I think, in this draft. And a lot of tanks actually went over to C League at the end. So these tanks, they wanted to pick up these tanks and they got them.
Nice.
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
can also, if we look at it, we can see the highest paid player, I believe, if I'm not wrong, is Tectonic at 162k on Moth Mania. Am I tripping? No, it is. Yeah, it
Maybe.
is Tectonic.
Yep, Tectonic.
Who went up pretty early, which tends to get overpaid. But I think Tectonic for 162k in a league like this, where DPS can really carry you, especially in a meta where it feels like, I mean, Freya's like still really good right now, but might get some more buffs soon. And that would mean that Sojourn comes kind of back into the picture, and Tectonic, known as a very flashy Sojourn player, at least to me, I think that's worth it.
Yeah. No, it's the I like the meta of pick up a really good DPS and then fill in the slots. Your DPS often are the most important. Or having someone at least. I guess you were talking about tank, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's
having
important. Like I
someone.
said before. Yeah.
I feel like the lower you go in these leagues, like especially on the C League level, supports don't really become that important in most people's draft plans.
Mhm.
So a lot of captains kind of opt to spend all their money on a good DPS and then like just get basically the breadcrumbs at the end. But as we go higher, and you especially see it when we look at the A League auction levels later, like supports go for a lot of money there. But that's also because it's kind of like if you have a good team, a support makes it better. And like in A League, I mean, of course, you have like really good players, so having like a really good support to like back you up and like be a good caller or whatever, like that's really important. So, but yeah, I think like here in B League, it was still like very DPS heavy.
Yeah. I think we get to just go straight to A League. And they had the choice. They had the choice of anyone they wanted in the pool, but they really didn't because of the pool stage.
Oh yeah, that was another thing we did. Yeah.
Yes. So you couldn't
Did
draft
people
the
like
low
that?
bub. I thought it was okay. It could have been better, but it made it so you didn't have to draft everyone in the pool. It was so you got to pick the players in a pool first. The highest players went first, then the mid, and then the other mid, and then the next mid, because they're all mid, and the low bob is C League. So, but we had some surprising 1Ks in the pool. You had Fimi, who really wanted to go to B League. You had Baloney at 3K.
Yeah.
You had who else? Chewy. A lot of these players felt like they could have went to a league below, but they just hit the cusp of getting into that A League. And I think that would be important. I said it again before, but some of these big players like Pengolex went for a lot for Otter's team. I think that was gonna be gonna happen. Let's see. Wi-Fi went for 120k for a Seal CEO team. Classic. Who was the most expensive? Let's.
I'm noticing that most of
wrote
the
it
tanks are
down.
really low.
Dilex. I think that's how you pronounce it. Went for
Technically, it was
140, and
Otters,
then
right?
Nodi on one.
Oh yeah,
Sword
Nodi.
went
That's right.
for 178.
Yep.
I didn't think we were gonna see someone higher than Otters, but we did.
Yeah, I don't know much
That
about
151 is brutal.
Nodi, but we'll see if it works out. I guess also worth mentioning, this is the first time we had a 16-team A League since I think season 4, right? That was the last time we did that. So I think
Backtracking
also
you.
a lot of people just expected to go to B League who then didn't, just because we have like so many more slots this time around. Like that was our goal, is to broaden the skill gap, I guess you could say. Or
I want to
rarity.
say season 3.
That was I definitely remember season 2 had 16, but I
Season
think
3
and
was the
4 did
last
as well.
season 3 was the
3?
last season. Yep.
Yeah, but I like it because like there's some wild teams here. I mean, we did just say Otters had like the record deduction of 151k, but you know what? They still went all out for their first player. They got Pango for a little over 100, and basically had like no money left. But you know what? That was actually one of the teams I was like closely looking at. I think even with that money debuff that Otters went into this auction with, I think the team still worked out pretty well, because it's like it's a lot of like Nepo pickups with Pangolex, Lylum. They even got Hyun to sign up again. Like
Oh, yeah.
that's kind of the friend group that always plays together in Snowdown. But they also picked up some really good players too, with Mafia, who was supposed to be a captain for B League, but then we decided that it's a little bit too good maybe for B League. I think that's a great DPS to play with Pangolex. I think January is also a great DPS option. Like I think this team will go pretty far, despite the heavy deduction that we gave Otters. Like still
Yeah, I think-
pretty managed the money
think-
pretty well.
Yeah, I think that team's gonna have fun. Even if I don't think Hune/Carter, I don't think he's gonna play that much on and have a lot of time on the team. But I think the rest, this Chungus Fungus, another name that I'm gonna hate saying at the end of the season, Chungus Fungus, but that's a team to look out for. I wanna pull it to the other side of the graphic and look at Whoop Troop. I think this team with Friday and Memory and Cam, I think the support line, obviously Friday's DPS or tank, whatever, and Toxic Trouser, I think that support line's really good for that price.
That's really good.
And the rest of the team will fit out. Tyler on tank, you know, it's a good tank line for that, and I think that team is also going to look very good.
I wonder how flexible
Also-
those players are too.
Depends. Like some teams have like really flexible lineups. Since we're speaking about that, I do want to point out like another team that I really like is the Smoke Wolves team, which I first thought was a Last of Us reference, but it's also just because I've been watching the show probably. But I actually still don't know what it references. But anyway, like very even spending levels. Like most players went for like 50 to 60k, but it's a still really strong team. Like that DPS line with Shoreline and Dabmaster is like pretty good, but again, that's what we just said. Like a lot of these players have multiple roles, and I think this team really benefits from that, because they have a lot of players that can play or can flex to multiple roles. Like they can play with Static on tank, and then have who is it? Dabmaster on DPS, but they can also put Static on DPS, so definitely something he can play. And then have Fimi on tank. Like I think this team is looking really good, and they shouldn't worry too much about the hero bans, which we're also doing for the first time this season.
We did it
so
in
like
Snowdown.
I think a really but like for a regular season.
Yeah.
I think if you build a team that can switch around to other roles a lot, that's really the play right now, because there are certain heroes or like certain players that are like known to one trick certain heroes, and you can just easily target ban them.
Well, now we're gonna look at the schedule for at least today. I hope Nog has that graphic.
I could show you like the A stream.
Yeah, that was the stream today. Currently, we're on Campgrounds. Ta-da! Look at that. Look how nice
We
that
have
looks.
how many streams today?
Probably just 2.
Oh,
But
wasn't
the
it like 5?
The B stream will have multiple streams going on at the same time.
Yeah, let me
but-
load this up.
The A stream will have full casting and full obs, and these are the 4 games we'll have full casting and full obs. And then the B stream will have as many games as we can get into lobby, and hopefully we have you split screen, and we'll have a couch cast, and we're trying to get as many games somewhat streamed and have somewhat. But this is what we're really focusing on. Look at all those games.
Yeah, look at this.
What we're really focusing
There's
on
an E
is,
stream.
well, I think, who knows? It's possible skip. They decided to change their time and the behind the scenes and change it to 9:30.
Yeah.
But we're really focusing on these four games today. I think in BPL we're really only prioritizing certain games, and we're not going to plan to stream everything. And I think that's a better way of producing BPL moving forward, is still bring amazing content like this and all the streams, and everything else can go to the B stream and let it sit. And we're still streaming as many games as we can, right? 4 games on a day like this is still a lot of games. So
Yeah.
It's also just impossible because we have like what 40 games this weekend. Like this
Oh,
is
yeah.
a super weekend.
So
We
many.
originally only wanted this to be for A League, but now that we've expanded so much, like in the preparation weeks, like basically every league has a super week this weekend. So it's just
Yeah.
madness.
It just works out.
So it's a lot of
honestly.
games. But hey, we get them out of the way, and next week it's gonna be more chill. It's gonna be more relaxed, like more camping themed. Just
yeah.
sitting out there enjoying the stars, even though this background is at day. But also thanks to who made this
Tim
cool
Week.
background we have. It's Tim Week, right? Yeah.
Yep.
I really like the
so
graphics we have
pretty.
this season.
Oh yeah. Well, now we're gonna play a game. We have our game, the halftime segment. We have BPL feud. So June asked us the question. Now me and Jimmy are gonna play a game and try and figure it out. I do not know the question. I didn't look. I don't know if Jimmy probably looked because he hacked into it.
I
probably.
forgot the questions already. I'm not gonna lie.
So June has, I think, 3 questions for us today. I don't know exactly, but
Yeah, I have 2 questions.
2 questions. Okay,
Prepped for
perfect. That works.
you two.
And these were answered by the community.
Yes.
Correct. Yes. So please, I want to try and make this a weekly thing. So if be on the lookout on announcements for when I release a survey. There'll be just like silly questions like the ones we have today. Just like give your answers. I'll go ahead and count them, and then we'll make them guess in a Family Feud style game where to see who can get closer to the number 1 spot, or if they can even guess the answers that you put in at all. But yeah, do you want me to start?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so the first question is going to be, who do you think is which BPL 7 player is most likely to survive camping on their own?
God.
Oh, I understand why you said
Oh,
we couldn't get
God.
these.
Okay, so out of the
Okay.
list of every out of all players in the pool right now playing in BPL 7, who are your top 5? Who do you believe is the top 5?
Oh God. The problem is I have to name season 7 players, and that's hard.
Yeah.
I first,
Guac, but I don't think
I-
he's signed
I
up.
yeah,
will-
it was
I will gi-
Guac.
I will give
it would
you-
be
Yeah, I will give you guys what is it? All of these are like known players, obviously.
Okay.
And I will give you another hint is that I believe 3 of them are A League, one of them is B, and then another one is C.
Okay.
And all of these are well-known players.
Yep.
I got- I
A-League
got two.
players.
Problem is, who here even touches grass? Because I don't.
That's so real.
Like no one in this league touches grass. Like we're just nerds playing the game.
Can I waste our first
So
guess?
I think we get mauled
Yeah,
by
yeah.
a bear
Let's
at like
go,
the
Nuck.
first
Let's
opportunity.
go. Let's go, Nuck.
Okay,
Yeah.
I believe Silver Talls was put up here.
Oh. I don't know. That guy might die.
No.
No. Silver Talls will die.
Silver Tells was not even at all written. So
Dang.
Oh God. I'm
had
literally
faith.
pulling up the player list. Like, what am
Yeah, I
I?
did
What am
too.
/ rosters? All
There's
right.
Yeah.
too many.
So yeah, a lot of
Let's
these are like well-known players
yeah.
in the league. So
I'm gonna pick the guy who's in the VC underneath us, unfeatured.
unfeatured.
Oh, that's a good choice.
Yes.
I don't think so.
No.
No.
Well, hold
way.
on. Not the top 5, but unfeatured was mentioned at least once.
Okay.
Okay.
Better than knock on wood. Better than knock on wood.
Can you give us a team? Give us an A League team.
Oh yeah. Okay. Here, let
Yeah,
me.
give us the last hint for Jimmy to set us up.
I love how everyone in chat also says Guac. Like I think
Yeah.
Guac would have been everyone's number one choice if he signed up.
Is Guac
Yeah, I
like the
think-
Stillo of BPL? Like what? What's
Guac is like Guac is like the Bear Grylls of BPL. I don't know. He's just like
How do,
what?
oh,
how do I
what's
check
that
again?
guy
Is
who
it
just ended his YouTube career who like survives in the woods?
What
Like,
about
that's Guac.
what about this is a deep cut. What about Edux? Do you remember them? The Salt and Battery. That guy's a rock guy.
They all got lives
Uh,
now, which sucks.
do you,
Yeah, I know, that's
do you
the problem.
remember how to pull up the whole like list of players and stuff?
You want that?
Yeah, I
in
have it open
BeLive?
right
Look in
now.
BeLive. Just gave it to you.
Oh yeah.
Guys,
I'm
we gotta
looking
keep
for it, I'm
guessing.
looking
We
for
gotta
it.
keep guessing. We
No,
have
I'm
a
waiting
time
for
I
this.
limit.
will
Everyone-
give you guys teams.
Okay.
Yeah, give me a team, and then I'll see if I can keep us alive.
Okay, Frogs on Fire. There's one from Frogs on Fire.
Frogs on
There's
fire.
one from Chungus Fungus.
Okay.
Let's see.
Maybe I Toasty.
Whoever's on Chungus Fungus.
There's
is
Ren
doing
from
a
Red
lot, by the way.
Pandas.
That was my guess, that was my
And the last one, I'm not gonna say.
Is there
Great.
one
'cause I
from
feel like that's-
Terrapin?
Huh?
Great.
One from Terrapin?
Yeah,
Spooky.
Dimweek.
Yeah, there's one from
Dimweek.
Terrapin,
Woo!
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Spooky. I'm
Dimweek.
gonna say
Yes, sir.
Spooky. Spooky will
Spooky?
survive in the wilderness, yeah.
Ooh.
Okay.
Come on.
I would say I would.
Spooky's number
I would.
one.
Oh,
Let's
fucking
go!
God. No
Spooky
way.
lives in New York. He couldn't survive in the
No,
wilderness. What are you guys?
I agree. I can.
He
survive in
plays
the
golf.
wilderness. I do play golf, but that doesn't mean anything.
I don't know how that translates into survival,
No.
but
He
That's pretty
walks
cool.
on grass. Like what
I
do you
can
mean?
swing. I can swing like a baseball bat, like an axe. So like that can work, right?
Oh man.
definitely chop some wood.
No way.
Okay. So I give you
it's
three
knock on wood's turn.
teams.
It's knock on wood's
Uh,
turn.
Red Pandas, Chungus Fungus. I forget what I said for the other
Pandas.
one.
Red Bandits, Frogs on Fire.
Frogs on
Guys,
Fire.
who voted for me?
Yeah.
Guys, who voted for me? Just don't say it. But
That's a lot of people voting for you.
well, it's,
Okay, Chungus
Yeah.
Fungus. Let's look at this. Otters, Pengo, Last Night, Mafia, Hune, Lilum, and
None of them.
Jan.
none of them.
Definitely not a Jan. Like Jan.
Oh, wait, why not Jan? What's your reason for
Do
for?
you think Jan knows what grass is?
I mean,
like-
Jan isn't Jan from like Scotland?
Yeah,
Isn't
that's
it
what
just
mean
like
Jan
90
knows what grass is.
Yeah, don't they like live on the hills?
Yeah.
I
They're
don't
like one
know.
with nature.
I have a good answer.
You go. I don't want to throw it away.
Okay. I'm gonna guess for the red bandas, Genesect.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
okay.
Jen.
Okay.
That's
Is
a
Jen
so-
on the board?
So Jen is on the board, but it's a tie. It's a three-way tie
Ooh,
It's a three-way
okay.
tie.
for
three
the
and
last
five?
three. The last three.
Okay. Jen's on the board.
Wow, that's a very good guess.
Thank you.
Tango
The
legs,
next
what do you
team is Aurora as well. So it's Aurora and Chungus Fungus and
Frogs on Fire.
yeah.
What do we think about Pengo legs,
So-
guys?
You wanted to say Pengo?
The
I
Bastion
don't know much
players
about
built that for
Pengo's like real
Sazanjan.
life, but I can see that
Oh,
being
that
a name that people put on the survey. So
June, is that
Yeah,
40
I
people
like
or
that. I
40%
like that suggestion.
of the votes?
40%.
It's 40%. Please, when the new survey comes out, please fill that out for me so we can get to 100 and I can actually be people voting.
I don't.
It is a percentage. It's a percentage.
I
of the
don't
votes.
think you guys vote Pengo, right? Okay.
No?
I'm deter you away from Pengo.
Okay, so we're going with Pengo or
I mean, then Doc feels like it, but I'm saying
I've-
no. I think it's
I
more
don't-
likely like I feel like you're more likely going down to like what was the Aurora, the team Aurora,
Yeah.
and then you guess like
Oh,
Dawes.
it's on Aurora. Let me see.
I think Dawes is a more likely answer.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. Let's do Dawes.
Yeah.
okay.
Dawes.
For Dawes is actually number 2.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so
you're
Frogs
welcome.
on
Now
Fire
you
and
can-
Chungus
now you can
Fungus.
throw-
So I
now
think
you can
at
throw
this
with
point we can say
Penguin.
tank players are like the survival specialists.
Okay,
I will
so tanks would
say
be.
there are no more tanks.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, so no Itosi toast.
No, I
Yeah, no
toast was toast.
toasty.
That
Toast
was gonna
toast
be my
apparently.
next choice.
Yeah.
Would Luca survive? I don't.
No, definitely not.
Akua?
They're gonna put Luca because why not? But Luca will not survive. All right, you guys.
Actually, you know what? Yeah.
All right. All right, take
Luca's
a
the popular
take a
answer.
last look.
Luca's the popular
And then I'll give you guys like 10 seconds to answer.
Luca. I'm
Before
going
I
Luca.
Luca.
All right, yeah.
Lock it
Luca?
in.
Let's
Lock
lock
it in.
in.
You know, I
All
don't
right.
think he would survive, but
Luca is on a 3-way tie
go.
with Genesex
Okay.
and another
Popular
mystery
answers. All right,
players.
guys.
Wow.
It's either Otters or Pengolex, and they're the more popular players, but I don't think either of
I'm
them
saying
will
Otters.
survive. Both of them will not survive. Both of them are too much of a Chungus fungus.
It's got to be Pangalex then, right?
No.
No, I'm saying
It's either
Otters. actually.
Pangalex or someone put in Jan as a funny joke, but like
I'm going Jen. We got a three. We got three. I'm going Jen. You're going Pengo. And
Spooky's on a hot
not
streak.
going
Go for
Otters.
it.
Okay.
Not
okay.
going Otters. I'm Jimmy's going Pengo. I'm going Jen.
Okay. We have our we all have our separate picks locked in.
Yep. Oh my
Oh, okay.
Pangalex.
Jimmy won. No way. All or nothing.
No, I said
Jimmy won.
Otters.
Oh,
I said
yeah.
Pengo.
That's Nox said
Luca,
Penguin.
Jen, and Pangalex both
go.
had 2 votes for
Okay.
them each. Sorry, yeah, each. So they get 10%
This list
of the votes.
is cooked. I don't know why you guys voted for
Alright,
me. I
so
have
So
no
for
yeah.
idea.
the last week of the regular season, we put all these 5 players on like a camping site with cameras.
We
Yeah.
fund them a
And we
camping
will
trip.
see if the community was correct. If you guys can survive 7 days.
We
Yeah,
get like a
it's
sponsored
very
by
harsh if
Intel
they-
camping
Yeah.
trip.
It's a very harsh consequence if they don't survive. Okay, so the next question.
If I bring my own like materials, I can survive, guys.
No, you just get a knife. Bear Grylls style.
Yeah, maybe if we set them up for like a glamping, you know?
Oh, Pangalex was an Eagle Scout? Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, okay, okay.
Pangalex
okay.
should have been higher then.
Yeah. Well, now that we know
Alright.
that knowledge,
I just
the
play
next
sports, I don't
question
play-
is the
Oh
which
my
BPL 7 team most likely to
my
resort to
God.
cannibalism?
Oh, yeah, this is
This is
Luau.
what's
why.
the Luau team?
Luau.
Oh
it's
my
just Luau. I'm
What's
answering
up,
right
dog,
now.
is my
Luau.
choice.
Okay,
Luau, lock in Luau.
Okay,
Welcome
kid,
to Luau.
I actually don't know what team Luau is in.
What's up,
it's
dog?
fine.
It's the Luau team.
Okay. Okay.
What?
No.
What?
Not, unfortunately, not. I don't think it was mentioned.
I
at
think we
all.
just need to keep guessing because we don't have a lot
Yeah.
of time. Let's just keep guessing.
Right.
Alright. Jimmy gave us one, I
Cannibalism.
believe. Put Pangalex
Let's
up
talk it
again.
out before we. Let's talk it out.
Who would
before-
eat people?
You know, maybe like a Tim week.
Mr. Beast.
Oh, yeah, you know what, Terrapin? Team Week would totally eat someone
What about
to
like
survive.
like? Are we doing Tim week?
All right, let's do Tim Week. Which one?
Let's
What
do
team
Tim
is
Week.
that?
That's Terrapin. That's
Terrapin.
Spooky's team.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Zero points
Zero,
because they both had 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, this
So
is team. I
so
didn't
the
know this
last
was
2
team.
only had 1 vote each.
Oh, so they put in the players, and you're saying team.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm saying teams. Yeah. No. They people put in teams for this.
Okay.
Okay. Think about teams. I think one S'more or Spud cluster. They're eating each other.
Once more or Spud cluster?
Yeah.
Okay. Show me
Pick one,
once
pick one now.
more or
Once
Yeah.
more.
Spud
Once more.
cluster.
Once more.
Once more. Show me once more.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
Guys,
Once more was
why
not
am I
even on
why
the
am I
list
on the list
either.
twice, guys? Why am I on the list twice, and why did we guess me twice? Huh?
Spooky, save us.
I got this. Okay. I will tell you this. One's in A League. Actually, hold on. Let me
There's
just do
8
the overview.
teams. I'm choosing Chunkus.
No.
Fungus.
I will.
I'm
I
choosing
will.
Chunkus
I will.
Fungus. I'm
I
choosing
will.
Chunkus Fungus.
Two of them are from the Ash A League. Chungus Fungus, you said?
Yeah, Chunkus Fungus.
Sure, let's go. with that.
Okay. Let's see. Chungus Fungus is. Oh no, not this one.
That's
Whoops.
Oomfie University.
Yeah, we got it. We got it.
We got
I
it.
There you
know,
go.
that's gonna be my next guess. So
Yeah.
Okay,
Who's the
so
killer?
you both got
Double
that.
kill.
What's
So
Buddy's
they're
team?
both equal.
What's
The
Buddy's
yeah
team?
the third The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth are all tied.
Yes. Okay.
Bunny's team is Camp Jump Shot
Camp
from
Jump
B
Shot.
League.
I think Camp
Yeah.
Jump Shot, Birdwatch, and What's Up Doc are all good shouts. 'Cause
Okay, I did
Who's on
say.
What's
What's Up Doc has
Yeah,
the
I did
WoW.
say.
We already did What's Up
There are
Doc.
2 teams in Ash
did?
in the Ash BPLA league.
Oh, you know what?
Um,
Dawes makes a great suggestion. The Chasey team, Campfire Song. That would be my pick too. 'Cause
okay,
you have
show
Chasey,
me.
Seth, Istas, Belodi, like that's
Show
a
me
crazy bunch of
Campfire
players.
Song here on the most likely team to resort to cannibalism.
Ah.
yeah.
Yes!
Good job,
I
This is
do.
Jimmy.
number 1 by like a huge margin. I think it was like, I think like the closest was like 2 away, like 2 votes away.
I wonder which player has caused this upswing in votes for them. Like,
Okay. We've
There's
got
too
we've
many.
probably
got
Seth.
we've got Grin Reaper, Camp Half Court, Campfire Song, Smoke Wolves, Corrupted Guys, and Seal the Deal. There's 2 more of there in there.
No,
Or no,
one more.
one more.
Because Campfire.
Okay.
I think
Maybe
Femi would
Teku team?
beat a human. Smoke Wolves.
Is this legal? Are we allowed to say these things on Twitch?
I don't know.
Okay, one's in Balsa?
Balsa?
Yeah, one's there. I don't think you'll ever get this one, which is B League, and then the other one is in the other side. So Aspen, A League.
I think the Bunny team, Camp Jump Shot. I think that's. You have Froggy, you have Branson. I feel like this team.
Send
Or
it.
would it
Camp
be
Ju-
the Foliage Maze team? Hold up, wait a second. I'm feeling more the Foliage Maze Mahir Munching team. You know, like
I mean, yeah, got someone
Can I
called
do-
Munching on that team.
yeah. Reprieve.
Reprieve.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last 2 I think had like 2 votes, which is surprising. But those are all. I'm just gonna say it now because you got it wrong.
No.
Those are that one and the Reprieve and the half court one were all 1 votes. So there was like a lot of teams on here that just had like only 1 vote. Blind Music Society was another one that had
Oh,
1
I see
vote.
that.
Camp Jump Shot was another one.
Yeah, I
Called
said
it.
that.
Requiem was another one. And I think Ignite Memories was another one. So all these had like 1.
Yeah.
But
There's
I'll
8.
go here with I didn't put how many votes were here, but this one had I believe 3 votes.
Number 8.
Which is surprising to me, but yeah, so this one had 3 votes.
Be funny
At
if
number
there were kids up
2,
here.
Mothmania, which houses Bubba Wyatt, Tech, Fairy, Headrammer, Sound, Nelly or Minnie, and Toasty.
Headrammer. Yeah, should have gone for that. Yeah.
Yep.
That's on us. Known cannibal Headrammer.
Okay. For number 3, I
Console
think you
players are
guys said
cannibals.
if you guys said this, I'm sorry. I may have just like
Nah,
misheard it. But you
Nah,
guys had all the camp teams except for this one.
The
Camp
burger team?
Halfburger.
I
Oh,
was
yeah.
thinking that. I was thinking that. It's a good one to cannibalize each
With
other.
Illuminous, Vickery, Akioto, Falcon, Cranberry, Mina, and Almond on the team. Okay, for our 6th one, this one I thought would be also higher. Smoke Wolves,
Okay.
which is I believe an A League team, including
Dab,
Dabmaster, Shoreline
Mhm.
Pie, Destiny, Static, Foolish, Bean Can, and Fimi.
They even got beans. Holy. They
Okay,
can have beans.
so for the
with
last one, I don't know how, but we have a player who had 2 names dropped. So instead of a team, so I'm gonna let you guess who that is,
Just
and I will tell you they're an A League player. And I will tell you.
JC.
Sure.
Who is it?
Where?
It's just a player in A League.
I was just
Was the-
people just wrote down a player. I'm gonna
Yeah.
say Seth.
Sure.
Which? Okay. So
You're
you're
going
going with
through it.
shore? Wow, you're right.
I've got short. I got yeah.
Two people just put
Sounds
down
about
shore.
right.
So yeah, I guess
Shore would do anything to
yeah.
win.
Yeah, so true. And there goes it. That's
Alright.
it. Thank you for playing. That's my BPL 7 feud
Thank you,
game.
June.
Please everyone, the next time surveys come up, please fill them out so we can have more chaotic answers and just like more people participating, and it helps a lot with the
And so I
scoring
can
as
look
well.
stupid.
Yeah, because we get a lot of ties when not enough people are going through it. But yeah, but thank you for playing my game. I'm looking forward to seeing what next week entails.
Thank you, June. Thank you, June.
Thank you very much, June.
Ooh. All right. What's next, Mr. Host?
This is a big ask. I want to try and view as many games as possible. Just look at the games.
God, you hate me.
Is
don't
there
you?
any
Okay.
way possible to
Um,
look at a lot of these games in a big screen, or is it just
I'm
like
just gonna
alright,
pull up the
Yeah.
raw schedule on my second monitor.
So this segment is just looking at the teams. We're not going to go in depth on these games. It's just all right. These are just some matchups that are going to look cool, and we're not going to go deep into these. Maybe like a 30 seconds, like talk about this game, and we're going to move on, just so we can just touch on it and keep going. But yeah, it's just keep it moving. We're not planning these talks that much. Just keep it moving. I know Jimmy has some
Alright.
some teams that he wants to talk about. This is the time to
Should
do
it
it.
chronological actually?
Sure. I honestly I don't know who's playing who because like it seems like everyone's playing everyone this weekend.
Oh yeah.
Almost.
Just
Well,
crop it a little bit more.
That's fine. That's fine. Crap it. Yeah, can we put this on like the the map like thing? Is that possible for next
The
time?
billboard,
That'd be
the
funny.
pretty billboard.
Yeah.
I can get a background in.
Yeah. Just work that in while we talk about it. Let's just stop
What Overwatch
there for
map
a
is?
second.
Oh, this is I can I never mind. I just
Let's
saw
just
the
stop there for a
castle.
second. In the middle of the screen. Just hold up. Ooh, you're scrolling. Stay there. Yeah. Let's talk corrupted guys versus once more. I think this team. We're gonna talk about it just a little bit. I think this game
Mhm.
is a cool game just to look at. It's both Teku versus Osiren, both kind of old heads now, both logo makers. So battle of the artists.
Yeah. But one of them is still playing. Teku's taking a backseat this time around. I think this is
Yeah,
the first season that Teku isn't actively playing in.
yeah.
Uh,
There's a list somewhere of all the active players that have played in all 7 PPLs. Teku just got cut. Can't believe it.
Oh,
Shot dead.
should
so
it?
how many do we have left?
I
Is
have
it just
Not many.
Illuminus
no
There's like 6 at least.
played
and you,
every
Spooky?
season.
You're
I'm
you're
on
still
the
here,
list.
right?
I know Jen's
Yeah.
on the list. I know Jinx is on the list. I know a whole bunch of people. I'm pretty sure Gag is on the list. There's a whole bunch of people that played everything, but Tekujin got cut now in a captain role and hopefully somewhat in a coach role. So he's doing a lot of the
And
scrim.
transferring his powers to Krabby or Krabby Adam,
Who
who
won't be
has
here this
played
week?
for Teku teams before, so they're not unfamiliar with each other.
Yeah. Who won't be here this week? But
Oh,
should,
that's good.
yeah,
Well, they have
it's
Gavin.
okay.
Gavin's always a guarantee for fun on tank. So probably some Rhine comms, I would assume.
Oh yeah. But I want to talk about once more a little bit. Nodi, who went for a lot of money, playing DPS. Their DPS is gonna look good. You have Epic Shock on tank. Support, I think, is going to be Osiren and Bar Soap. And this team should be, I think, the more favorites going into it.
Yeah, I agree. I really I'm very excited to see what Nodi can do for being such a hyped up player going into this because I know next to nothing about them. I mean, I'm gonna be real. There's a lot of like new people that we have this season that are just question marks for me, and all I can really go off is like what they put in their sign up. That's mostly what I looked at before the show.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'm very cool to see what they
Yeah,
can
let's keep
do.
this moving. Let's pick another game. Jimmy, you
We
got
also
one in
have
mind?
fixed maps, a
Yes,
game
we
in
do.
mind. Why don't we go down to C League?
Oh
Uh,
yeah.
They split up. I can.
It's all the way at the
Wait.
bottom. It's all the
No,
way.
they were chronological. So
Should we go with a game of the
C.
week, or should we just go with a different one? What do you
We
want
can
to
just
do?
go straight into the game of the week. We saw all the
Okay,
games.
because
If
like
we saw you
I do
point
want to
SpongeBob
talk
me-
to.
SpongeBob me
Yeah.
point out where your team is. You guys made it on the stream. Good job. All right, let's keep moving.
Okay, I do want to talk about Boa versus Oomfie University, mostly because I do want to talk about Boa, because that is a team that is managed and captained by Andrew, who is. It's not the first time he's captaining. I think it's like his fourth time now in BPL, and he just recently won our most recent tournament, the Bounty Bash. And when I look at this philosophy, or like this draft that he did, I can say that he went into this with a very similar philosophy, which is very DPS heavy. He went with Alu, who, from what I've been told by Andrew, is like Wave's friend who was on that Bounty Bash team. Also a Genji prodigy apparently, who just like spends 10 hours each day in Genji custom lobbies just practicing. So if you're playing this team, probably want to ban Genji would be my guess. But even with that, I think this team has some great depth, because I mean, they also have Biscuit, who's like a really good flex support, might give the team some much needed flexibility. Yeah, I think the bans might be like the biggest weakness, just because they have some players that can easily be targeted. The good news is though that you can change your lineup after ban, so you can't like really target ban Alu. I mean, if they ban Genji, then you just put in a different DPS. But I think Andrew's also pretty good. I think Andrew always downplays himself as like a washed up DPS player, but I think he's been doing fine. And in this C League, where like the average is like mid diamond, I think he's gonna do fine. And I can easily see this team finishing in top 4. What do you think about Oomfie though?
Yeah, Oomfie Academy. They went with a very similar strategy to Boa. I picked this matchup because both of these players were a DPS player captain, and then they spent their most money on a DPS player. It's these two teams went hard in on DPS. They don't have even a DPS sub. These two DPS players are just playing DPS the whole time and trying to carry this team, kicking and screaming, trying to win. Right? These two teams, they're just gonna try and these DPS players in C League are gonna try and carry these games. It's the most important role, at least in C League, and it's gonna be something that is gonna be looked at. It's gonna be a DPS show. It's probably just gonna be Ronan versus Alu, and then Andrew versus Xlara, and the supports are going to be like, hopefully my DPS kills them first, and I think that's how this match is going to go. I like the Denji, the Panini backline, but the problem with Oomfie University is that you have one tank, 4 supports. These 4 supports, they're going to have to be rotated in map 2 or map and something like that, right? So they're going to be at a disadvantage at some point, and they're going to have their best supports not playing.
Yeah, when I look at this Oomfie team, I just see like a lot of project pickups, which is something that Para often likes to do with his like lower level teams. But the thing is, like, the Para org always has like, I'm pretty sure there's already like 10 different coaches like doing WOD reviews with them and like analyzing the next opponent. So he's really trying to like mold some of these like lower level players into like good players, like Obama, for example, or like, I don't know much about Gosalin B, I don't know you pronounce that name, but like I think this team, like you said, like the DPS are gonna like drag them kicking and screaming. But if they get some good coaching in the back, which I'm sure they will, I think this team has a shot at being like kind of a wild card when it comes to like the regular season.
Let's throw up the pred screen. If not, can get that ready. And we're gonna try and pred these games. I don't know if June's gonna be here to pred, but at least me, Jimmy, and Knock, and it's gonna be funny.
I go with Boa.
Oh yeah, look at that team.
Yeah, what team was that again? The Weezer Wumpuses.
Did they win? I don't know if they won.
That was I think that was Snowdown A League final, and I think they won. Yeah.
Jimmy's going Boa. I will be going
Boa, easy pick.
Academy.
I think Boa is like a top 4 team for me this C League season.
I think this team is. I would say Oomfie Academy is the underdog. but they still look good, and anything can happen. Knock on wood to the cider.
I'll do Oomfie.
Oomfie to June.
Yeah. Is it
3
academy
to
or
1.
university?
Alone.
University.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do Oomfie University.
Now, Jimmy, put a thumbs up so you know you're right when they win.
Yep.
Good job. All right, next game, B League.
Yeah, what's a B League game of the week?
Let me find it.
Like,
We
is this-
got BCB versus Banda Pandas, and then it's Big Creek, whatever the donk team is. It's
Love
my
Creek Big Mode, right?
yes,
So
that's the
I
game.
had
Yes, there
to
you
look
go.
it up too.
Red Banda, yeah, it's just hard to say. It's a donk classic. But let's look at these players straight away. I picked these players again. It's another BPL match with a lot of returning
Ooh.
players. You got Jen versus Donk as the captains, both season 1 players, and they're battling it out again.
Yeah, and Jen will be interesting because Jen, I think, is like missing for like 3 weeks of the regular season. So I think they very much drafted this team in a way that they can work without him.
Yes.
And if I look at that team, it's very much a like you guys do your thing and I'll be here when I'm here kind of roster. But Bluff Creek Big Mode, I really like this team because we have Donk captaining our recent C League MVP, and then also he went with a trusted DPS from that C League champion team, which was what were they called, Beak Check, with Water, who was like such a central piece of that entire team and like a big reason why that team had such success. But despite that, even besides that, I just really like this draft because it's very balanced. Like you have there's not really a part where I would look at it and say like that's the weak spot. Even with Tally, who was like a 1K pickup at the very or like in the middle, seems pretty good at brawl tanks. So like they can specialize into some comms with that if they ever get subbed in. Also PC Nurik or Parker, as most people know them, who I believe went for like a lot of money in this draft, is someone I can see really pop off in the C League. Definitely, I would have seen this guy go to B League honestly, but A League even, but B League seems totally fine. But yeah, I can see this. I think this team has a good chance of not just surviving the group in regular season, but also going pretty far in the playoffs. Because like I said, we kind of like lowered the requirements on a lot of these leagues. So like this season's B League is kind of like what the top of last season's C League almost was. And I mean, this Donk and Water both were like popping off really hard. So I can see them continuing it this time.
Yeah, I really love the Water pick, but Red Bandas, this support line of Mint and Jupiter should hold well in B League. B League is kind of like the league that we don't really know what the skill level is going to look like. You kind of know C League's going to be on the lower end. You know that A League's usually at its right place. The B League, it's really close, and you really can't tell like who's the better team. And I think Jupiter Mint might be a stable backline this season. And looking at all the other rosters, right? These two can support each other, try and support the tank. And it's not really just going to be a DPS game, I don't think, compared to what C League was.
Trisky's also available for
support, I think. Yeah.
Support as well. So obviously, previous
good flex
teammate
support.
Trisky's like, in my opinion, I think very highly. So for my choice, is definitely Red Pandas.
Yeah, throw up the Preds.
Also, shout out to Water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Bring up the Preds.
I got 8 things to do, man.
Wah.
I'm gonna go the opposite way though. I'm here with B Check. B Check absolutely just ran C League last year, and I'm excited to see what Water and Donk do, and especially with Donk being able to make their own team. That's gonna be good.
Yep. I am also going with Bluff Creek Big Mode. I think Water is very strong for what we're looking at in B League, and hopefully they pop off.
Same here. We are very excited to see what this Speak Check duo will do. It would be such a success story, or like such a happy end, I guess, if the team that like just won C League, now dominates B League. I don't think they will dominate quite that same level, but I can see them go pretty far. So
I see them
yeah,
looking good,
I'm also going
so.
with them. I think they will win this game.
Now, for A League, we have. I'm looking. There. Nope,
Is
that's
it-
not it.
It's the
Thanks,
Wolves
Doc.
against
Is it this one?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Chungus Fungus. Yeah, you wrote the abbreviation wrong. I think that's why you didn't know.
It's Shoreline Pie versus Pengolex. Battle of the Ages. It's a DPS battle.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
For me, I like Chungus Fungus's roster a lot more. I feel like they have. I don't know about the tank line, but I think if Last Night or Hyun can just perform like consistently and pretty well, I think that team could possibly just run over Smoke Wolves. However, I'm a Shoreline Pie fan and simp, so
I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna I'm gonna go with Smoke Wolves to win this.
Yeah, I like Chungus Fungus's DPS line a lot. Otters and Lila might be a Chungus support line, but very Chungus. But it's Otters is Stoke. Obviously, he paid the price for himself. He's gonna be a strong flex support. Hopefully, he's playing flex support. If he's playing main support, then albeit, don't play
Really
main
funny.
support. Play flex support. I'm gonna go with Chungus Fungus. But it's gonna be a good name. Obviously, look at the DPS, like I said at the beginning of this.
Yeah, I feel like both these teams have the friendship buff. Like I was gonna say that was
Oh,
gonna be
yeah.
one of the strengths of Chungus Fungus, but then I realized it's Stabmaster and Shoreline, who are playing on a Faceit team right now, and also Femi, who's been like around that core for a while. I think both these teams have some pre-existing synergy, which will help them. But I'm gonna go with Smoke Wolves just because of what I said earlier, where this team has great depth. They can really flex to a lot of different things. Whereas like I think Chungus Fungus, I just looked at like last night because I didn't know much about them. They seem like they're more like a Ram Winston, like almost two trick. I would say I don't know much about them, so maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like they're kind of maybe locked into that play style. Maybe some dive, maybe some brawl. But with Smoke Wolves, they can like really change up a lot if they need to. And I think these like first couple games this season will be we'll give them a good direction of where they want to go. But yeah, I think they will have this just because of like all the flexibility they have with map 2s and all the subs they have to make. I think they should have this.
Yeah, I have Chungus Fungus. I said it before. The Otters Pengolex duo kind of goes crazy. Whimsy beats Whimsy, so you heard it here first. Chungus Fungus. But this is going to be the last game of the day on whatever stream it is, and we're now going to talk about the first game of today, the next game.
Real quick.
It is Spud versus Frogs on Fire. Let's go straight into it. Let's see the players. Let's talk about it. You got Toasty Toast on Frogs on Fire. Luca, also strong Crow, and then versus Austin Agua Star Potato. All players that you realized from last season. What are our thoughts?
I know more people on Frogs on Fire, and that's why I went with them.
Oh, yeah.
But no, I also think that team is like really, really good. I mean, I think any team with Luca Crow as the backline seems very strong. Toasty Toast, I always rate highly as a tank. Iggy has shown some promise on previous teams, like Season 5, for example, on, what was it called, the Amalgamation team. Akua has been rated very highly by a lot of people. I think this team can go pretty far. Spud Clusters, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I don't know much about them yet to really say if they're good. That's why I'm going with Frogs.
Yeah, let's just bring back up the Pred screen. I think it's going to be Frogs on Fire. There's a reason why it wasn't Match of the Week, and it's only the first game, and we're covering that. I don't think it's going to be that close. I think Frogs on Fire's support line are really good, and I'm looking forward to watching it next.
I'll stick with you, Spooky. That's a really good lineup. That's gonna be a good match. I think even if it's a blowout, I think it's gonna be a good match.
Good logo too.
Yeah. Jimmy, I think you already said it.
Frogs on Fire was my
Yeah.
pick.
Oh, first fire. June, any changes?
June.
I think I will do
Frog Sweep.
I'll do Frogs on Fire as well.
The sweep. All right. Is that it? Are we done?
We're
I need to
getting
find a Yukon
pressured
Accord,
by
apparently.
main guy, aka Solomon, to hurry
Yes.
up.
Yes.
I
I.
have to start the B stream apparently in the next minute. So
You're gonna see. Thank you for the first episode of this podcast. Jimmy did Frogs on Fire. June did, I think, also Frogs on Fire.
Yep, it's a
Um,
frog sweep.
yeah. It's just not
And
loading.
we're going. My doorbell just rang. I don't know if you heard it, but it doesn't
We
matter.
have to go. We have to go.
We have to
FBI 's
go.
here.
Thank you. Love you. We did a
Bye.
good episode.
Enjoy
Thank you all.
40 games this weekend, and you're gonna
40
watch all
games.
of them, hopefully, because we're gonna talk about it
Yeah.
next week, and we're gonna have a test, a quiz.
Yep.
Get us out of here.
Alright.
Get us out of here.
Bye.
Hey, how's it been? It's been a while since we last spoke. You broke my heart and left me hanging. Hey, how you been? It's been a while. I see you go to new clothes on and change
smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need space. And you said you'll put down your morning guns. Would you follow me to wonders? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things to find. Would you follow me to wonders? If you're everything that matters to me, makes me wonder why I can't get over. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in.
All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Bad Pachimari League here for season number 7 getting underway here tonight. We have a lot of action going on this weekend as every team has to play 2 games. We have an incredible game right here on our A stream with Spud Clusters and Frogs on Fire. There'll be one match going on B stream as well. Then following that one match, it'll be going into a little bit of a chaotic mess over there as you'll be seeing a lot of games show up on B stream. But A stream right here, Rain, we have ourselves an incredible game.
Yeah, super excited to see this first match of BPL Season 7. So, of course, we are getting started out on the A-League, like you mentioned here for this stream. It's Spud Clusters versus Frogs on Fire. And we will have a second match after this one on the A stream as well.
Yeah, I believe there's 4 series going on here on the A stream tonight. Like I said, B stream gonna have their one and then go into a basically a red zone type thing over there, if you know what that is. But you see the schedule here for the A stream: Spud Clusters, Frogs on Fire, followed up by Seal the Deal and Campfire songs called Aurora and Borealis. What a fun matchup going on there. Terrapin and Oomfie Academy to wrap up the night at 10 p.m. So a lot of action going on here on the A stream.
Yeah, it's a jam-packed weekend for BPL, and this is the regular season. These matches all count towards your standing, so everybody, of course, wants to get started off with a win here, so you know that everyone's going to be bringing their A game this weekend.
Yeah, speaking of the A game, we will be starting off in the A League here, and we'll look at some of the teams here, especially starting off in the Aspen Conference here. You have the Spud Clusters, Frogs on Fire. You know them. They're playing here. Marin Mellows, Polaris, Primal Pineapples, Zephyr, Whoop Troop, and Camp Halfburger filling in your Aspen division.
I love it. All the names so creative because, of course, it is the camp theme season 7, and everybody doing a really good job finding the names for their teams that are going to fit into this, including the logos as well to go along with everything. So really excited to have a theme going on for season 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Now going over to the other division here in the A League. In a moment, I guess. Oh, well, never mind. I might be stupid. Yep, I might just be stupid. I knew that already, but a lot of teams here in the A League. But hey, we've already talked about what teams we're seeing here tonight. Why don't we introduce you to them? I know it wasn't that long ago that the pregame show talked about, but starting off with Spud Clusters, you have Star Potato Blobs as your DPS, Pinecode and Cademon as your tanks, Austin, Penguin SF, and Aqua as your supports here. So Rain, I mean, you're going to be seeing a couple subs come in here for the series for Spud Clusters.
Yeah, exciting that, of course, everybody needs to get playtime here in BPL, so anticipating that we will be seeing substitutions, and Spud Clusters have a really well-rounded roster here. A couple of DPS to work with that's going to be playing essentially the whole time. 2 tanks as well, and then you'll have some supports to kind of sub in and out, so excited for all these players to get playtime and for us to get to see and get to know them a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what BPL is all about, making sure all these players get playtime. However, why don't we move over to the other team of Frogs on Fire? Oh, God, that's the first time I saw that logo in this poll. Akua and Iggy as your DPS, Toast and as your tank, Crow, Luca, Kairos, and Jules as your support lines here. Those are 4 supports right there, Rain. Unless we see some flexibility out of them, we're going to be seeing 2 different lines for the first 2 maps of the series.
Yeah, and that can be a little bit difficult here, where it's really going to throw synergy kind of out of balance, where you have to basically change your entire backline as you sub people in and out. But I mean, that being said, Frogs on Fire, the pre-show, they were determined, like they were, the standings or the desk predictions were that Frogs on Fire were going to sweep this. So, I mean, having 4 supports, not too much of a concern there, as apparently most of these players have had time in BPL before and are known in the community.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. When it comes to predictions and everyone picking the same team, I never look at that as a good thing. Never look at it as a good thing. I mean, it's just not a good thing when everyone thinks you're going to come into it performing very well. But it's game 1 for these 2 teams here, and you don't know how much time they've had to scrim or maybe just hopping quick play together. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these 2 teams get started off with this season.
Yeah, this is, like you said, probably not a whole lot of time to get scrims in. So these first matches are really going to be about kind of building the team synergy within these rosters, finding out how well your team plays in certain compositions and on certain maps. Like taking a look at the map set here. These are 3 set maps, so no picking maps for this here. It's going to be starting us out on Ilios to get things off.
And yeah, like you said, the set maps here, Eichenwald and New Queen Street if needed. However, Eichenwald, a drawable map, so we could potentially see 4 maps at some point here. But Ilios, though, a really fun map to get started out on. There are going to be hero bands as well. Don't know what they necessarily were, but coming out of the gate, what do you see here, Rain?
All right, well, we are getting started on the Lighthouse submap of Ilios, so typically a little bit more kind of variety where you can either play the Brawl style where you pretty much just bunker on point in that Lighthouse, or you can play the dive where you're kind of trying to control that high ground. For Spud clusters, hovering over kind of this dive composition with that on a break backline, a very stagnant backline that you're most likely going to see them get set up kind of on the high ground around the point. Frogs on Fire, though, a different look coming out from them. We have Toasty Toast starting out on the Zarya here, and we're going to have Freya making an appearance here as well. Excellent hero in a really good spot right now and able to control a lot of this high ground on Lighthouse.
Yeah, even with the nerfs that came to Freya yesterday, it didn't seem like it really slowed her down that much in a couple of the series I was able to see yesterday from Face It. So it gives me a lot of hope that Freya, even though, you know, some changes, still going to be able to be a scary character here at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Spud clusters have got themselves set up kind of around this high ground. Frogs on Fire caught out a little bit in the open here, haven't bunkered on point, and it's actually going to be Spud clusters sending blobs onto point to start the cap.
And they're going to be able to get the cap because of it. I really like this from Spud clusters. Frogs on Fire, they want to take a team fight here. Akua just diving into that backline, has to use that deflex to get them out, but that lightning from Pinecone does not matter. Kademon going to be able to find Luca out there as well. And Spud clusters, what a way to start off this map. Looking to get rid of Cool Guy here. Cool Guy, though, almost taking care of Austin, but able to keep their Ana alive.
Yeah, nice stuff from Spud clusters. I mean, looking very organized here, knowing where they want to play, doing a great job getting angles set up around Frogs on Fire, which is really, really a key component of playing this dive composition into a brawl, as we do see the hero bands popping up over on the side there. So it was the Tracer and the Diva that have been banned out here on Ilios.
And Cool Guy going to be able to find Penguin out here early on. You see the rest of the dive come out there from Frogs on Fire, but Pinecone going to be able to jump on that high ground, get rid of Akua there. And a great trade right there for Spud clusters. Now the Nano invested here on the Pinecone as they look to clean up some people on the point here. As Frogs on Fire trying to drag the fight towards point here a little bit. Toasty Toast just charged up for Spud clusters. Going to have to give up the point here for the moment, but they're still very much in the middle of a fight here. Toasty Toast has to use a bubble to keep themselves alive, but they keep themselves at 100% charge. Kademon going to be able to find them out though, and it looks like it's only going to be about 10, maybe 12% that Frogs on Fire gets here before they swap over, but they are contesting it.
Yeah, trying to drag out as much as they can. Frogs on Fire will get 16%, so gonna have to be happy with that as they are coming into this next fight. They're gonna have 5 ultimates basically online here, but Blobs on this Sombra does have the EMP ready to go, and I mean, Spud clusters only committed the Nano in that last fight, so they're gonna have ultimates to work with here as well.
Blobs, I mean, they kind of stood there. They knew they were going to get caught out eventually, but able to get behind the team now. This EMP might come in very clutch here. Trying to focus it in on Toasty Toast. Going to be able to find them out there, and Blobs, with some help there from Pinecone, will be able to clean them up. Akua taken out of the picture as well, and Frogs on Fire going to have to back up here yet again. Spud clusters, though, in a great spot.
Oh, yeah, 90%. It's going to be tough for Frogs on Fire to get the touch. The beat was committed during that EMP, so you won't have that to sustain you through. But otherwise, you have all these ultimates. You really just need to get the touch. It looks like Crow, the Lucio, is going in, going to try and get the touch. Will manage to trigger the overtime for Frogs on Fire.
Kitsune Rush coming out here from Luca, but Luca is not going to be able to keep himself up here. Gonna just be able to bob now out on point to keep it contested here and just pumping some damage. Grab out from Toasty, just trying to get rid of Pinecone, who does pop that Primal Rage, but now the rally out from Penguin as Pinecone gets rid of Cool Guy. The Blade not going to be able to come out from Akua, actually gets completely canceled out there, and Spud clusters. What a way to show off here. Going to be able to dominantly win our first point of the night.
Wow, really nice stuff, Spud Clusters. It felt like because they were able to control the high ground around the point, Frogs on Fire, every time that they were trying to kind of either take a fight out in the open, everybody's just playing on the high ground from Spud Clusters. Every time that Frogs on Fire wanted to rotate towards the point, they're taking a bunch of poke damage from Cardamom, and even Blobs being able to set up on kind of on an off angle. So they were forced to use these cooldowns before they got to the fight. So once they were on the point, trying to take the brawl, they just didn't have the resources to really extend the fight really far. So we'll see if they stick on the Zarya composition for well, as this is, again, a traditionally kind of more of a dive map here. Spud Clusters is going to be sticking on essentially still a dive. We will have Austin move over onto the Juno, so a little bit of speed here for the side of Spud Clusters. Cadmon over on the Cassidy as well, so lots of consistent damage there. Now, Frogs on Fire have made a compositional swap, as we will see Cool Guy move over onto the Sojourn, and Toasty Toast is going to go ahead and bring out that Junker Queen, so definitely looking to punish Pinecone on this Winston, who's been putting in so much work for Spud Clusters.
Yeah, and one thing we didn't really talk about last point at all was the fact that Spud Clusters, they never really lost a whole team fight. They gave up the point to Frogs on Fire. Like, you were probably still looking at some members of Spud Clusters who have yet to die this map. And Frogs on Fire, I mean, they just have to find something here early on. You cannot allow Spud Clusters to just pick up right where they left off. However, with those swaps coming out there from Frogs on Fire, they're going to be behind a little bit in the perks right now. And Toasty Toast has to use that shot to keep himself alive. The Suzu out as well, but Cool Guy not going to be able to escape this one as Cade finds the opening pick. And it looks like Spud Cluster is going to be able to cap here first. Blobs will fall, but the Virus is going to be able to find a cool out. Crow out as well as Toasty Toast, just kind of sacrificing themselves there so they don't get staggered out.
Yeah, Luca will get staggered just briefly there for the Kiriko. And I mean, Cade on this, Cassidy has already built up to a Deadeye, just absolutely pumping out the damage on the side of Spud Cluster. Finding that opening pick, crucial for them to crack open this point. Frogs on Fire, though, you're coming back into this. Luca is going to be able to build up to that Kitsune Rush very quickly. But ultimately, you really want to see Toasty Toast be able to kind of put a bit more pressure onto Pinecone as, wow, nice, the boot. Actually sending Pinecone back in.
Actually, that might have been the knife from Toast Toast pulling them back in right there. Cade gonna be able to trade out onto Akua, but right now, if you're Spud Clusters, you're down Pinecone for the first time this map. Deadeye comes out, does a decent amount of damage. There's Blobs find one. Toast Toast, though, coming alive this fight, finds Cade out, but Blobs on that backside of point, just doing whatever they can right there, but Spud Clusters gonna have to give up the point here for a moment. Toast Toast still finding a lot of damage here. Now the Kitsune Rush coming out here from Luca. They're gonna be able to get that health pack right there, but they're still trying to keep themselves up and kicking. It looks like finally for the first time this map, Frogs on Fire gonna be able to win a team fight.
Yeah, and they're gonna get some healthy percentage on the board as well. You still have this Rampage from Toasty Toast. Crow is gonna have this beat as well. But Spud Clusters, I mean, they played it really smart there. You lost Pinecone, you didn't extend the fight too long. Cade did use that Deadeye, but otherwise you're gonna have 4 ultimates to push back into this point, including that Orbital Ray very shortly from Austin and the EMP.
It finds 4. Blobs already gonna be able to find one. Beat coming out there from Crow, not gonna be able to keep Cool Guy in this fight here and now. Rally out from Penguin as well. But Blade from Akua, what will be able to find this time? Much like last time, nothing. And now you're seeing Penguin just go through, find Crow with the whip shot. Spud Clusters back in control.
The ults from Frogs on Fire just not quite finding kind of the value that they really need to. Both the bead and the blade essentially being used reactively there, but already kind of the rally was up from Penguins that was going to be able to keep Spud Clusters healthy through that blade, but and Spud Clusters managed to hold on to that Orbital Ray. Pinecone still has the Primal Rage as well, so you have staying power for this point.
You have staying power really only if you're Pinecone, though. This Rampage from Toast Toast might just be enough to kind of wipe out the rest of the team as Cool Guy already finds Cade. Pinecone, though, pops that Primal Rage to be able to find Cool Guy. There's that Rampage out there. Look, it lands onto that backline. Austin and Penguin being chunked out. Austin will not be able to live it, but the Orbital Ray does come out. Penguin trying to run away, but Crow not gonna let them. So for the second time this map, it looks like Spud Clutch is gonna have to lose a team fight here and give up the point, but the remaining members are just gonna try to stall it out as long as they can, but Pinecone finds Akua. Toast Toast actually falls. Actually, no, wait, they're still very much in this fight.
Oh my gosh, and you have the Deadeye from Cade if you so need it. It's gonna be the overclock coming out from Cool Guy here, but overtime's been triggered. Frogs on Fire have to stay on this point.
And losing Cool Guy out right there really does hurt, considering they almost had chunked down both Pinecone and Cade. But right now, Cade, they are on fire here, landing shot after shot and blobs on this Sombra, showing why they are so banned in comp as Spud Clusters win a really dominant map here, especially when you consider everyone on the pregame show predicted Frogs on Fire.
That's right, yeah. Spud Cluster showing up here on Ilios. You can see some, a little note in the match chat here from Pinecone. Who was definitely watching that pregame show. But yeah, absolutely dominant showing from Spud Clusters. They look super organized in their engagements and in their ult usage. Frogs on Fire, it did feel like they were coming alive a little bit there on the well sub map of Ilios, but definitely need to see a little bit more synergy from this team, especially where you're running kind of like those brawl compositions. You really want everyone to be on the same page about like target focus and kind of ult usage when you're running a composition that's like clustered like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot stare at the Frogs on Fire logo. I cannot. But I mean, yeah, they got a little bit better there, but I felt like it was just more Spud Clusters. They were feeling really confident playing themselves in maybe some spots they really should not have been. But the biggest thing that we really saw there, in my opinion, from Spud Clusters was that DPS line really just take over that map and really never look past it. I mean, Cade was incredible on, they were the Cassidy, right? Yeah, Cade was Cassidy. And they're listed as a tank here, so a very flexible player right there. Same thing with Blobs. I mean, we talked about how key Sombra was for them, especially in that second point, and why you're starting to see Sombra banned out a lot in comp. They are probably the main reason Sombra might have that really high ban rate.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, an impactful Sombra is absolutely devastating to an opposing team. I mean, it can be pretty easy to feed a Sombra as well, but we're here in the A-League. No feeding happening here. Everybody's locked in, and Blob's making an absolute stellar showing on that Sombra. So we'll see what Frogs on Fire can do in response for that. We don't have to wait for the map because, I mean, they're all set. So we know for sure that we are headed to Eichenwald next.
I love that the picture for Eichenwald that we have in our graphic is literally just under the bridge and not the castle. Hey, I mean, I don't hate it. But I mean, we're also gonna have all the subs coming in here for every team. If the players are here, that is. I know there's some rules that if they're not here, then it's okay. But you have a lot of subs coming in here. Like we talked about with Frogs on Fire, they have 4 supports on this team. So you're going to be seeing a completely different backline here now. And hey, we get to see the bans this time.
Yay, very exciting. Okay, yeah, first one coming out here. So Frogs on Fire going to ban out the Winston. Definitely is possible to see the Winston on Eichenwald, especially come second point where there's so much of that high ground to control. Frogs on Fire so far have been mostly showing us kind of these brawl compositions, so seeing them ban out the Winston and taking into account, how impactful Pinecone was on that Winston, it's not a surprise to me.
Yeah, definitely a targeted ban here where Winston finds a lot of value on the first 2 points, but the third point really kind of falls off when you're attacking, and defensively, I don't necessarily know if the Winston's that good, so it's an interesting ban, but like you said, it is definitely a targeted ban. However, now you go over to Spud Clusters, and I would be looking at maybe a support here. Probably, I mean, it was Spud Clusters that really played the Juno throughout that first map, while Frogs on Fire, they played almost anything else, it seemed.
Yeah, that's true, right? We'll see on Ilios well, we did see the Curie Lucio making an appearance there from Frogs on Fire, and I don't believe that we were seeing too much of the Kiriko kind of from the side of Spud Cluster, so that definitely is an option. I feel like with like 4 support subs, hoping that Frogs on Fire have lots of flexibility in that backline, so if a support sub ban does come out, hopefully you have one of your other supports that can kind of step in to play a different hero, a different style.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we were talking about support subs coming in here for Frogs on Fire. You're also going to be at least seeing 1 for Spud Cluster. Remember, they have 3 supports over there. And I mean, you could even potentially see Pinecone coming out here since Cade is listed as a tank. You could see that normal DPS line that is listed on the website here as Star Potato and Blobs come in. Because I feel like that might actually be, in my opinion, that should be what they do. And it looks like we are actually going to see a support ban come out here. It's going to be on the Ana, though, who I believe it was Frogs on Fire that only played the Ana.
We saw Spud Clusters playing the Ana Brig on Lighthouse, but I believe Frogs on Fire also had it on Lighthouse. Once they moved over to Well, they did swap the backline up there, but yeah, interesting to see the Ana ban come out. That anti-nade can be super impactful. Suggests to me that maybe Spud Cluster is looking to play a little bit more of kind of a brawl style tank. Maybe you're thinking an Orisa, a Ramatra, maybe even a Mauga if anybody is still going for that, but all those tanks can definitely be really, really hard shut down by those anti-nades.
or potentially even something like a Hazard here. I mean, being able to jump and climb and still be really resilient does give Hazard a big kind of boost here, especially on a map like this. But I mean, we're going to be seeing a lot of different stuff here from these two teams. Already mentioned that we're going to be seeing a lot of subs, but if you're now Frogs on Fire, I mean, the entire pregame show was hyping you guys up. You don't want to go down 0-2 in this series at all.
Yeah, I really hope that was not too much pressure here for Frogs on Fire. Yeah, definitely kind of have their backs up against a wall here where you really do need to win out Eichenwald. And I see, yeah, we don't have the list of like the subs just yet, but I do interested to see like what is going to change for these two teams. Eichenwald, I'm anticipating mostly kind of Brawl, but like you said, like the Hazard, especially like moving on to thinking second point of Eichenwald, where there's a bit of that high ground to control. Hazard has kind of the staying power of a Brawl tank, but you also have some of that verticality control, which can be really, really important on the second point of Eichenwald.
Okay, and now you see the subs. It was the DPS line that I kind of thought we would see, just Cade backing out and Star Potato coming in here. Aqua coming in here for Penguin for Spud Clusters. Frogs on Fire, though. You have Iggy Wiggy coming in there, Toast singing, and then you have that backline completely swapping up here.
Yeah, all right. Interesting. So we're going to have Luca and Crow in here for Frogs on Fire, looking like they might be doing the Lucio Curie as we are gonna have a quick pause coming in, but we at least know Spud Clusters on the defense. This is essentially the composition that they're locked into here. So it's running that Break Juno, the Cassidy Genji, and then the Orisa as well. And Orisa has been seeing a lot of playtime, has a lot of staying power in these fights, and especially on first point Eichenwald, it's a pretty hard choke to get through. If you have an Orisa spamming at you, it's gonna be really, really tough to walk through that archway.
And right now you were seeing Toast actually at least teasing us with seeing that Zarya pick again. Didn't really give us a lot of confidence when we saw it on Lighthouse, but going up against that Orisa, you will actually find a decent more value. And when we did see their perspective on Lighthouse, it seemed like they were always highly charged. They just seemed to use their bubbles maybe a little bit too quickly every time, putting them in a spot where they'd be taken out the moment they popped.
We have the pause reason here. It's supper time soon, so you gotta go defrost supper, I guess. That's great. You know what? You never know what the pause reason is going to be in an Overwatch match. It could just be for the most unhinged things, but hey, man's gotta eat.
Welcome to BPL Season 7, everyone. We are so back.
I love it.
Man. But I mean, we're seeing all these subs come in here. I think the fact that Blobs is staying on for us Spud Clusters, especially on that DPS line, is going to be something that really does give Frogs on Fire a little bit of a problem here, especially if they stay on that Sombra. I don't remember if they were hovering it before we went to that pause, but if they are staying on it again, what does... Actually, nope, they'll be on the Cassidy here, it looks like.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're going to stay on that Sombra, it was going to be, my question was going to be, what does Frogs on Fire need to do to try to slow them down? Because it seemed like they never really died that second point.
Yeah, and you have to think that, like, the Sombra definitely could be an option on attack on Eichenwald. Maybe a little bit harder kind of on the defense, but definitely still could be an option here. And Frogs on Fire just weren't really able to mark that Sombra, being able to kind of get the hacks off every time. But no Sombra just yet, as we will have Frogs on Fire rolling out on that composition. The Zarya making another appearance here. Like you said, against this Orisa, could be a little bit more impactful as well. Quite the flank coming out from Iggy Wiggy. Wow, all the way around the side. Doesn't seem like Spud Clusters have tuned into that. Nobody is turning to look at this Freya, so this could be a really big opening for Frogs on Fire.
And Spud's gonna be able to find them. Crow's gonna be able to get the cleanup right there to make it an even trade across the board. But right now, Frogs on Fire, you're gonna lose your Kiri, but you find Pinecone out. Crow find the first 2 picks here for Frogs on Fire. And this is kind of what you need here. Get rid of that tank. You have Toast alive and kicking now. And I don't think there's anyone on Spud Clusters that can necessarily do a lot here. Crow with first 3 picks.
Right? That's really actually big brain play from Iggy Wiggy. Even though they don't survive through it, everybody from Spud Clusters turned around, and that just created so much space for the rest of Frogs on Fire to just walk through that choke point that we were talking about before that can be so hard to sometimes walk through. As we are going to see Spud Clusters, immediately swap off that Orisa, not looking to play into Toasty Toast Zarya. Pinecone is going to move over to the Ramatra instead.
Luka almost getting taken out there early on. Would have been a little bit of a bad play there for Frogs on Fire, but they're able to get out of dodge. I like this swap here from Pinecone. I feel like the Orisa was really just to try to hold the first choke, and once you saw Iggy just completely go behind them, it kind of ruined the entire point over there. But Frogs on Fire pushing it through the gate right there, and Spud Clusters doing what they need to do here, playing a little bit split up, allowing everyone on their team to find value, but Iggy gonna be able to find blobs out here early on, and I mean, that might already be the beginning of the end for this fight here, as you see two members of Spud Clusters just trying to back up.
Yeah, just trying to live as Pinecone the tank has fallen now for Spud Clusters. Now Frogs on Fire probably going to look to push forward, try and get some stagger kills here. We see Akua kind of pushed up around the bridge here. Frogs on Fire have done a fantastic job pushing this card forward and building up ultimates. 5 on the board for them, because we did see Pinecone swap, going to be lagging behind in the tank. All blobs now over onto the Freya as well. So Spud Clusters are working with support ultimates and a blade to try and stop this momentum that Frogs on Fire have going here.
This grab from Toast Toast might just be a little bit too much. The blade coming out, gonna at least force out the beat, and looks like Star Potato is okay with that. However, the bolo shot gonna land on them, be able to stay alive for a moment, but Crow, the cleanup man right there for Frogs on Fire, gonna be able to find one. Continue Rush, not gonna be able to keep Toast Toast alive, and if you're Frogs on Fire, that might be the worst case scenario. You already see them backing up. This entire comp really revolves around how good Toast Toast is playing.
Yeah, I like this from Frogs on Fire, though. Recognizing kind of your win condition, you really need to have your tank in this fight. But hey, Aqua gonna take things into his own hands here.
Crow's gonna be able to find Austin there. Akua finds out Agua as well. So again, you're seeing some Pixel back and forth here, but Akua finding their second one already. Gonna get some healing there from Luka now as Frogs on Fire. I mean, this looks like a completely different team than what we saw on Ilios. They are about to cap second point here.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with this. Like, a light switch has been gone for Frogs on Fire, as they're doing a really good job reading these fights. When they're down one, they back up, they sustain through it, they time it well, they push back into Spud Clusters when they have the resources available. And moving into third point, Icawall, nearly 4.5 minutes on the clock for Frogs on Fire to try and cap this. Spud Clusters, you do have this Bola from Blobs ready to go. Pinecone has the Annihilation as well. No beat from the side of Crows, but Toasty Toast is still holding on to this Graviton Surge, potentially using it as a defensive ultimate.
Bolo coming out right there, but there's the grab from Toast Toast, who finds blobs out early on. Pinecone, though, still alive, has their own Annihilation. Not going to use it just yet. A Star Potato going to be able to get rid of Iggy right there. And now Pinecone finds out Crow, who's been doing a lot of the killing here for Frogs on Fire. And that's going to be enough to force back this team here. But, I mean, I thought Pinecone was going to go in a little bit deeper, trying to find a little bit more of a stagger. But they smartly decide to back out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Spud Clusters didn't lose anybody in that fight, so you want to have 5 online, as Frogs on Fire have already regrouped and are looking to push back in. Pinecone still has that Annihilation, but Frogs on Fire, I mean, you've got the bullet. You're going to have the Kitsune Rush ready to go as well for this third point.
And right now, like you said, Luka does have that Kitsune Rush ready to go here. I would not be surprised if they use it, try to get a little bit of an opening here. That shield, though, just kind of melted away there for Pinecone. But, I mean, they're playing really upfront because they have that Annihilation. There goes the Kitsune Rush. Akua going to be able to find Star Potato out, the Bolo out as well. Not going to be able to find anyone, but does do some damage there to Blobs. Now Luka just trying to get some pop shots in there. And, hey, eventually you will find the pop. They're going to be able to get rid of Austin. Aqua out as well. No supports on side of Spud Clusters. And it looks like they just kind of decided this fight was all but over. So they're just trying to find the quickest way back to spawn.
Yep, sent back there by Frogs on Fire, pushing all the way to the spawn doors. Won't quite get a stagger kill out of it, but doesn't lose any members for it, as Spud Clusters back against the wall now. 2.5 minutes plus on the clock. You got to use the rally just to get out of the spawn.
And, I mean, they're going to be able to get out, force Frogs on Fire back here. Pinecone has been holding on this Annihilation for what seems like forever. And with Frogs on Fire coming with some huge ultimates, they might need to really think about using that here, but they're probably honestly going to use it just to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, Blade available, Aqua. Yep, the Annihilation in response to the Blade. It really does kind of force the Genji back, but nope. Frogs on Fire. They're just going to melt it. Yeah.
And right now, what the Spud Clusters have here to really keep them in this round at the moment, is there even going to be a touch? No one decides to go for the touch. Okay, that's how we're doing it here.
Oh my gosh, what a great time bank for Frogs on Fire. 2 minutes, 12 seconds. That is very impressive for a team that didn't pick up a sub-map on Ilios, and just looking absolutely so in sync with each other, being able to kite out of those fights. You're seeing everybody commit on the same target, right? We saw the Annihilation pop there from Pinecone, and I'm thinking, oh, Frogs on Fire are gonna back up. No, everybody's just gonna kill the Annihilation, and then they're able to just roll forward. So Spud Clusters, I mean, I hope that they weren't feeling too confident after that first map, because you're gonna have to lock back in for this attack on Eichenwald now.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, the 2 minute 12 time bank is
Oh.
insane for this map. Hell, it's insane for any hybrid map. Over 2 minutes is just nuts. But Frogs on Fire, like we kind of said, looked like a completely different team. I mean, this is a team that really struggled back on Ilios to the point where, I mean, now Spud Clusters kind of were looking like what Frogs on Fires did. It seemed like they're kind of lost here. And Pinecone currently hovering the Malga. I don't know if that's necessarily the right choice here, but there's some other choices I guess we could talk about.
I mean, do we see the Torbjorn on the side of Frogs on Fire? I think that that's pretty good for first point Eichenwald. There's lots of angles that you can get this turret set up on, but if Spud Clusters stick with Austin on this Moira, you're going to have a hard time keeping Pinecone alive on this Mauga hoop. Yep, Pinecone is here on the Mauga, so Spud Clusters, I mean, you need to take quick fights against Frogs on Fire with this composition, which is it's gonna be a little tough because there's a lot of poke damage available here from Frogs on Fire between the Freya and the Torbjorn, and Luca on the Kiriko as well.
Yeah, we saw what Luca can do on the Kiriko last round, but I feel like this Malga is only going to be used to really charge up Toasty Toast, and that's not going to be good for them. Already the bubble coming out, Iggy going to be able to find Aqua out, and I mean, honestly, if you're Spud Clusters, that just might be your sign to get out. Pinecone just decided to go charging headfirst in the battle, and yeah, they'll be the next ones out, followed by Blobs as Toasty Toast already finding 2 here early on this round. Make it 3.
Oh yeah, just pushing all the way up and trying to find Star Potato, who will make it back into the spawn there. Aqua getting very low, but this backline from Frogs on Fire doing a great job keeping everybody alive. And Crow on this Lucio really just taxiing the team around very, very efficiently, always on the right aura. If it's speed, if it's heal, feels like he knows exactly what his team needs in the moment to kind of navigate these fights.
And just look at the ult difference between the two teams here. I mean, you have 3 members of Spud Clusters who aren't even at 40%, and right now Toasty's the lowest one on the other side with 6-2. Crow getting rid of Pinecone here early on. That's not how you want to start the second engagement here, as Spud Clusters already looking for a way out, and it looks like 3 of the 5 are going to be able to find that way out.
Yeah, and the other 2, I mean, Pinecone has swapped over onto the Zarya, so off of that Malga was not working. Gonna try to mirror Toasty Toast on this Zarya, which I think will be a feat, definitely, since Spud Clusters haven't been playing this Zarya so far. Excited to see what Pinecone can do against Toasty Toast, but I mean, Frogs on Fire are so ready for this next engagement from Spud Clusters. You've got so many ults to work with, including that Bola, doing a lot of damage, but didn't even need it to find that kill onto Agua.
No, they didn't. I mean, and right now, Frogs on Fire is playing this almost perfectly, while Spud Clusters, like I kind of said coming in this round, it seems like they're almost lost here. They're kind of between compositions where nothing's really working out for them, and they don't necessarily know what to do, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like they're just kind of like running into this wall that is Frogs on Fire, able to, I mean, look, just seeing Iggy like take cover after they take a whole bunch of damage, not underestimating Spud Clusters. It's tough, but Spud Clusters are trying to open it up with this blade.
But it's not going to really do anything right there, as Pro, again, going to be able to use their beat to kind of keep their team alive in that fight. And look at what it leads to there. Almost a team kill. Austin, the only one to escape with their life. And for the cost of 2 ultimates, Frogs on Fire in a really good spot right there, still having 2 more.
Right, 2 more, and one of them is the grab. Like, that is such an impactful ultimate, as Spud Clusters, you're working with the Deadeye from Blobs. You are going to have both these support ultimates here, but if you get caught in that grab, neither the Kitsune Rush or the Orbital Ray is really going to be able to help you live through that, so you got to be very, very wary of this grab.
Well, the grab is out, so is the Molten Core, but it seemed like Akua and Toastos were not on the same page since they did not connect. Toastos, though, going to be able to find Austin now. Pinecone is charged up here a little bit, so they might be able to do something now. But you still see Toasty just absolutely charged up. Orbital Ray out, but you already lose your DPS line here if you're Spud Clusters. You lose Aqua as well. And now Pinecone, last man standing, last man sent back to spawn.
Oh, Frogs on Fire are just holding this first point down, absolutely not even a tick on the board for Spud Clusters as we fall below that 30-second time mark. And now not a lot of ultimates really on either team to work with. Iggy's going to be able to build up to this bullet. Blobs does still have this Deadeye to work with, potentially just going to try to zone Frogs on Fire away. Pinecone should be able to build up to this grab, but you need to stay alive long enough in these fights to do that.
Well, the bullet comes out. There's the Deadeye looking for anyone they can. Toasted House already going to be able to find Aqua, but you do trade out Iggy. However, no support line now left for Spud Clusters and about to be no DPS line or tank. There goes everyone. Frogs on Fire, reversing what we saw in map 1 with a dominant map on Eichenwald here to even the series.
This is exactly what we want to see from our first BPL match of Series 7. It's 1-1, all tied up. It's going to come down to this third map. And now, Frogs on Fire, I mean, they found their groove. They look so good on this map. Toasty Toast on this Zarya. We weren't seeing him really get a chance to shine on Ilios. I do think that that's because of the kind of dive composition that Spud Clusters was running, where you can really just avoid this Zarya altogether. But showing us that, like, when you get Frogs on Fire on a map where you can run this Zarya, you have to be very, very careful of this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about a little bit going into Eichenwald, the fact that Toast, when we saw them on the Zarya back on Ilios, it didn't really look that good. And honestly, it felt like it was a little bit more of a liability to Frogs on Fire. But on Eichenwald, it was basically the entire team. Like we kind of said, when they would lose Toast, they would back out of fights. It wasn't worth it for them to stay in them. The Zarya was a huge difference there for Frogs on Fire. But I also have to believe maybe that Winston ban did hurt Spud Clusters there a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's what you want to see from a target ban, right? That Winston getting banned out. Pinecone looking so good on that hero in the first map. So definitely impactful with that ban. But you aren't going to be able to ban that Winston again. So Frogs on Fire are going to have to come up with something a little bit different to try and keep Spud where they're at right now. As we do head to that third map, it's going to be New Queen Street.
Yeah, and I mean, we knew this was going to be the map coming in. We didn't know if we were going to be able to see it, but Frogs on Fire, I mean, they're trying to keep the pregame shows predictions looking very good at the moment. After that last map, hey, they might be feeling really good about that. But right now, I mean, if you're Spud Clusters here, I feel like the Zarya ban, it might be very, very good for them here. They do have first ban, and almost immediately.
Nobody here is shocked. I mean, New Queen Street, absolutely, you can run the Zarya on that. And I mean, Zarya is so strong here for Frogs on Fire. So interested to see what tank are they going to go for instead. But we are also going to get their ban coming out. So the Brigitte ban coming out for Frogs on Fire. And we did see Spud Clusters running that kind of the Juno Brig backline composition. So banning out that Brig is going to force you to kind of change things up here, at least on that side.
Yeah, I mean, this works out great for Frogs on Fire because, like you said, it has been Spud Clusters playing that Brig for the majority of this series. You're not going to ban out the Lucio because look what Crow did last map. I mean, they were essentially the cleanup guy for their team, and that's not necessarily what you want your Lucio to be, playing that aggressively, but Crow made it look pretty damn good, and Spud Clusters really had no good answer for the Lucio.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. If you can get these cleanup kills as Lucio and like live, that's absolutely incredible. You're basically filling the role of a tracer, plus you can heal your team. Like, that takes a lot of mechanical skill. So yeah, kudos to Crow for being able to kind of keep that going. Frogs on Fire obviously want to try and keep him on that Lucio if possible. There are, of course, going to be subs coming in, so we'll see if any of the backlines changed once again. Spud Clusters, maybe you want to put Penguins. It was Penguins and Austin that were their supports for the first map. So maybe you want to go back to that backline. Maybe that was feeling a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more practice together potentially, where that first map looked so good. Definitely no shade to Agua. They did a good job, but you have to kind of think about these substitutions as you move into this match point.
Yeah, you might be seeing the teams put their two best out there. And right now, if you're Spud Clusters, you might be just bringing up what we saw map 1. And if you're Frogs on Fire, you might be keeping in that map 2 lineup here. And you could expect, and we do want to see everyone play and get a lot of maps played here. But honestly, at the end of the day, you want your team to win. You don't want to be put down early on. However, still a lot more games to be played. But remember, only 7 games for these teams this season.
Yeah, you gotta make every single match count, and where, you know, you have 2 matches happening like this weekend, you want to get the momentum going. You want to start with a win, carry that on to your next match, and, you know, find yourself ahead in the bracket while you can, because although it's not a lot of matches, a lot can change as the season goes on, as these teams get to know each other and the way they play a little bit more, especially with these hero bans in the mix. It's an opportunity to really just add that layer of strategy onto things.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the hero bands have been really fun, in my opinion, just coming in. I feel like they have made every map a little bit more interesting than what we have seen in the past. But I mean, you're seeing some highlights from last round. And I mean, you're going to see Crow get a decent amount of picks here because they were just cleaning up almost everything. I mean, Akua's going to find 2 here. I believe Crow also finds 2 as well. No, actually, they die here. But I mean, the Frogs on Fire team on Eichenwald looked like a completely different team than one that we saw on Ilios, like we kind of already said. Spud Clusters, though, I mean, they only really made 2 changes, but it kind of changed how the entire team looked. They looked completely lost and almost as if they were really just grasping at straws here.
Yeah, I have to wonder if for New Queen Street, but Spud Clusters are going to move back over towards that dive composition. I feel like they did a really good job kind of like controlling the angles on Ilios. Everybody kind of set up on their own lane, which was allowing for these engagements to be really, really impactful. And then moving over onto Eichenwald, where you're swapping up that playstyle entirely to a bit more of a kind of a stagnant composition. They were definitely kind of struggling there. We weren't able to really find the same opening picks that they could on Ilios. And moving into New Queen Street, it's definitely an option to go over back onto the dive composition.
Yeah, and I mean, we could even see the Sombra come back out here for Blob.
Yeah.
Remember how important that was to Spud Clusters that first map, just being a little bit of an annoying pest to everyone on Fire Frogs. New Queen Street in general has a lot of places that Sombra can just translocate to and run away safely, almost for free. But I mean, Iggy, I think them coming in and playing this Freya the way they played it was really a big difference maker for Frogs on Fire as well. I know we were talking about how Crow and Toast Toast made a big difference there, but Iggy was also really good on the Freya when we did see them.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And like you said, the Freya did have a few nerfs come in the latest hot patch, but yeah, still incredibly strong hero. So much burst potential and so much mobility too, as we got to see on that first kind of opening of Eichenwald. Freya able to basically just flank around the entire side. So New Queen Street, it's got a lot of angles, maybe not as much kind of like high ground control as we would see on Eichenwald, but with the Freya, yeah, I'm not surprised. Frogs on Fire are hovering over the Freya. Cool guy in now, so a different player, but still the same hero. And Toasty Toast looking like we might get to see an appearance of the Diva here instead of course, that Zarya is still banned out. So pivoting over onto the other former off tank of Overwatch 1, as Spud Clusters, you called it, Dex, Blobs is coming out on that Sombra. And this is the map where we're actually going to get to see the Hazard make an appearance. So Pinecone has selected that Hazard. It's a Lucio Kiri backline for both of these teams as well.
It looks like Frogs on Fire is really expecting to see this Sombra come out, as already they're just kind of shooting wildly into the distance, hoping they maybe find them out here. But one thing, I mean, the Diva was, remember, banned out map 1 by Spud Clusters. So, you know, Toast might really favor these off tanks from back in Overwatch 1, and it might honestly work out for them here. Just being able to dive in a little bit might be just what they are looking for.
And the Diva is going to be really impactful for keeping Blobs kind of under control on this Sombra, where Diva has that infinite shoot. You never have to reload. You can basically find the Sombra out fairly quickly, as, yep, the opening kill from Toasty Toast going to go over onto Blobs.
And right now, I mean, Spud Clusters, they're trying to find a way to stay in this fight, but honestly, they should probably back up and just give up some space here, wait for Blobs to come back. But one thing about Hazard is they are resilient, and I mean really resilient. Only giving up, I mean, they haven't even given up the lead yet. They had a small lead there. They're finally giving up now. Cool, they're going to be hacked up right there. As Akua trying to get into that backline right now, but it's going to be Austin finding out Crow, getting rid of someone who caused Spud Clusters so much problems last map, but Akua finds Austin right back out. Pulse bomb, well, it's going to find nothing but the floor right there, and if they had hit that recall maybe about half a second earlier, they would have been finding themselves out.
Yeah, a little risky as it is going to be as even here as Spud Clusters look to push back forward, and Frogs on Fire, now you're down Akua. You're going to back up because you know that the Tracer can come back into this fight pretty quickly. You want to be able to take a fight kind of at this corner as Toasty Toast is going to put a little bit of pressure on the card. Spud Clusters, though, gaining some more ground here, and you're gaining ultimate charge very, very quickly. Austin's going to be able to build up to this Kitsune Rush. Pinecone with the downpour as well. Blobs, wow, okay, already both DPS gone for Frogs on Fire.
Well, you get rid of Austin, the hack coming out there onto Toasty, going to force them back onto the ground. You do see Blobs escape with their life before the Mo, but Spud Clusters without their Kiri here are kind of looking like they're trying to back up. Now the Kitsune Rush coming out from the other side. There's the downpour, only going to be able to find Crow out, but they get the beat to keep them sustained through it. Now the beat coming out from the other side here, as Spud Clusters do not want to give up this fight very early on. Blobs has that EMP ready to go here. You can see them trying to look for it, but Luca is really good with those kunai as the rest of the team is now hunting down Blobs. They do not want this Sombra on the face of the earth, and they make sure that she is gone. Same thing with that Lucio. It looks like Frogs on Fire are going to be finally able to take control of the bot here. The bomb coming out. Pinecone could not escape. Almost going to be a team kill here, but Penguin able to escape their lives. However, looks like they're going to be giving up the lead.
Yeah, Frogs on Fire, they expended everything to get this lead, so you're gonna have to be really careful about this next fight. Both DPS ultimates online, that Kitsune Rush as well. Cool Guy finding the Sombra. Frogs on Fire are so aware of Blobs on this Sombra now.
Yeah, they know where Blobs wants to come from, so it's not that hard to really find out, and that gets rid of a huge ultimate here. And you look at where that bot is, if Frogs on Fire potentially finds someone out, maybe like Pinecone, you could be giving up the forward spawns for free here. But now you do see Blobs back in the fray. The EMP comes out, only lands on the 2, but they're going to be able to find Cool Guy because of it. Toasty Toast doesn't have a bomb here if they get demeched, but doing a good job keeping themselves alive. Crow trying to get rid of Austin here, but doing a good job keeping themselves alive for as long as they did. Now Star Potato pops the blade, going to be able to send Toasty Toast packing here, but Frogs on Fire has a decent lead. The pulse bomb coming out, finding the ground yet again.
Oh, the ground has taken so many pulse bombs here on New Queen Street. Frogs on Fire getting a regroup as Spud Clusters are going to be able to push this bot forward. They have the Kitsune Rush once they kind of round this corner. Really excellent location to kind of use that. Nothing really in response from Frogs on Fire here as Spud Clusters are going to go ahead use that to start the fight out.
I like that they use it early on here. Look at what Frogs on Fire are doing. They're respecting it. They're letting it stay up. They're letting it fade away, and they're going to come right back in before Spud Clusters really gets close to that lead here. And now you see the dive in there from Toast Toast. They don't have the bomb, so they're playing very aggressively here, especially since their supports seem to be kind of sticking in the background with the rest of their team. Star Potato, they're going to be able to get rid of Crow. Luca not that far away from their own Kitsune Rush, which I would not be surprised if they pop it here almost immediately once they get it down Crow. The wall not going to be able to find anything, as I believe it barely hit on to the bot right there, but there's that Kitsune Rush out here. Pinecone does have this downpour ready to go here, but not going to want to use it just yet. Cool Guy hacked up in that backline, holding on to their Deadeye. The downpour comes out, but I believe it misses on to everyone, and Cool Guy will eventually fall there, as we're in a very scrappy team fight here from both sides, with the beat from Penguin seems to be the difference maker, as Spud Clutch is going to be able to win the team fight and get these forward spawns.
Oh, get the forward spawn, pick up the lead as well. Frogs on Fire, that's a little unfortunate, but you've got time to work with. 5 minutes now, so you have an opportunity to come back in, as we do have the little pause here while we get the butt scratch going. Frogs on Fire coming back into this. You only used the Kitsune Rush in that fight, so at least you have this beat now from Crow. Toasty Toast has the bomb. We did see a bomb kill come out from Toasty Toast the last time that he used it as well. Have the Deadeye ready to go as well. Austin has built up to another Kitsune Rush here from Spud Cluster, so you're working with that and potentially the grab from Star Potato, or sorry, the bleed.
Deadeye out here looking to try to find 2, but not going to be able to. Toast Toast, though, going to be able to find Austin, so no Kitsune Rush this fight here for Spud Clusters. And now Star Potato out as well. Right now for the Spuds, it seems like they're just going to try to stagger out this cart as long as they can, but losing Pinecone means you're going to basically have to give it up here. Blobs is running away with an EMP, so you could see a quick engagement here.
It feels like Frogs on Fire are doing a really excellent job of knowing who has their ultimate online from Spud Clusters and finding that person out first in the fight. We saw it happen to Blobs. We saw it happen to Austin there, as Frogs on Fire pushing back up. Not quite going to be able to get the lead, but they are, no, the checkpoint actually going to be denied as Pinecone dives in.
I mean, Blobs is around here somewhere with an EMP trying just to open up this team fight right now. There it is. All 5 members of Frogs on Fire hit by that EMP. Right now, Toasty trying to get rid of one more. They're not going to use the bomb, recognizing it is a lost fight, but the blade coming out from Star Potato, I feel like it's a little bit of an overinvestment by Spud Clusters.
Yeah, maybe got a little bit excited there, saw the 5-man EMP, went in with the blade, but the damage was actually already done. Spud Clusters were able to find those kills essentially just off the back of that EMP from Blobs. And Frogs on Fire, I mean, they want to come back into this aggressively. It's Kitsune rushes from both sides.
And Pinecone has to just shield themselves up here. The downpour coming out there actually went behind them from where it looked like they were shooting it, but Pinecone actually be able to find Crow. Wait, was that an
Yeah.
Penguin gonna fall out there, but you lose both your support ultimates there if your Frog's on fire, and the fight is still going on again. It's another scrappy team fight from these two here.
Yeah, and it feels like these scrappy team fights are going the way of Spud Clusters, but Toasty Toast still in his mech, able to find that kill onto Pinecone, and despite just having kind of Crow to try and keep this diva back in the mech, Frogs on Fire are going to be able to come out on top there. Meanwhile, though, both supports from Spud Clusters and Star Potato do get out alive, so at least you haven't gotten staggered. A little bit of a taxi coming through here for Pinecone as Penguin does have the beat available for this next fight. Bomb and Pulse Bomb not necessarily going to be the beat triggers, but mid-fight you might want to use it.
Round again. But Crow gonna be able to find Star Potato out there. Coach just been holding on this bomb for a while, but right now, I mean, Spud Clusters, they really cannot afford to give up these forward spawns, because look at where the read is. It's not that far away, and Toast doing the right thing. They're trying to get after Austin, but Austin gonna be able to teleport away, but they have to deal with Akua. But another teleport coming out there to keep him alive, and that jagged wall gonna be able just to knock out Toast. The bomb not gonna be able to find Pinecone there as they just shield themselves up. Now, with 100 seconds left to go, what does Frogs on Fire here have left?
Yeah, you got the Deadeye, but you also have 3 members EMP. Crow immediately going down. Toasty Toast getting demeched as well. Another EMP from Spud Clusters. The Deadeye? I mean, are Frogs on Fire still in this?
They're very much in this. Cool Guy finding 3. The wall went down at the worst possible moment there for Spud Clusters. But right now, they are still kind of winning this team battle. But you do see Frogs on Fire coming back a little bit faster. Crow going to be able to get rid of their counterpart on the other side. You might have to give up 4 spawns here if you're Spud Clusters.
Oh my gosh, Cool Guy just absolutely putting in the work for Frogs on Fire, but we do have Pinecone alive and denying this first point here as Star Potato is going to pull out the blade, finds one.
And right now, it's just both Kiris are out of the fray. There goes the downpour. It does actually find Toast, but this touch, it's coming through. You have the forward spawns, and now Toast continue to find some picks here. Spud Clusters are looking really good for them, but it's all starting to fall apart here now with under a minute left to go. Blobs has to run away. They have to give them the lead because of it.
Oh, that is so stressful for Spud Clusters as we are approaching 30 seconds here for them to try and win. You have to win this next fight, and then you have to find another one off of that. You have the Kitsune Rush to work with, and you've just found the kill onto Toasty Toast here, so no tank for the side of Frogs on Fire. That is going to be a trigger for them to reset, as it will be Spud Clusters at least getting control of the bot now, which means that this map is going to come down to the last fight, as overtime will be triggered once Frogs on Fire get the touch going. Now, Blobs is building up to an EMP, so if they can get that online, that could seal the deal here for Spud Clusters.
I mean, right now, it's going to go into overtime right here, but you really need some more ultimates from the side of Spud Clusters. Look at Frogs on Fire. They have a bomb. They have a beat. Crow, though, looking a little bit worse for wear at the moment. Going to be able to get the beat off this time around, and now you're starting to see Frogs on Fire get aggressive. Akua now popping off for 2 picks. A bomb coming out from Toasty Toast. Going to be able to find Blobs. It's a team kill. Frogs on Fire, bouncing back from what was a little bit of a lackluster first map performance to keep the pregame show's predictions well and strong.
Oh my gosh, what a showing from Frogs on Fire. I mean, fighting through, looking so good on Eichenwald, and then wow, down to the wire here on New Queen Street, but a beautiful beat from Crow triggering this aggressive push on the last fight, allowing Frogs on Fire to come up in the series and gonna pick up their first match win. Very exciting for this team.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an overall good performance from everyone that played in that final map. I really feel like it was a very cohesive team. And I mean, you looked at that DPS line, they did an incredible job. I really think Akua on that Tracer, even though they kind of struggle with pulse bombs, they did exactly what you wanted to do, especially with that Blobs on the counterpart playing the Sombra. It just seemed like those two were really trying to get in the backline, but Akua was the bigger pest that map compared to what we saw, just like what we saw on map 1 with Blobs.
Yeah, I agree. And when you have that Tracer, especially where you're playing against the Kiriko, Frogs on Fire, I think we're doing a really good job of forcing those TPs out of the Kiriko. Even once Theory had kind of the shuffle perk where you get the 2 TPs, we saw Toasty Toast on that Diva kind of diving in, forcing out that teleport, and then immediately it's Akua chasing down the Kiriko. And that's like a very big pick to be able to get in those fights. So really impressive stuff here from Frogs on Fire. And yeah, congrats to the desk from the pre-show on your first correct prediction.
Yeah, they had to be feeling a lot of pressure, especially after how this first map really went. And man, I kind of would have loved to see the entire desk get it wrong. But I mean, even in a losing effort here for Spud Clusters, they still looked very strong. Frogs on Fire definitely improved as this series went on. I mean, you can just look at Eichenwald, where it was really a one-sided affair the entire time. And on New Queen Street, I mean, it was even. You look at where the cart stopped for Spud Clusters. I mean, Frogs on Fire did a good job not allowing that lead to get too big.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time that barrier was kind of approaching the lead there, it was Pinecone kind of stepping in, getting the delay as long as possible. So really, yeah, impressive stuff from Spud Clusters. I mean, I'm excited to see where this team goes on as we move through kind of season 7, because with this being the first match, like, you're just figuring out how to play with your team, and Spud Clusters looking exceptional on the dive, which is pretty impressive for a team that you don't have a whole lot of practice coming into it, because dive takes a whole lot of coordination. So having that nailed down is a good sign for Spud Clusters for the future.
Yeah, I think that might have been the moment where I thought Crow might have Ajax. It looks like they actually got it off, so my bad on calling that.
Sorry, Crow.
Yeah, sorry about that, but at least we saw the replay right there. But I think that play right there, we saw at the very end, Cool Guy getting those 2 Deadeye picks.
Oh my gosh.
I think that was a huge difference maker. If they don't get those picks, that ultimate's gone, and Spud Clusters are probably able to reset the spawns and probably take the lead back. So that jagged wall falling right there made the difference for Frogs on Fire.
Yeah, I agree. And it's not super often that we get to see like massive dead eyes. I mean, I said it even during this match. I'm like, oh, it's going to be a zoning ult. But no, it's all about the timing. So like, yeah, pulling out that dead eye as the jagged wall is just about to break, like, that is so big brain. Really impressive stuff from that Cassidy. And then to get like the follow-up kill as well. I mean, taking 3 players off the enemy team immediately. Yeah, that's carry potential.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they found 4 that fight after that, or they found 2 more after that Deadeye. I mean, they made a huge difference there. And I mean, Frogs on Fire, I was skeptical about them after that first map, but man, they really did show something on Eichenwald, and they did show some really good comeback potential here on our last map of the night. Because remember, they didn't take the lead until under a minute to go on the time bank. So they played a really, really good match. But everyone, that's the end of our first match. We still have 3 more to go here tonight. We're gonna throw it over to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have our second match of the night of Seal the Deal versus Campfire Song Song.
Getting down on the porch, trying to work this out. Raining in my head, between to find someone who knows how. I wish I had or could find a workaround, a workaround.
Your grace is love beyond all means. It breaks the chains and gives strength to the weak. When I am lost, you're there with me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace abounds, it knows no end. It covers me and is my defense. When I am weak, you're strong for me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you
if you wanna glimpse the future, you need space. And you said you'll put down your morning guns. Would you follow me to wonders? Take my hand and walk beside me in a whirl of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things to find. Would you follow me to wonders? If you're everything that matters to me, makes me wonder why I can't get over you. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few, 'cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds, your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. We got nowhere to be, got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that.
right, welcome back, everybody. It is almost time to get our second series of the night underway as Seal the Deal takes on Campfire Song. Again, I'm Dextron. That is Rain. And Rain, I mean, we have a lot more action left to go ahead of us here on the mainstream. But on almost every other BPL channel, there is going to be at least something going on here. The B stream, I believe, has 2 series going on here at the moment. Eventually the graphic will pop up.
Right, and I mean, the B stream is doing some simultaneous coverage, so you can tune into that for a little bit more chaos and to really get to see a little bit of everything as we see the coming up matches here on the screen. So we're going to be covering Seal the Deal and Campfire Song like Dex just said, but hey, there's a chance to check out these other matches as well on some different streams.
Yeah, I believe Mothmania and Reprieve are on B, The Bear and Log Racers. I believe that was the one on Kitsune 2. If it's not, then it's on BPL 3. Requiem and Aurora, that one might be on BPL 4. No, there we go. So you're seeing it there. It's the multi-stream on B. You have The Bear and Log Racers on BPL 3, the Aurora match on Kitsune League 2, and then BPL 4 getting dust off for the second time, or actually no, for the first time this year. Going to be showing off corrupted guys and once more.
That's so exciting. It's so awesome to see how much coverage these matches are getting. Shout out to everybody that is putting in the work to make this happen, because it's a really big amount of effort being put in to cover all these, but it's nice that all the players should get at least a little bit of time on a stream at some point this season.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you were looking at some of the graphics before, Aurora is playing right now. They'll also be playing on the mainstream after this series here tonight, or after this series here right now. But I mean, why don't we actually focus in on this series here? We do know the bands already coming into our first map. But why don't we introduce you to the teams here, starting off with Seal the Deal. Kartik and Vander is your DPS line. Angelo, Riptide are your tanks. RMM, the Bakery, and Mel are your supports here. So you're going to be seeing some subs come in here for Seal the Deal throughout the series.
Yeah, you and I were talking a little bit before we got started back up here. It's just that both these teams are like full rosters. We have as many players as we can cram on them. Seal the Deal with, again, I said this before, but a nice kind of balance here. You got a couple of tanks to work with. You've got a few supports to work with as well. And of course, there is a potential that some of these players could be playing other roles like we saw in the last series. We saw some of the DPS players also stepping in a tank and kind of like vice versa. So lots of flexibility, at least here with Seal the Deal. So we'll get a chance to see a few of these players here as we can take a look at our second team of the night, Campfire Song, which if you were here for the pre-show, this is the team that was voted most likely to resort to cannibalism in the wild. So, I mean, take that as however you will. Looking at the roster here, we have Sev, who we've been notified is Shonda LeGreg in game, Heaven and Isis on the DPS roles, Chasey and Cinex on the tank, and then only 2 supports here for this team. We got Zat and Baloney as the backline for Campfire Song.
Baloney's playing an interesting support character there, I will say that. I mean, hey, I have to agree. If your team name has its own song to go along with it, yeah, I'm gonna believe they're gonna be eating people out here. And I mean, that might be their goal this season, to get every team alive here. God, that took a dark turn, but we are expecting a lot of great things here tonight. But we already know what the bands are for our first map. We do know what our maps are for this series as well. It's going to be a little bit different than what we saw last series. It's going to be Busan, Hollywood, and then Surabasa if necessary.
Exciting. Yeah, so the difference in the maps here is because of the 2 conferences. So our first matchup was from the Aspen conference, who have their own kind of set of maps for these first rounds. And then this is the Ash conference. So they're going to have these maps locked in here. And I like this because, I mean, we get to start off on the control the same as we move over to a hybrid. And then we potentially could get to see a flashpoint here. So a lot of kind of interesting options in the mix here.
Yeah, and Busan, a little bit of a different kind of playstyle than what we saw on Ilios here. So, I mean, even though Control, I always like to say you could see any type of playstyle, Busan definitely has a little bit of a different one compared to Ilios. Hollywood, again, pretty much a heavy dive map. That was not the same kind of story we saw on Eichenwald last series.
No, absolutely. So much brawl coming through from that last one. And yeah, if we get onto Suravasa, like those Flashpoint maps kind of play their own style, but it's very similar to kind of that Control. So you could kind of see full circle if we make it to that third map. This is, of course, a first to 2. So potential here for one of these teams to sweep. But we're really hoping that this is going to follow the same pattern as our last covered match, and we get to go to that third map.
Yeah, I mean, that would be fun to see Suravasa. I think Suravasa might be honestly one of my favorite maps in the game at the moment. But I mean, like I already said, we do know what the bans are for our first map here. I don't know. Actually, no, I can't tell you who banned each one. Seal the Deal, going to be banning out the Orisa, and Campfire Song banning out the Brig here. I feel like those are pretty safe bans for the first map.
I agree. Sort of our Busan, like there's opportunity on some of the submaps to play a little bit more variety. I'm thinking like once we go to Mecha Base, it's typically a little bit more focused on kind of like the brawl, the rush sort of style. But then downtown, which is the one that we're seeing in the graphic, definitely an opportunity here to play some of the Winston, some Diva potentially, and more dive style. And the Orisa ban coming out, I like that to start things off. Banning out the tank is really kind of feeling out what the other team is going to run. As we did see in the last series, the tank bans were pretty impactful in that, so it can make a big difference.
Yeah, and I believe we saw a tank ban almost every map last series, which is not a big surprise with only the small serving size we got. But a lot of times you do see teams tend to go support or DPS lines because a lot of times these teams like to play the same tanks. But one thing, completely off topic, that cow is moving.
Grooving right near the karaoke spawn. So I don't know, maybe hearing some of the music coming through, but yeah, it's having a great time.
Who wouldn't be? But I mean, heading into Busan, like you kind of said, you could see a lot of different stuff here, especially if we head to downtown. High grounds are definitely a thing that are really prevalent. Something that you I'm gonna imagine this is orange. Thank you, orange. But it looks like downtown will be our first map. High grounds are something that are very prevalent here, and you could see something like a Widowmaker come out, but it doesn't seem like neither of these teams want to do that.
Yeah, Seal the Deal, I'm not surprised at this composition that they're hovering over the dive, like with the Sombra Tracer as well. We saw Sombra be very impactful in the last series. Campfire Song, a little bit more, maybe I'll say unconventional here for downtown, as we do have Cynics on this Junker Queen and Shonda on the Cassidy as well. So I don't know if they know that Seal the Deal are going to be running this Winston, but it definitely feels like they're set up to basically just melt this monkey.
I mean, they definitely know they're running the Winston now, and Kartik, they're going to be able to find Shonda out there early on. And a great first pick, getting rid of the Cassie that's able to do so much damage out there to start off. And I mean, right now, if you're Seal the Deal, you're about to lose Heaven here as well. Now you're starting to get some support as both members of that backline go over to help them out. Kartik, though, will fall, followed by Haven and Cynex, so it looks like it will be Campfire Song, Seal the Deal, capping up the first point here.
Yeah, pretty clean stuff there. We will see Shonda move over onto the Sojourn here, so off of that Cassidy. Hopefully going to be able to control maybe a little bit of this these off angles as the Tracer Sombra combo from Seal the Deal. Campfire Song's going to have their head on a swivel the entire time if you don't want to get caught out here. Riptide is falling really low, and when you have the Lucio Curie, there's only so much healing that can be done.
And that dive into that backline right there might not have been the smartest of plays from Riptide. Is Zach going to be able to find them out there with some help from Cynex? Bakery and Fermel not doing the best at the moment as well. And those will be the next two to fall. So Campfire Song coming right back in with a vengeance. Going to be able to get the point flip as well. Kartik now looking to run for their life, but they might not have the blinks to do it as Shonda finds them there.
Yeah, not gonna allow Kartik out, and Seal the Deal got 32% there, but Campfire Song coming in pretty strong to recap this, as you are gonna have this Pulse Bomb Heaven kind of lurking over on the spawn side of Seal the Deal, who they are coming back in with a Pulse Bomb of their own, and you're gonna have that Kitsune Rush from the Bakery.
Oh, Heaven, that would have been a big low light to start off the season right there, but thank God you had recall. Consumer's coming out here from the Bakery. Pulse Bomb out there, finding the ground yet again, but it will find a pick this time here onto Riptide. And there's a stick coming out from Kartik, but it looks like it's stuck onto the wrong member of the other side because the Suzu's going to come out to keep him alive. Cynex gets sort of Femel there, and I mean, Zach going to be able to take care of Bakery and Campfire Song. I mean, I thought Seal the Deal might have been able to take that early on, but Campfire just doing enough there.
Yeah, nice stuff for Campfire to hold on through that. You did use that Kitsune Rush, and we saw the Pulse Bomb come out from heaven, but now you're going to have the beat from Zat for this next engagement. Vonder does have this EMP for Seal the Deal as well, so you really want to try and catch this Lucio in it if you can avoid getting that EMP or getting that beat out mid-fight to sustain through, because Seal the Deal doesn't really have a whole lot to kind of follow up on this EMP if they aren't able to find the picks right away.
Vonder's going headfirst into the EMP right there. Going to be able to get rid of Shonda out early on, but has to use that translocator, get them out of dodge. Beat and Rampage coming out from the other side, only going to be able to hit Famel right there as Kartik does fall. Campfire Song doing a really good job, kind of just kiting around everything right here, and even going to be able to win the team fight, it seems. Riptide trying to do what they can. They have to pop the Primal Rage, because you look at that percentage up here. This is final fight already. You do have Vonder, who was there for a moment, now out of the fray. Riptide, though, just trying to keep themselves alive and kicking, but eventually the damage will be too much here. Shonda going to be able to find them out, but the rest of the team is back. But can they do this fight without their Winston? Overclock out here from Shonda, finding one, looking for a second, starting to be pestered out here a little bit by Vandal on the backline. Famel does pop off with their own beat, but not going to be enough to really keep everyone supported here as you start to see Campfire Song clean up the fight. Riptide trying to get back on the ball, but going to be a moment too late.
Ooh, yeah, really good stuff there from Campfire Song. Once they kind of were in control of that point, doing a great job playing their groupings, right? So we saw the EMP come through. It did end up connecting onto the Lucio, so Zat wasn't able to get that beat off, but they were able to just kite out of it and come back in. You have the beat then, get aggressive, find the picks, and that was a big fight loss for Seal the Deal, committing that EMP and then not being able to kind of pull the fight win out of it. So it's tough. Looking close, though. Seal the Deal at least was able to pick up some percentage on that first map and finding kind of their footing. I'm interested to see the comp swaps that maybe come through for Seal the Deal as we do move on to Mecha base. So not traditionally going to be seeing kind of that dive. Looks like they will be keeping the Lucio Kiriko backline and keep Vonder on that Sombra, but instead you're going to have Riptide play the Ramatra, and you're going to have the Cassidy here. So a little bit more sustain in the face of this Junker Queen composition that Campfire Song is sticking on.
And right now, you really need Vonder to kind of pick it up a little bit. I mean, they weren't necessarily doing a lot on the Sombra last round here. Cynex, though, in a really bad spot. They are just getting bullied by the entirety of Seal the Deal, but the Suits are going to come and keep them alive and actually keep them very much looking good here. Zach going to be able to find their counterpart on the other side, and now Riptide looking a little bit worse, for whereas the rest of their team falls around them, and Campfire Song picking right up where they left off.
Yeah, nice speed from Campfire Song. With this Junker Queen, like, you really want to, find those kills early, especially where you're going up against the Ramatra now. The Ramatra with that Nemesis form is going to be able to sustain a little bit longer, so it's all about getting the first picks early on and then kind of cleaning up after that. So Campfire Song doing a really good job at that. So good that, ultimates haven't even really been built up because the fight just didn't go on long enough.
Yeah, it really didn't. Suzu being invested early here might give Seal the Deal the opportunity they're really looking for. But right now, Cynex going to be able to run away. I believe a boop actually coming out from Famel. Help them out there. Kartik going to be able to find Chasey out. A huge early pick. Hack coming on the Zat needs to be able to take care of them, as Famel did fall out as well. But Seal the Deal has a slight numbers advantage at the moment. But Haven going to be able to trade out his trades, just keep going back and forth. And Haven, they had an incredible stat line after last map, and right now they are continuing it here as they're still alive and kicking. But right now, Seal the Deal trying to take control of the point. Zach gonna get hacked up and Virus, but not be able to fall, as Campfire Song able to actually sustain through that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. It really looked like Seal the Deal were going to be able to break in there, as we had a nice kind of off angle from Vonder, who was able to pick up that first kill onto Zad on the Lucio, but Campfire Song just staying alive through it. And now Seal the Deal, you've got the Kitsune Rush, you're going to have the Deadeye, you have this EMP from Vonder as well. No beat for the side of Campfire Song, so it's really just about hitting the targets. Oh.
Well, no EMP, but the Kitsune Rush does come out here from the bakery, and same from Chasey as well. Kartik looking for anything they can find with the Deadeye, finding one, no, almost finding a skull right there, but gonna be able to clean up Shonda right after it. However, Haven's still alive and kicking. They've been incredible on this Tracer so far. They're looking for a trade to even things up as Seal the Deal tries to bring this fight to point. EMP now ready for Vonder here, and they have an opportunity to maybe find a couple. The beat does come out there from Zat. Now the Annihilation and the EMP out, only landing on the two people. Cynex, though, not gonna fall from it just yet. Haven finally shut down, and it looks like Seal the Deal should be able to take the point back here, as Campfire Song does get up to 99%.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're happy to win the fight if you're Seal the Deal. Definitely, now you're in control, but you gotta, like, hold on for dear life now because 99% Campfire Song has to win one fight, and then they're gonna be able to take Busan. And you're coming into this, the Pulse Bomb is available. Cynic's gonna have this Rampage as well. So it's really, you have the beat available from Mel. It's just about getting the timing right.
This Rampage from Cynex might just be enough here, especially with Riptide having to put their arms up while they're in that Nemesis form. There's the beat to keep everyone alive. The Rampage does come out, landing onto Riptide and Famel right there. So Haven's Pulse Bomb might be free here, but you lose Chasey and Shonda out there if you are Campfire Song. Pulse Bomb did come out as well, not going to be able to find the stick this time around. And honestly, if you're Campfire Song, you might just try to back out of this one and regroup. But Haven's alive and kicking. They're just trying to find one here, especially with Cynex alive. But once they fall, I imagine that Tracer is turning tail.
Yep, nowhere to be seen. Heading back to regroup with the rest of Campfire Song and Seal the Deal are, that's the first step. All right, you won this fight. Let's chain it together, win some more here. You've built up to that Kitsune Rush to work with. Kartik is going to have this Deadeye available as well. Deadeye available for the side of Campfire Song. It might be a little bit harder to kind of push through this choke point. It's not really an engagement tool, but definitely could try and use it as they'll go ahead, pop it.
Oh, but they get hacked out of it right there. Huge play by Vonda, but Kartik a little bit worse for wear as the Kitsune Rush comes out here from the bakery. Sean to try and do what they can, but seal the deal. I mean, they're looking very safe at the moment. Riptide, though, needs to start getting some healing, but Kartik getting rid of Haven right there. Now here comes the Kitsune Rush out from Chasey. Deadeye out from Kartik, trying to get rid of Cynex here. Gonna be able to with some help from Famel, but the rest of their team is dying around them. They're one team fight that you need for Campfire Song surprisingly came right there.
I really like that from Campfire Song. I mean, you use the Deadeye from Shauna to kind of push through, seal the deal, responding with that Kitsune Rush, and then you just use the better Kitsune Rush, and you're able to break through that choke point. You have it on the high ground, so you can have your DPS set up there while the rest of your team is pushed onto the point. And yeah, really nice stuff there from Campfire Song taking Busan.
And one thing there at the very, very end, Zat actually denied a touch there from Riptide to make sure that overtime wick burnt down. I felt like it would have been still very difficult for Seal the Deal to come back in and potentially win a team fight and take the point back over, but you never know what happens in Overwatch games sometimes. So Campfire Song getting started off the right way this season, taking Busan, and I mean, a lot like last series as well, even though there was a little bit of a fight back here from Seal the Deal, Campfire Song had a really dominant first map.
Yeah, I agree. Looking very comfortable in the compositions that they played. That Junker Queen composition on Mecha Base, really, really impactful. Doing a good job of kind of adjusting the playstyle to the composition that they're playing into as well, where you're kind of up against that Ramatra composition. You're moving faster. You're finding the picks. Shonda on that Cassidy doing a really good job keeping Heaven in check, the Tracer for the side of Campfire Song. And I mean, they were doing a lot of work on that Tracer, finding a lot of picks. So once you have that Cassidy able to shut down that DPS, it really just set Campfire Song up for success.
Yeah, and Heaven on that song, on my bad, the Tracer, I mean, only died one time after point one, died 2 times there late in point 2, but I mean, we're a huge contributor to everything that went on with Campfire Song where that entire DPS line as well. Shauna did an incredible job as well there. That was a really scary 1-2 punch that was getting thrown at Seal the Deal right there, but I mean, they did bounce back, especially when they went over to the Ramatra. It seemed like they had a little bit more sustain, and you start to see their DPS line step up as well. Kartik really was a huge difference maker on that Cassidy. I felt like they started to really hit their shots and make it a little bit more of a problem, or a little bit harder for Campfire Song to really engage onto the point.
Yeah, definitely. The consistent damage coming out from the Cassidy, it's just something that you can rely on, and you know that you're able to like take these fights a little bit longer, force some cooldowns out before the opponent is kind of pushing in. And we saw that kind of like with the Tracer or the Kiriko and the Lucio, seeing kind of the Suzu being forced out because the Ramatra is getting really low. And then following up, you see the Suzu come out, okay, hit the Rampage. I mean, they did have a beat to answer for it, but doing a really good job of kind of cycling through those cooldowns and those ults, pulling what you need from the enemy team so that you can find the most success with yours.
Yeah, absolutely. But very early on in the season, so any little mistakes that those teams had there in that first map, you have to imagine as we go on in this series and in this season, gonna slightly improve. But we do already know what our second map of this series will be. Remember, Hollywood number 2. If we do need Servos, that will be our third and final map of the series, unless we somehow draw on this map. It is a possibility.
Yeah, don't speak it into existence.
I just want to see what happens if we need to go
yeah, just for curiosity's sake. What what if?
Yeah, what if?
Oh.
But I mean, Hollywood, we talked about it a little bit before we headed into Busan. Really a dive map for the first 2 points. Then it kind of gets into a little bit of a brawl or poke kind of style, in my opinion. So Winston, Diva, Wrecking Ball, Doomfist could be an option here. Even the Hazard could be an option here.
Yeah, and we did get to see a little bit of all of those tanks actually in the last series. So we'll have to see, you know, of course, the hero bans will be coming through. And you mentioned it earlier, Dex. It does seem like we're getting a tank ban pretty consistently every map, whether that is a target ban or just kind of like a general composition force. So definitely have the opportunity here to ban out a tank. But you know, there's, like you just said, there's options. Diva, Winston, Hazard. You're still going to be able to control the high ground, which on the first and second point of Hollywood are really, really crucial to finding the win, whether you're on attack or on defense.
Yeah, especially at second point. I feel like just holding those two rooftops is just vital. If you lose them early on, you're going to be putting yourself behind the 8-ball, and you might not be able to recover from it here. But I mean, these two tanks, we really only saw the Jungle Queen come out from the side of Campfire Style Song throughout the entire first map. We did see a little bit of variety from Seal the Deal. The Winston on that first point found value early, but as that point went on, it really struggled into that Jungle Queen comp. Like you kind of said it would. I mean, it was going into almost a proverbial buzzsaw.
Yeah, the shotgun from the Junker Queen, and then you have the Cassidy as well. And then even with like the Kiriko Lucio backline, you're going to be able to do a lot of damage on that. Kiriko Lucio is going to be able to kite your Cassidy out of like harm's way pretty quickly, as we are going to take a look at the bans here. So Seal the Deal going to have the opportunity for the first ban, and this time they're going to go ahead and target a support. So no Kiriko for Hollywood.
Yeah, Kirikos were being used by both teams there, but it really did seem like Campfire Song's Kiriko was finding the most value out of it. I believe that was the Bakery. No.
Yeah. I think it was. I think Bakery was the Kiriko and
Chasey.
Oh, Chasey. Yeah. Oh,
Chasey.
I'm looking at a tank symbol.
Yeah, Chasey was doing a really good job. Yeah, hey, flexible teams here. That's what you kind of want to see, especially in A-League. Everyone's a little bit flexible. We will have subs coming in this map, like we kind of talked about. Everyone has to play. So a lot of subs going to be coming in here for both sides. But right now, still waiting on Campfire Song's ban. And I mean, tank is now open for them here. And I don't think it's necessarily going to surprise you what the ban is going to be.
The Winston coming through. I mean, yeah, like you said on the first map on downtown Busan, the Winston was finding some value there. Now, I think that the Junker Queen from Campfire Song very impactful on Busan. Going to be a little bit harder to kind of run that composition on Hollywood, as we already talked about, more dive focus. Junker Queen has just absolutely zero vertical movement. So you ban out the Winston here, you're kind of forcing, like, if you're going to play a dive, well, you're going to have to play either like the Diva or the Hazard, which if you really want to run this Junker Queen composition, you probably could make it work into either of those. The problem with like the Winston on this really is like that high ground control, where your tank is going to not really be able to put any pressure onto the opposing tank.
Yeah, that's going to be something that these teams are going to have to deal with here, especially if you are Seal the Deal here. You really struggled in that Jungle Queen. But I mean, let's look at some stuff that's going around. Remember, there's a lot of streams going on here. B stream, it is the multi-stream with a lot of the other matches that are going on. BPL 3 has the Bear and Log Racers, Kitsune League 2, Requiem and Aurora, and then BPL 4 is Reprieve and Mothmania. Mothmania, I believe, was actually the series that was going on at 8 p.m. Or played a series at 8 p.m. on BPL 2. So this is their second series already.
Oh my gosh. I mean, everybody's gonna have to like get your phone on, get your second monitor on, put it on your TV. There's just so much action to watch and to keep up with in BPL right now. You gotta get all the devices online. I mean, Nintendo Switch, I think that you can watch YouTube or something on that. So figure that out so you can keep up to date on all of these matches that are happening. It's an action-packed weekend.
Gotta quad box it on your TV. We'll figure it out somehow, some way. I bet you there's something on Solomon GG that can show all the screens at once. Maybe, if not, good idea for down the road. But right now, Hollywood, map number 2. Will we see what we saw in Series 1, where it was Frogs on Fire that really bounced back from a little bit of a struggle on map 1 here on map 2? Or will Campfire Song take our first sweep of the night on mainstream?
Yeah, and see, that's actually a really good point, because I feel like we're kind of in the same situation where the composition that Campfire Song was running on the first map, very similar to our previous one, It was a map that was really favoring that composition. Then we moved into Eichenwald. It was a little bit harder to run that dive composition. Now we're heading into Hollywood. It's a little bit harder to run that Junker Queen composition. So this is an opportunity for Seal the Deal to really stop the momentum on Hollywood and potentially take us to that third map.
Yep, and let's try to get some of the subs here. You have Angelo coming in for Seal the Deal, RMM in as well on Campfire Song. I believe it is... Does anyone actually sub out for Campfire Song?
Oh, we have everybody still in for Campfire Song.
So that means these must be the only 5 players that were available tonight for them. Interesting, considering they had a really good map one. Seal the Deal. I think they get a little bit of a added benefit here starting on defense, so they have a little bit of a better start, but they need to get up to speed quickly.
Yes, I agree. I like this Freya pick coming out from Kartik on Seal the Deal. We saw Freya do so much damage on the last series, especially on like the hybrid map. So having the Freya on the defense here and then comboed with this Sombra is really interesting as well, because Freya has a lot of burst potential. And then you play the Tracer or the Sombra basically like that Tracer. You're going to be able to kind of finish off those kills. So we'll see what they can get done there on the defense. On the offense, Campfire Song not running the Junker Queen. You called it. We get to see the Hazard making an appearance here. So a little bit of an opportunity to kind of contest this high ground.
And I mean, Sinex is already up there. Heaven's not going to be that far away. I think this is really a good spot for Campfire Song to get kind of set up here and seal the deal. They're going to have to apply a lot of pressure, but I think it's just going to be difficult for them.
Yeah, I do like the bakery on this Ana could be really detrimental to Campfire Song who's running this Juno break backline. The anti-nade already connecting onto Shonda.
Shonda, though, gonna fall. Bonder finding too, but you will lose RMM. Kartik now trying to run away, but there's some building there. You're not gonna be able to dash out of that one. Chasey gonna be able to find them. Seal the deal, though, still in a kind of a winnable spot here. Sinex low. Heaven's low as well. You're seeing trades go back and forth. Angelo going to be able to find one out. Bonder looking for their 4th pick already of this fight. They will find it, but it will be from the grave.
Oh, and this is kind of rough. So it's like a 2v2 here, and it is the tank available though for Seal the Deal. So Angela is here on that Diva. The rest of Seal the Deal is going to be able to get back into this fight. So it's essentially just Campfire Song kind of back to square one here, but they're looking to push on aggressively at least.
I mean, I like this aggressive play coming out from Seal the Deal. Had some members that died very late in that engagement, and they have a little bit of a longer walk back, but Angelo going to be able to get rid of Sinex early on. Already the bolo shot coming out there. Not going to be able to find anyone, but they will get traded out there. Zat falls, and I mean, having to get in that backline, going to be able to find Bakery, but RMM gets rid of Shonda. As you see, each team here is trading back and forth, and Sinex making a swap here.
Ooh, okay, yeah, moving over onto the Zarya here. So trying to shut down Angelo on this Diva, who's just done such a good job of staying in the mech and being a very much just HP pool for Seal the Deal to stay on this point.
Sinex going over to the Zarya. I really like it here. They definitely want to try to get Angelo out of this mech. They must have noticed that, hey, they are in their mech a little bit longer than what they should be here. Heaven does have this blade ready to go, but the Nano out on the other side, and Shonda almost taken out first yet again. However, it will be Chasey this time falling, as Vaughn are going to be able to find them, and Campfire Song looking like they're going to have to reset here real quick.
I gotta say, the Bakery on this Ana is doing a really great job hitting some anti-nades. Even if you're not finding the final blows with those anti-nades, you're getting Campfire Song very low and forcing them to back out and regroup, reset. Seal the Deal, you have this EMP, you have the bomb available as well, kind of an old school classic here, but Heaven does have this blade ready to go. The EMP, it hits all 5.
5-man EMP, second time of the night. We're seeing that here, but Heaven gonna be able to find Bonder out. Now the rally coming out from Zat. However, you're trying to find more. The blade from Heaven gonna be able to find one, make it 2. There's the opening you're looking for. If you're Campfire Song, Angelo, the only one left alive, still in their mech, just gonna run away.
Oh yeah, does not want to get staggered out on that baby Diva. Now, the EMP from Bonder was really big, but the follow-up just wasn't quite there. You would have really loved to see maybe the bomb come through. Bomb will come now. Angelo out of the mech briefly, but is going to be able to get that back, as it looks like it's still going to be a 5v5. Seal the Deal, all 5 members managed to get that close spawn here, and they're going to be able to get set up on the high ground.
Well, not Kartik. Shonda coming back alive here after a little bit of a slow start. They were always kind of getting targeted first there. I don't blame them. They had a really good map 1, and now Cynex on this high ground, especially on this Czar, with the grab coming out, finding a lot of members, and Campfire Song, well, they're celebrating around that grab as if it was a campfire.
Oh, yeah, and staggering out Angelo on this D.Va as well. That's exactly why you don't want to lose the mech if you're the D.Va, because this is what is going to happen to you in competitive play. You're going to be sent back to the spawn significantly later than everybody else. Now, Campfire Song, now they're the ones on the high ground in control of this. You have that Deadeye available from Shonda and Kate. Chasey has this Orbital Ray as well, just to really sustain everybody through it. But the Bakery, I said it before, he's doing so good with these nades, could potentially deny all the value from that Orbital Ray.
The bolo coming out there from Kartik probably landed onto the worst person you wanted it to, onto Cynex. They just bubbled it up and ate it for some energy, but that energy slowly depleting. Bonder getting the hack there. Actually, no, they weren't able to. Chasey going to pop off with their Orbital Ray right now, and Campfire Song looking to get a quick team fight win here now. Shonda almost getting rid of Kartik right there to the Nano. Actually throwing on to Angela here to try to slow down the cart push here for a moment. Nice shot there by Kartik. Won't be able to find out Shonda at the moment. Angela, though, again, very low here on health. The Deadeye coming out, and oh, it was targeted for Kartik all along right there. Angela knocked out their mech for the second time this round, and that might honestly just be enough here, especially with this blade coming out from heaven. Yeah, that's gonna be enough here for Campfire Song get point 2.
Yeah, you threw everything at the wall, but you are going to be able to pick up the second point, moving into third with just under 3 minutes on the time bank. Now, Seal the Deal are making some swaps here as we move into third point. You talked on it before. This is going to play a little bit different than the first and second points, as we are going to have Angelo move over onto the Ramatra, and RMM actually moving over on to the Iyari here, Kartik on the Ashe. So very much focused on some picks here, as RMM and Kartik are going to be able to put out a lot of damage, kind of pre-engagement onto Campfire Song, who doesn't have any ultimates to use here, so it's really just kind of a clean fight until Vonder can build up to this EMP.
And right now, I mean, you do see Angelo try to just come back out and stall. I like them swapping over here to the Ramatra, a little bit more sustainability, especially into the Zarya on the other side. Shield up right there, try to keep that backline alive, but you see Heaven there, trying to dive in that backline, finding a lot of value there early on, but it's gonna be Shonda actually finding out Angelo, and that's not who you want to see fall. Heaven did their job, they're distracting the rest of the team, so Angelo could not get any more healing.
Yeah, and I seal the deal. I mean, you have to run back. Yeah, Yvonne wasn't able to build that EMP just yet. You will have it for the next fight, but I mean, Campfire Song is knocking at your spawn door, and this card is very quickly approaching the end.
Are we gonna see a touch? Is there a touch coming out just in time? The EMP gonna be able to find 3, but Shonda gonna be able to shut down Bonder there. There needs to be a follow-up, but the Deadeye from Shonda might just seal the deal here. Rally out as well. Grab out from Cynex in that backline as the Nano comes out onto Angelo Bakery. Gonna be taken out here, but right now, seal the deal. I think they understand they're not gonna end up winning this round, but they're just trying to stall out the point as long as they can. But a minute 24 on the time bank here for Campfire Song. And I mean, Rain, this was a really good round for them, especially considering it seemed like they were almost gonna get stonewalled on that first point.
Yeah, right? Seal the Deal was really at that on lockdown, doing a really great job of kind of keeping their supports safe inside of that cafe. The Brig Ana doing an excellent job just surviving as long as they can through those engagements. But Campfire Song, I mean, they made some adjustments there, and they really started to find some momentum once they moved on to that second point. It felt like a lot of that card progress on the second point was just essentially for free, and then Campfire Song taking that high ground away from Seal the Deal. Once you have like the attacking team set up on that high ground, it's really, really hard to push back in because they're looking down at the the 2 choke points that Seal the Deal had to walk through to get back out there, and just so much damage coming into them. So it's a big ask here for Seal the Deal to try and get this all the way to the end. And I mean, you're hoping to have time in it. I mean, you said it, Dexter. Could be a draw here. It is a possibility if we get into the second round, but Seal the Deal will first at least have to finish the map before we get into any of that.
Yeah, absolutely. But one thing, as we were looking at the stats right there, Heaven again, only dying 1 time in the first round. They did it back on Busan, doing it again here on Hollywood, a much harder map, remember. Only dying once while playing that Genji, who was playing really aggressively, is really, really good from them here. Seal the deal, though. I mean, they looked a little bit better on that round, but I feel like once they lost control of that first point, they just weren't ever able to get it back.
Yeah, it feels like the adaptation not really coming through for Seal the Deal. Once, if they have something that's working really well, they're making it happen. But as soon as Campfire Song kind of adjusts what they're doing to fit Seal the Deal a little bit harder, as we actually have a Mercy appearance happening here. So I suspect that pocket go over onto Kartik on this Freya because Freya needs more damage, right?
It always needs more damage, especially when you have Bionades coming out like that. Kartik gonna be able to clean up Shonda right there. Haven and Zach gonna be able to stay alive, but Angelo maybe going a little bit too far as Synex is fully charged and they are just ready to beam people down. And that's exactly what they're doing here. Seal the Deal though did get a tick in that.
Okay, yeah, you feel pretty good about that. I have to say, like, moving over, this Mercy pick is like, it's kind of greedy because you're really like putting it all in on Kartik to find the picks. And to be fair, Kartik did find the pick, but it does mean that Angelo is just not going to get as much support on this tank because, of course, Mercy, pocket hero, you're only healing one person at a time. And Vonder falling early here. Seal the Deal, it's just more time kind of burned off the clock. All you can hope to do now is just try and survive, maybe find a pick of your own. As Vonder will be able to get back into the fight fairly quickly. And Kartik with this Mercy pocket already basically built up to the Bola. So that's something that you can try and work through, as I think the Bola plus Hazard combo could be really big.
Yeah, but you have Synex right there on the other side that could just bubble whoever gets boloed if it does hit them. I mean, you are banking on a lot to go your way right here. The bolo is ready, and you still have this pocket going on. You're just looking for a pick early on to open it up. The bolo is out. Looks like it's going to be able to land onto Shonda right there. Kartik will be able to clean up. Now, if you're Seal the Deal, you need to be able to capitalize on this here. Angelo trying to do what they can. Actually, just doing a good job buying space, trying to get rid of Chasey right there. Not going to be able to just yet, as Vonder will find them out. Almost getting that second tick. About to get it here, has the guaranteed second pick. Anti-nade coming in, and it's a big one right there, as it will clean up house. Synex falls last, and you do see Shonda come back out on the soldier, finds RMM, and then runs away.
And then, and goes back to the spawn as well. Kartik getting a little bit of revenge for his pocket there. And let's see, RMM is going to stick on this Mercy as we move over onto the second point. Only the Nano committed there from Seal the Deal. Hasn't quite built up to, and the Bola as well. But oh my gosh, Kartik's already at 60% to another one, so don't have to worry about that too much. I have to say, these anti-nades plus engagement from Angelo, yeah, looking very, very clean. Bakery is finding excellent timing on these, waiting for the bubbles from Synex to not be available before they go in with that.
And look, because you already have Angelo on the high ground, Campfire Song is just saying, you know what, we're going to go play the low ground. Another huge anti-nade coming out there from the Bakery. Downpour coming out from Vonder. Downpour coming out from Angelo as well, but the cleanup is already there. Heaven does pop the blade, but it's not going to be able to find anything this time around. And Seal the Deal, we have the Glock pulled out. Will we get the Mercy pick? No, Angelo takes that away. But at the end of the day, I feel like Seal the Deal will take that.
Yeah, and now Seal the Deal are in this position where they get to control the high ground as the attacking team. And you got Kartik up here with the Bola. You have the EMP ready to go from Vonder as well. Campfire Song, I mean, you do have ultimates coming online here. You're going to have both support ultimates and that grab from Synex. I think that the grab going to be hard to really find kind of the value that maybe you're looking for. These players from Seal the Deal are playing very, very split. So you're essentially just like looking, find somebody with one person with the grab and confirm the kill.
Well, there's the grab, and hey, you found your one person, and you're definitely going to be able to get them out there, especially since you lost the Bakery and Vonder, who have been doing a lot for Seal the Deal here. And now Campfire Song able to kind of stop the bleeding here a little bit, stop that cart, and now are going to be able to get set up on this high ground here.
Yeah, very nice, and that's exactly where you want to be, as we do have Shonda on this soldier, so not quite on the high ground, but at least we'll have some space to work with Synex and Chasey up here. You still have both these support ults for the Campfire Song as well, so really nice defensive capability here. If Zach can just avoid being caught in this EMP, that rally could really, really help Campfire Song sustain through it. But I mean, I think that they know that this EMP is coming, because look how split they're playing.
Only going to hit two right there, but you're going to be able to find Shonda out. Now you're trying to get rid of Zat. They do have that rally ready to go, but they're actually going to use it here. I thought they wouldn't. The Orbital Ray came out from Chasey as well. That's not going to find much value here, and this entire fight is starting to just go wrong for Campfire Song. Heaven will find their one, but the Pulse Bomb now out there, not going to be able to get anyone. RMM actually going to be able to get the Bakery back into this fight, but for the cost of their own life.
Yeah, I suppose maybe you take those because the bakery has been doing so much work, and the bakery does have this nano available as RMM is going to swap over onto that Lucio anyways, going to be able to get back into things pretty quickly here. And now, Seal the Deal, you're holding on to this nano. The visor is available for Shadow, who's set up on this high ground, finds the early pick, needs to sustain through this Sombra to be able to get it. No, bakery, yeah, showing up in the kill feed.
Yeah, but they're going to lose RMM, who was just coming back into the fray on that Lucio. And now, Seal the Deal. I mean, I think you kind of have to back up here. You're going to invest the Nano and the Downpour. Going to be able to find out Sinex, especially with that Anti-Nade. Going to be able to clean them up as well. If you can get rid of Zat here. Wait, the card! Oh my goodness, they got the point!
Oh my gosh, Bonder on that Sombra being just, you know, a sneaky Sombra. Oh my gosh, the back cap coming through. And that was absolutely looking like a fight win there for Campfire. Song, you lose, you tank, but otherwise you sustained through that nano very well. And oh, that really hurts for Campfire Song. But I mean, you did get some time burned off that clock. So coming into third point, Seal the Deal is going to have to really put like the pedal to the metal to be able to finish this with the same amount of time as Campfire Song.
Yeah, they're going to need to roll their way through here in these next couple fights, but you will look at what Campfire Song has here right now. Pulse Bomb coming out, finding floor here again. Not going to be able to do much with it that time now, though. You have the Mercy back here for Kartik, who wants to try to find the value early on here. You do have the perk there that does show who's low on the other side. Shonda, though, popping off with popping the visor here right now, struggling to find anyone. Actually going to run away from Angelo, but they didn't recognize that Angelo was pretty low in that engagement. Kartik still will find them out there, but it seems like Campfire Song winning a very crucial team fight there.
Yeah, and this means that Seal the Deal, if they're able to complete this map, they will not have more time than Campfire Song, who, I mean, Cynics is playing close here. You have this Grav ready to go. Chasey is on this Baptiste, who's built up to the window already, so you have that to work with as well. This EMP from Bonder could be big, though. You don't have the rally online from Zat just yet. So if you can maybe even combo this with the Downpour from Angelo, or use this EMP to try and build that Downpour.
EMP lands on the three. You're going to be able to get rid of Chasey and Zat. The grab actually does come out, finding a couple of huge members on the other side. The Downpour out as well. Trades going back and forth, but slightly leaning the way of Seal the Deal at the moment, and Sinex could get denied the large health pack right there. The grab, I felt like, was a good usage there, but if they had it for this next engagement, it might be map winning.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, this is coming down to the wire. Seal the Deal potentially going to be ending this in overtime if they're able to get it. It's only Angelo pushing the cart right now. Needs to stay alive as the resources or the spawns for Campfire Song much better. And Cynics has swapped over onto the Malga. Oh my goodness.
Pulse Bomb not going to find anything there from Heaven again, but Sinex will find Kartik. The Valkyrie coming out here from RMN as they need everyone to stay alive here, especially with how much time is left on the clock here. But who's going to be the touch? There's the Nano, the hack coming out there on the Sinex. They will be able to take him off the face of the map here. Down goes Shonda, and now the cart casually pushing its way towards the rally. Actually out here from Zad, but I don't think they recognize that the cart is almost there. Heaven's back here now, going to try to keep this alive as long as it can. RMM actually gets the res there. It won't necessarily matter in the end, but you do see Sinex make a brief cameo right there for a moment before they get basically bullied by everyone there from Seal the Deal. But Rain, we are going to overtime.
Dux, this is drawable.
It's drawable.
Oh my gosh. And I mean, that's the best that Seal the Deal, like, that's what they need. They need to play for this draw. So we'll see. Yeah, that's literally all you can work with here. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what they end up rolling out on composition-wise. I liked that Hazard on a comp. I think that worked really well for them. But you really need to think about, like, what is going to be the most defense-heavy composition you can run.
I mean, I really do think that Hazard comp, the Hazard comp worked out. I forget what they started out with on the.
They had Diva, yeah.
I mean, remember that worked out really good for the first 2.5 minutes.
True.
They have a minute less here, and they're going to be coming out on the Ramatra. Ooh, these are some really make or break picks here, if you ask me. Especially what Heaven's playing here, but I feel like that just might be more of a tease.
Maybe, or like just the one pick kind of out. No, you're right. Just a tease. Just thinking about it as Heaven is going to swap over onto the Sojourn. So the Moira, Chasey selecting the Moira here for the attack on Campfire Song as well. So I have to imagine that this team is looking to just like establish a presence on the point and just, you know, you're working for one tick here. That's all you need. So force the fight on point, and you're going to force Seal the Deal to play on point as well. But I mean, this Torbjorn from Seal the Deal, if you play on point, you could just be looking at a whole lot of poke damage. Oh, okay.
The bubbles are gone there from Cynex. Cynex already invested both of them, but that means they are highly charged here at the moment. Only a minute left here from now as they're going to take a quick fallback.
Yeah. Getting regrouped. You really only have like one good fight here, so you need to have all the resources available for it.
Bonder falls. That's not who you want to see. You lose Angela Kornick out as well. The quick regroup for Campfire Song is going to do exactly what it needed to do. And we'll see our first sweep of the night on the mainstream as Campfire Song beats Seal the Deal 2-0.
Yep, no draw coming through here. We'll have to find out another time what will happen if we need a map for Campfire Song shutting down any hope that Seal the Deal had to try and pull out a reverse sweep, and looking so good. We do have the Hazard play of the game here, and I mean, Seal the Deal looked and the back cap. Oh, it's all contained right here. Absolutely beautiful.
Oh, but Campfire Song, I mean, we talked about them after that first map where it looked like they were incredibly in control of this series. I mean, going into Hollywood as well, they started off a little bit slow, but after they capped first point, they never really stopped after that. Seal the Deal. They really got better as this series went on. It's just unfortunate they weren't able to complete the map with time, or else I think we would have had a little bit of a different kind of look coming out from Seal the Deal there in that overtime round.
Yeah, I agree. If you weren't looking at just like hard holding, trying to deny the one tick, could have gone a different story there for Seal the Deal. I like the flexibility that we got to see from them. We saw some kind of interesting compositions coming out. Didn't quite work out in the end, but it's important to kind of have that depth of hero pool and play style availability, especially in, you know, different hero bands coming through. And they've proven to be pretty impactful, I think, in the last series and in this series as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about a little bit. Hero bands have been a really fun thing that have been added to Overwatch here in almost every league, and now even in Overwatch itself with competitive bans. I feel like it always adds a new kind of twist to it, especially when you see targeted bans come out there. Remember, going into that second map, it was Kiri being banned out by, I believe that was Seal the Deal, and then Winston being banned out by Campfire Song. We did see Winston come out from Seal the Deal that first point. But I don't necessarily know if the Winston would have made a big difference on that map, considering everyone on Seal the Deal really did step up.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. This looking really clean from Campfire Song to try and take it away from them. Not gonna happen this time, but another series. I mean, we have a few more weeks to go, so as time goes on, of course, we'll see these teams kind of adjust, find their footing in this division. As really good stuff there from Campfire Song to get the sweep.
Yeah, I mean, they look great throughout this entire series here tonight, but everyone, we still have a couple more games left to go here on the mainstream, and as well as a lot of the other streams as well. But next up, you have Aurora taking on Borealis here in a couple minutes or so. It's already past 9 o'clock, but that's our next series of the night. I believe it was Aurora actually playing on another series on one of the other streams that was going on here. So we might actually have a little bit of delay in that series if Aurora is still going on with their first series. But still, after that, you have Terrapin taking on Oomfie University to round up our night here. But Rain, I mean, Season 7 just getting started. I feel like we've had two incredible series here on the mainstream.
Yeah, I'm super excited that it's starting off with such high caliber. Everybody is doing such a great job here in BPL. And of course, this is the A League, but there's so much more action to see kind of across the streams in our B and C leagues as well. So hope everybody enjoyed that first match of the third map. We didn't get to the third map here, but hey, like you said, Dex, there's a couple more matches to go, so we could see them go the distance.
Maybe even get one that goes 4, so we figured out what happens there. But everyone, we're going to throw it to a quick break. When we come back, it'll be Aurora taking on Borealis. You're not going to want to miss that one.
breaks the chains and gives strength to the weak. When I am lost, you're there with me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace abound, it knows no end.
I know he's itching for it. It's coming. Here it comes. Nano Blade coming out. Will find the kill on the Dark Buddies. Apple does go down on the side of Log Races, so you do lose one. This Nano Blaze has to find at least 2. It does find 2. Third coming out from to find the kill on Car from Harvest. So they will get the fights here, but you use 3 ults. All you have is a Pulse left. But Koi did use Pulse on the side of Tiber, so you have a slight ult advantage along with that Primal coming up. Overtime is clicking. It's ticking. I mean, this Primal and this Pulse have to be huge. You have to look for a pick early, especially onto that brick because he has no Brig ult to come in. Ball sliding in, trying to force this. He gets messed up because he just slammed it to his backside. Forcing this carry, no TP.
Oh no! There goes Tom. There's a pulse bomb. We are spinning to win. Not pay to win. We're spinning to win on these parts. We have the Primal also being expended here. The mines are here, and we get the shields. We get them cast in the nick of time by half of them got immediately destroyed. Koi goes over to the Venture for a last minute contest, and we're definitely spinning and digging to win here as we wait for our supports to come back, that being the Brigida. Khan has nothing though. He's only 50% to a Rally Dark, but he's also only 64 to his own Dragon Blade. So the sustain is very much in favor of Log Racers as this overtime counter continues to stay completely full here. Koi tries his best, tries their absolute best to continue the fight, but I'm saying it is, but you can only do it for so long, you know. They're still contesting, by the way. Oh, there we go. We made it.
I mean, the point capped at that point. They just like they just are burning some, just trying to die, and
Koi over to the Freya. He drops the Tracer with the ball. I mean, you would think, especially with the ball, you would want to go like completely hard into their backline and just go full fast tempo. But he does offer the Freya maybe a little more poke onto this Winston, try to force Hyper Knight, because as we've seen, Hyper Knight has been getting pretty low, even with the Genji Tracer damage line or DPS line. So for the side of Log Racers, you are going to have coming online very soon along with the Tsune Rush. So we'll see what they can do with this attack. Just under a minute, they got to make this quick and efficient. They are walking into a Blade and Mines from the side of Tiber.
Yeah, I don't actually know how much I dislike swapping over to the Freya in general, but I think you have to. It all should be coming when you swap off of Balls. I don't think Balls is good on this particular part of Hollywood. But I think you have to use the Mines first, and then you swap both at the same time.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I think also, I don't mind the Frey either, just because you have that nice long sight line, but I think Koi realizes it's just better to kind of contest Harvest whenever possible and make sure Harvest is not getting much value onto my Honor or my Brigida. However, this card is, once again, going to be going back into overtime with 10 seconds to spare. There's the Strike cooldown into a sleep also, allowing Awesome to get a crazy blade off at the same time, and this little itty-bitty corridor finds Khan right at the end of his lifespan, but now there's a lot of red and blues in this kill feed. It's a lot of trade-offs. Awesome does not get out of there scot-free, so it's just a matter of who will take it over. It looks like the Mines are going to be enough for the Bear to take this 1-to-1 and go, oh, that's GG's.
How many?
Whoa,
wow.
where was I?
Oh, no, that was just, HUD was,
okay.
HUD reversed.
Wait, so
HUD trolled me the whole time?
Right? So this isn't a 2-1, this isn't a 2-0, is it? Or am I stupid?
It is 2-0. They said GG. It's 2-0.
So the HUD was reversed, okay.
The HUD trolled,
yeah. Alright, production. I don't like this. Production's a little upset.
Prod might hate me.
Great play from the both sides of both games, or both teams.
A quick one, OT in Esperanza?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's go Esper. We had overtime Esper. Oh, we had overtime. Hold on.
Oh, and it's very close. It's very close.
Oh, but it's over. Looks like Aurora.
Oh, it is over.
It was close, and now it's over.
I believe it's Aurora taking it. Yeah, Aurora taking it 2-1 against Requiem. I thought the game would go a little bit longer than Hollywood, but Hollywood
was really long.
Yeah, but we have the Bear and Long Racers over there though. Wait, no, on Esperanza? Wait, what happened here? They were wrong. Wait, what's happening?
So what? No, it was Aurora because Darz is on Aurora.
Yeah, no, Aurora's good. I mean, whatever
There
actually
we go.
shows up,
I'm just being
yeah, whatever
professional.
shows up is the correct team name. We are good.
We are
there.
right. Okay, just making sure.
Managing a bunch of streams, it's hard for Prod. I respect it.
Yeah.
It happens. And now we see
Mothmania and Reprieve.
Yeah, back to this. This is our last game for this
Queen
hour
comp.
block. So
Queen comp versus Orisa. This is going to be very difficult for Bubba to maintain because Orisa has constant pressure, especially with the spear and that spin. So coming up on a Queen ult very soon. They are going to be coming up on some DBS ults as well from the side of Reprieve, rotating around this backside. Sound getting caught out very easily, looking to try, but it looks like they might ignore it. He's coming down to 30 HP. He gets ignored, but Bubba and Tectonic find the DPS line of Reprieve. Apparently Sound is invisible, but Sound does find the fall. Fair, and the support line for the side of Mothmania does fall. They had a 2-ult advantage, so it is even. Bubba finding the side of Mahir, so it's just that Orisa left, and he will decide to get it. He decides to fight on. It looks like the side point flip for Mothmania, and they will eject it.
the point just got capped, so we're moving on to next point.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the next one. I don't remember the names of them.
Oh, I got you. Hold on. Where are we going? This is Junkyard.
Junkyard?
We're going to Junkyard.
Mace going extremely low. He has to be very careful. He does have Fortify to sustain him. Wall coming out. Queen ult coming out from the side of Mothmania. He does find Aiden very fast. Big Queen ult. Does find 2. Farir also cleaning up Mace, but he will fall to Mahir. So a Lucio trade on the side of him. Mahir will also go down. Hopefully, maybe someday this week or month or next year. But he does manage to get out. And Mothmania will take a quick little fight win on Junkyard.
Mahir getting out of that is criminal, I will say. It was literally a sliver of HP.
That's terrible.
Terrible. Couldn't even get killed
Bubba, if you're
off.
seeing this, aim faster.
Just aim faster, bro. Mind you, me could never. I'll do the exact same. We're seeing the consider much being expended here alongside the overclock from Tectonic, so that's going to force out the rally. We're getting real active. Oh, we got big screen now. We're getting real active out here on the side of Junkyard and coming back in with the over. Oh, there's too much going on, guys. It's a lot of colors. As you guys see the skill feed. Who's more blue? We see a lot of blue coming in for Aiden with this Dragon Blade.
Aiden will find the kill
the blizzard. It goes well.
Yeah. It looks like Reprieve will finally get the point flip. 54% though for Mothmania, so a pretty healthy time bank. You still have Blade to work with, and you're gonna be, but you do use both the support ults, but Reprieve does as well. So a pretty even train out. You're looking at a Blade for the side of Mothmania and a Blizzard ult, which is very deadly in my opinion, to this Mothmania little lineup. If you hit one good wall into this, especially with the chokehold right here, very tight, they around. Otherwise, that Blizzard is gonna do some massive damage.
Absolutely. This Blade has to kind of be huge in trying to create the pressure and force that Blizzard in an opportune spot. You get one, you get Creon, you get 2 bow supports, and I think that should be the tide turner here.
Sound finding an incredible use with that Blade. They do use the Blizzard from Foliage, but he finds nothing. So a quick little flip for the side of Mothmania. I mean, Reprieve, good 69% for Reprieve, but you lose that Blizzard, and now you're coming in with borderline nothing, and Mothmania is going to have that Queen ult and Sojol to fight mid-fight with this ult.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just hard to even get the touch here, not to mention actually like have a competitive, reasonable fight. But we see Tectonic dropping really low, Fairy dropping really low. Everyone able to stay alive, but Tectonic then immediately falls to an icicle to the head as soon as I say it. Caster Curse.
Foliage finding 2
hard. Ooh, and now we're okay. 99. We're gonna look for 99.99 here potentially.
Okay, I'm back.
What's up?
I had double check that they didn't have fill, but we're all good. Mainstream has a fill. Bubba. Okay, I see. Mothmania is dead. Got it.
Yeah, they're trying to reset, and I mean Reprieve has a bunch of ults either in the bank or about like coming up halfway through this fight. Everyone's about 60 or so.
Okay.
Mothmania still has this Rampage though. They do have the Rampage. They'll have that Kitsune Rush and the Overclock. So they'll be good for next point as we even things up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean you're looking into this next point of Junker City. I mean, Mothmania taking point control pretty early before this point flip unlocks. They will have it is 1-1. Mini goes down immediately to Aiden. This is a crazy first pick. Great opener, looking to get aggressive very fast, coming out. Sound does find Creon very quickly. They do have some ults to work with. Tectonic going extremely low, but he is OC. He's walking into... Oh my god.
Whoa! Might be the flick of all time.
That might be the shot of the year.
That might be the flick of all time.
That was an amazing shot by Tectonic. Finding the little angle / flick of his career to kill Aiden with, I'm pretty sure he had like, what, 15 HP?
Yeah, no, literally was at like
that.
was at 1 when he popped the overclock in general, and then just kind of scared Reprieve off of that little mini hallway and forced them back. I mean, getting the pick onto Creon also was not what Reprieve needed, but now they can re-engage with this Terra Surge, with this Dragon Blade, with this Blizzard, whichever one they want to use first, right? So as they go on off angle, going for the jump of all time, you can do that. They're going in with the Terror Surge. Everyone's in there, but no one dies. Huge sound barrier coming in from Fairy to keep everyone alive.
Foliage will fall though to the hands of Bubba Wyatt. Tectonic finding Mahir as well. Blade coming up from the side of Aiden to try to see if he can stabilize this. Will find one. Tectonic also goes down to Maze, equalizing the fight. Maze will go down. Multiple people low for the side of Mothmania. See if Reprieve can clean this up. Creon does fall as well though. They might be all for lost cause as Mothmania manages to hold on with an incredible Blade and cleanup from Fairy and Sound. I mean, they found 2 picks to equalize that after instantly losing 2 of their players. And Bubble, I'm pretty sure, was at...
Yeah, Bubble was low, Mini was really low. It's just real difficult to kind of keep things going there. And, I mean, just Aiden getting the picks with that Blade and then being able to just still survive it just barely is really critical as we now move to could be last point of the match.
Finishing it off on Refinery of all places. Dragon Blade in hand for Sound to finish this strong Reprieve, going over to the Doomfist composition here alongside the Freya from Foliage. Here is, of course, the Dragon Blade I was talking about earlier. Gonna be, of course, negated by that sound barrier, and we lose Tectonic at the exact same time. So Sound, unfortunately, gonna be the only one to do a lot of that frontline DPS damage and have to back out almost immediately. Bubba gonna be last, also the second one to go down, and just like that, everyone just kind of falters on. Yeah, they're on Doomfist. They're on Doomfist, and it's working. Mace gets 3 kills.
Oh, no. That is incredible. A great swap. Personally, I think the Doom might be a fun play into this Queen. Disrupt that movement, disrupt her from kind of walking your backline, as well with the swap on the Frey to kind of get that poke damage into him as well if you play the angles right. Bubba White is going to be coming up with this Queen. He's looking to play aggressive, try to find some sort of opening, maybe forces, because the last thing you want to do is charge this Doomfist. So it's going to be a lot of poke walking into, but see if he can find anything. Punch coming out, does manage to find Bubba, but he does fall low. The swing coming out as well, trying to find this. He does have this this Carnage looking out, trying to find something. Creon and Aiden do go down, but Fairy falls to a Mace punch. These punches are going to be pretty deadly. Foliage also falls. So Doom coming in, trying to find some kills. Sound does find 2 more, so it's just Maze on the side of Reprieve. And Tectonic will clean up. He does swap over to that Cassidy, and they will be able to flip this point.
Yeah, see, the Cassidy swap is kind of like that, like trying to really focus down and shut down the Doom, and everybody else for Reprieve was basically playing separate until Creon came in, and then immediately got blasted in the face by a shotgun, and turned the straight for Mothmania. So I think it's just
no, go on.
I think it's just difficult for Mace to get the proper support needed to actually make this Doomfist useful, other than that first fight where it was kind of a surprise.
Aiden will find Tectonic. But Aiden does fall. Mace will also fall as well. B coming out from the side of Mothmania to try to stabilize themselves and find these kills. They will be able to clean this up. It might be a little bit of an investment, but we are coming into the last final ticks, trying to get these staggers to try to drain these players on the side of Reprieve to try to make this last fight. But Reprieve, if they can get back fast enough, they're going to be walking in with 3 ults, while Mothmania is going to have 2, almost 3 coming back in. You will have that Kusine rush to match, but no support ults on the side of Mothmania, so maybe try to open a little more stable. But that Carnage is going to be deadly if hit correctly. He does use it early. Cleanse comes out. I don't know. It does cleanse everybody, but Foliage will also fall. Tectonic will find 1, and Sam will find 1 with the Blade. Tectonic will clean 8 up in his Blade. Punch coming out from Maze, but it looks like Mothmania will be able to clean this up and take New Junk City.
Yeah, and that'll be the match. Mothmania 2-1 over Reprieve. Mothmania going 2-0 in this first week.
Very nicely done too. Really good game. I can't lie. That was fantastic.
That was good. That was
great showing from both teams. I mean, I personally think Bubba Wyatt on the Queen was definitely really strong. Definitely able to take a lot of these characters. Maze did look good. Maze did look good on the Doom, but again, I mean, that Doom comp is so hard to sustain, especially against like a very, very sustainable comp with Queen and Cass and all that.
say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need space. And you said you'll put down your morning guns. Would you follow me to wonders? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things to find. Would you follow me to wonders? If you're everything that matters to me, makes me wonder why I can't get over you. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. BPL Season 7's first day continues here on the A stream. We've got, well, an interesting matchup. I'm sure you can read it on the screen. It's Aurora versus Borealis. Do the math. Should be fun, Thor. Season 7 just beginning. I'm excited to dive right back into BPL.
Exactly, and you know, if you're someone who is interested in watching featured matches in the B League, this is our first B League match for the day. But as we take a look at our schedule, currently there are other matches happening at this same time on not only just the BPL 2, but BPL 3, Today League 2, BPL 4 streams. So there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what you kind of get with BPL, right? It's not like any of these other off-season tournaments where, you know, you get the streams you get, right? It's not like that at all. We stream every single match in BPL. Bad Pachimari League proper gets every single match brought to y'all. This one is no different. Aurora versus Borealis. Thor, why don't we go ahead and meet our teams as we get ready to head into this week 1, 1st to 2. First up, Aurora, Perseus, Wave, Luster on that damage roll, Dawes on the tank, Baka, Nightingale, and Funky Pants in that backline. Still very, very early in the season. You know, you're not really going to know exactly what you're going to get from these teams. Something you'll notice about the draft format: a lot of returning players, a lot of new players, right? You know, there are so many people coming into BPL, and it's going to be exciting to see what these new players have got to bring.
Exactly, and for some of them, they are from, you know, other tournaments and have won a match, those respective tournaments. For example, Nightingale on this team. But let's take a look at the Borealis squad on the other side, which has the following players. They have PJ, Alfredo, and Oryx on that DPS line, K-Mac being that sole tank, and then finally rounding that off, you have Big Brain, Blue, and Mariposa. A lot of these names are, some of them new, but a lot of them, familiar enough to have some name recall. Blue, K-Mac, PJ both have been in the BPL, RX too. So if there is anything, there's a lot of veteran talent, and a couple of these talents also technically have moved up previously in C-League.
Yeah, I mean, now on this Borealis roster, Aurora as well, looking to get this season started off strong. But for this one, and obviously we'll get into the standings real quick, obviously Aurora already having played a match, I guess, 1-0, got the win at 2-1 over Requiem, who's way down there in 8th place, but it's still week 1, Thor. The standings, I could not care less about the standings at exactly this second, right? Still so much Overwatch to play, and a few maps to play here tonight, Thor. We know where we are going for our potential 3 maps.
Yes, and if there's one thing we can see from these 3 maps is we're already expecting probably a variety of compositions. Yes, we start out on Lijiang Tower, tried, tested, and true for a control map, and just as expected, but I think the biggest curveball, which we'll definitely be seeing in map 2, is Numbani, right? So before we can even head there, we do need to start entering into Lijiang Tower, but I think there are some bans coming into place for these 2 teams.
Yeah, the bans here for map number 1, 2 incredibly impactful bans, I might add, because Ramatra incredibly strong on these rush style maps. He's become one of the favorites, catapulted back up to the front of that tank, hierarchy. On the other side, it's Freya. Not surprising at all. She's kind of insane. I finally got some internet today and got to play a couple of games as Freya. And God, I haven't played in 2 weeks and I fried. Like, she's disgusting. She's so broken. And so, coming into this Lijiang Tower, it's no surprise she's already gone, because if you can get that lead without Freya in the matchup, it's going to set you in a good position when she is back in the lineup.
Exactly, and I think part of it too is when you ban Freya in a map that's a bit more horizontal in a way, right? Not much high grounds. I think that leans, I guess, slightly in her favor just a bit. Something that's less high ground dominated, I guess, is something you'd want to avoid. So let's take a looking at what they're rolling out from these 2 teams. Borealis going with something more of a Juno Brig kind of setup with a TP out. Aurora, though, going for a very solid on a Lucio backline, very traditional back to Overwatch 1 days. But this Hazard Orisa matchup is where things might get interesting.
All right, well, here we go. Lijiang Tower, Night Market. We meet on the objective. K-Mac ante very, very low. Baka trying to find somebody to send down into downtown, but no takers on that trip. Another wall. Oh my goodness, K-Mac is melting, but not quite there. PJ! Anteed again is K-Mac, and they just have to disengage. K-Mac has no more cooldowns, I guess, except that spear spin, but it does look like these players are going to get away with a big question mark. Okay, no, Big Brain does go down, and Aurora takes over fully.
This Borealis team having to go back to spawn, losing an unfortunate Genji in that process, maybe have strayed too close to the edge. No ultimates to work with from either side, but already you can see the Genjis trying to pressure certain angles and alleyways, and there really isn't much to work with other than Borealis has to group up, make this next push, and there's already a Tracer bothering them on the side.
Well, there's a nice ante onto Alfredo, who excellently kites, does not run headlong into any damage. Dawes cannot say the same, though. Pinned into their own wall by K-Mac, taking it down. This on a not in a great spot. Fucking Pants falls. K-Mac is dead as well, but Thor, the damage hasn't been done here for Borealis. They're going to take over at this half-century mark.
Yep, and honestly, that all started with Dawes just, dying and really out in that open, really focused fired by Borealis. Now, if you're Borealis, you do have both support ultimates incoming, and you would want to build towards that, especially with the nano incoming from Funky Pants very close to it. So hopefully you're going to have maybe that rally to sustain through it, or to at least deal with it.
Ooh, Dragon Blade and Nano Blade wave chases down one, tries to find the second, will catch Big Brain even through that hyper ring, and yeah, Aurora came back out swinging, only 28% given up there.
Yep, but that was such a huge ultimate combo. But if you're Aurora, you'll take that, at least maintaining some level of an ultimate cycle. If you're Borealis, though, you really need to build up towards one of these ultimates, maybe two, and really enter with them, opening up probably with this Bruno ultimate.
Well, here is that orbital ray trade of the Genjis, but the red team coming out in the numbers game right now. Borealis trying to control the positioning. You can see the Lucio through the wall. Baka trying to find some way to stall out this point. Will end up falling there to Alfredo. Will be some more late touches, but with the recall from Perzeus, Borealis will take back over.
And Borealis would love that, right? They've only used one ultimate, have 4 to work with to keep this point alive, especially that they're in the deficit percentage-wise. If you're Aurora, though, you're probably entering either with that down 4 one way or another. You're saving that beat for one of these huge ultimates from Borealis, maybe that rally Genji Blade.
All right. Yep, here is the blade answered by the sound barrier. K-Mac having found Funky Pants. PJ does actually get caught out by the passive damage of that spike blocking.
I need a player killing themselves count right now. I think we're 2 for 2.
We're at 2.
We're 2. We're at 2. This is the first round, first map of this matchup, and Borealis lost a chance to continue pushing through that. Aurora did. So for them, they're going to have to go enter with this Nano for the next fight, but not if this Ultra Ultimate says otherwise.
All right, OC in from Alfredo, and Dawes is getting absolutely chucked right now, being bullied on that hazard, and I mean, they just can't make any space without their tank up.
Okay, but if you're Aurora, you're at least happy for this next fight. You still have that Nano, but someone has to touch, and Funky Pants has to stay alive because Borealis has no ultimate whatsoever to work with, and they're already attacked by this Nano.
Okay, Wave is traded out. Numbers back in the favor of Aurora. Nano boost onto the Tracer. Funky Pants did fall in the end there. This Nano needs to find something else. Okay, Dawes coming in with the assist. Thor, I might put my head through my desk.
Three in one map. First, he was looking for a pulse.
Sub map. Not even one map. It's a sub map.
Oh my gosh, sub map. It's a sub map. True. But you see Sad Blue Whale trying to touch, and these are just touches. An attempt to keep this point alive for Borealis.
Whale does get it, but Perzeus coming in with the disrespect pulse bomb onto Alfredo. K-Mac antied. Not in a super happy position right now. This is a fight for the map win here. Sad Blue Whale able to find their mirror, and unfortunately, nobody else is able to escape. Wave 2 with the Dragon Blade to clean it up, and yeah, we're at 3 players that have decided that they'd rather do something else downtown Lijiang than fight here.
I may have thought that Wave was going to join PJ after getting that, really solid Genji Blade kill, and they had essentially won the fight, right? So I thought it was going to be 4, I'll be real with you, Fletch. But this is looking like very back and forth between these two teams, and I think a lot of why these fights just end up being lost is because someone decided that, further downtown under the buildings was better place to be.
Luckily, this sub map is way harder to jump off.
No, Fletch. They're gonna find a way.
It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be funny. I promise.
All right. Well, control center, we go. Dawes and K-Mac now in the bumper car. Mirror Orissa's on either side. This is very, very Orisa, isn't it? Nobody really taking any damage. Finally, something happens there. The Hyper Ring and the Fortify popped by the side of Borealis, and Dawes finds the opportunity to get in, get active, and get Aurora ahead in this fight. It will be their point to take here in this first fight on Control Center.
Yep, and that's just clean kills, cleaned up by Baka on this brig. No ultimates to work with yet, but this is one of the tougher things where you have to push through this choke with all the spam coming in, so you're definitely going to have to use the Orisa spin to just even enter.
Right. Back in. I mean, they're taking so much damage now. I mean, Borealis cannot get through this hallway right now. They are trying and trying, but they're just getting tossed around. You see that shield go up for K-Mac, got that perk up and going, but unfortunately PJ cannot deflect the dash from Wave, and without the deflect up, Wave can't deflect the rail shot there. Perseus trying to find an answer here. It's 1-for-1 rally down from Baka, finding some whip shots, but no kills just yet. Orbital Ray called in from Big Brain, but Big Brain popped like a bubble. We're gonna see the Orbital Ray more than likely from Funky Pants if they can keep it going. It doesn't look like they want to at this point. The numbers do not favor them. The percentage does, however, as they will close out at 60% here.
Yep, and I think that's a good call by Funky Pants and Dawes to just hold both their ultimates, because they can enter with this and potentially sustain through what might be the Terror Surge of K-Mac as they push through this next annoying choke of Lijiang Tower Control Center. Nothing else on the board besides Genji Blades, so not going to be surprised if we have dual Blades appearing on our screen in this next fight with a Terror Surge.
All right, back in here. Here's the first Terror Surge. Funky Pants explodes. Oh my god, the guy just does not even know what's going on. Peach, can we count that? Can we count that as a player just walking into their deaths? Dash right into the Terror Surge. Dawes has the same questions I do.
I guess, yeah. Did they go in with their ult? No, I mean, just go in with that ult Wave. Clean us up.
Alright, well, yeah. Dragon Blade in, gonna find a second here. The break backing up, cannot get away. Dawes helps out with that elimination. 2 players left. This got very, very close, way faster than I thought it would, but Aurora will not relinquish the lead. They're gonna start counting over 60.
Yep, and for them, they do not have ultimates to work with just yet. Borealis still have this overclock, and that's definitely going to just stuff the choke or deter this push of Borealis, of Aurora, and just slow it down even more. So if I am just dying down. No, it's Borealis going in. It's an overclock.
Here's the OC in from Alfredo. Trying to get barrel stuffed by Dawes, but nothing going there. Alfredo will not find much, but Sad Blue Whale will. Baka trying to keep this going with their rally. When did Perseus switch to Hanzo? That's something, I guess. Baka and Dawes finding one each. Alfredo keeping this fight alive. Doesn't need the overclock. Gets a 3-piece alone and will keep Borealis in this map.
Yeah, no, there's touches from Wave. Aurora just touching in really well and timely, so Wave just backs out, regroups. I think that's the plan. You are still leading in percentage. You're going to have dragons, right? And I think that's why K-Mac may have switched to the D.Va selection at this point, and also to just touch much faster and catch up. But they're going to have to be ready, because this is a Terra Surge Dragons combo. I'm calling it right now.
All right, well, we will just have to wait and see. Perseus going over to the left side, trying to find something. Nothing going, and Perseus explodes, and this orbital ray is going to lead us right into the garden. Thor, 5 players dead for Borealis, and there will not be a chance to touch this point again.
No, it's all up to the Tracer. Perseus trying to get it in time, but I doubt they'll be able to. But there's a Genji Blade.
Okay, there's the touch. How did that kill for PJ? I have no clue. And I'm sure Perseus has the same question. I lied about there not being a touch the first time. Won't be one for sure this time. We're going to Lijiang Garden.
I love it. I love it. Are we going to increase the count? Are we going to go past 3 this time?
It's way more possible on this map.
It's way more possible on this map. And for a team named Aurora versus Borealis, just like the Northern Lights, we have entered into this, I guess, map point. So, I would like to see how they decide to play around with what compositions they're running. Borealis seem to be sticking to this D.Va, which I think works well in something like Gardens to just go through different angles, but it's not really much of a sustain against something like Dawes on Orisa. So other than that, it seems to be a mirrored composition besides the tanks.
All right. Back up and running here. The third sub-map. Lijiang Tower Garden. You can see one team, Borealis, already on the objective. White room for Aurora. Trying to find their positioning in this fight. Dawes has broken on to the objective themselves, but Alfredo has found the opening pick. Wave kind of low here, going in, dashes through and onto the Sojourn, but Alfredo is just kind of free firing into this Orisa, who can really do nothing about it. And it will be Borealis coming out here on this first fight, getting the win.
I mean, let's take a look at how this works. K-Mac's only job really is they know Alfredo is going to pop off, get the kills. So the best thing to do is just eat all the damage incoming to the team. And because there's not really anything to eat the damage coming in from Alfredo besides, you know, the spin, all the shots are going to be eaten. And that's why you see Dawes switching over to this D.Va, going into this exact mirror between the two teams.
We'll see how this is going to work out for Aurora as we head back onto the objective. PJ just poking from afar, knows that Wave is behind them. Keeping an eye on this Genji. I'm sure everybody knows where Wave is at right this second. PJ flipping over to the other side of the point, but Funky Pants and Dawes have already put this fight well in the hands of Aurora. Will be that 50% mark that Aurora takes over.
Yep, and just shy of the halfway point for Borealis. Now, you're entering into this next fight with a lot of ultimates from both sides. Now that I am looking at it, you have the Genji Blades from both sides. You're also going to have Bacchus Rally. Both Divas have Diva Bomb to make sure they stay alive. So Blade already committed.
Well, yeah, I mean, Blade gets pulled. I was a little bit surprised to see it so early, but Wave is actually coming in with a pretty damn good Blade themselves, finding 2 each for both Blades. Now turning their attention towards this Juno. Baka feeding Big Brain a beautiful whip shot, getting around the corner, getting away from the self-destruct. The remech will come in for K-Mac, gonna find a little bit of damage. Dawes needs to get back into mech. May not be a necessity here. Does not actually get back into mech. That is unfortunate. As K-Mac, you know, still chilling out in that Baby Diva form, but Borealis, somehow, some way, even without the Diva in mech, get the job done here.
Yep, and this turns it over at the end of the day to Borealis. Aurora really stalling so well to make themselves at least a bit percentage over. And honestly, with a bajillion ultimates, at least to how I view it, 3 being a bajillion, in their pocket, Borealis only having that overclock to deal with this next push. Aurora has so many survivability stuff, so they have to pop it early.
OC out, Alfredo looking for anything, but I mean, Aurora know that they have time to play around this just far too early for that overclock for Borealis, and that tapped all of their resources. They don't have anything left in the ultimate economy. Now, Aurora can just throw down these ultra powerful ultimates and try to run over Borealis. Self-destruct to get back into mech. The flip will come through for Aurora. No kills, really, as I say that Alfredo does go down. Oh, clean from Wave, and I mean, that was just beautifully played by Aurora.
Yep, and you see the Genji just pushing, trying to get these supports flanking around. I hope they don't pop the Genji Blade. No, they don't need to.
They don't need it.
It's just Havoc in a tiny room. Oh, they
don't need it.
Oh, they don't need it.
Okay, well, I think that counts. We can knock it up to 4. That counts.
Well,
It was a reset. It was a reset. I get it. We're counting it.
We're still counting it just to add just to pad the stats. I get it. But if you're Aurora, you have Genji Blade for this next fight and a rally, so you're definitely going to sustain. So this is up to Borealis to build up towards an ult in the middle of this fight. You need one to turn things around.
All right, rally blade down. Okay, Wave in a lot of danger, goes down 1-for-1 trade. There's a self-destruct for K-Mac. Should they lose this mech, they will. The blue team on the left, though, taking the lead in the economy by K-Mac. flipping pancakes right and now 2 players down on the remake and K-Mac where there is a remake, there is a way. 3 for this Diva, 2 versus a 1. Dawes has the self-destruct to get back into the mech, will not use it, will not get there. Dawes falls, and now it is a desperation here for Aurora. PJ returns, gets 1, looks for another, and Borealis get it done, Thor.
I think the play here for Aurora is they're going to try to get this really clutch touch, and like the how many sec percentage left? There's going to be a whip shot and a hack, and someone's going to touch.
Oh, dude, K-Mac just saved this entire game for Borealis. That is insane.
And he doesn't get play of the game for it. This is okay, wave popped off, really huge Genji blades, left, right, up, center, but come on. That Diva remake just saved this map for Borealis. It looked like it was a foregone conclusion. And it just turns around because I honestly respect the play. I'm just more surprised it got 2.
I don't even know if it was a play.
No, it was some level of play. Let's be clear, because
I just don't think it was planned. I think that the guy was just trying to get back into mech.
No, because like I'm like, this is me analyzing it, right? Because this is how I would play if I were a Diva in that situation, right? Is I'm the only one left. I still have bomb. If I put bomb on one side, everyone else is gonna move to the other side, right? To avoid bomb. You sneakily flank the opposite side and then remake after the bomb's done, right? You hopefully get a chance to get a kill. If it's successful, it's successful. If it's not, it's not. But if you're like the enemy team and you know that's going to happen, like you're going to be isolated, you have to start looking for that baby Diva because that's a do or die situation for K-Mac. And K-Mac just came back with it, getting 2 in the process. So honestly, great job, Big Brain. What, one way or another, probably took the namesake of his teammate in order to get the kills. So great job. But hey, if I am Aurora, we're heading to Numbani. I think they have a solid Diva gameplay or a dive style, so I think they can turn things around here.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, right? It's gonna be interesting because obviously you usually will see the dive, especially early on Numbani, but Winston being banned means we may be looking at another Diva mirror, which I think is very, very close. I agree with you. I think it's incredibly razor thin. Of course, the opposite side there, we've got the Tracer banned by Aurora first. But that means that we're going to be able to see Freya again. And I'll be honest with you, Thor, I have not watched a lot recently. I've been moving around a lot. So I haven't had a chance to tune into any of these, OWCS, any of these other tournaments going on. But even through all of that, how strong Freya is has gotten through to me anyway. So everyone else might be tired of it. I kind of want to see some of it. I'm kind of excited.
I mean, for me, I think having significantly more Freya allows for that breather from where we always just had, this is such a Sojourn meta, it's always Sojourn, right?
Yeah.
Like, now you're seeing that switch between some teams going, hey, we would rather play that Freya instead of that Sojourn, right? So I think there is some mental analysis on which is better to play on a given map. And I think for something that's, I guess, more horizontal, because let's be real, the movement of Freya really isn't as much vertical as Sojourn, at least if you take into account Sojourn's slide. So I think maybe there's a way of playing Sojourn in Numbani, but I also think playing Freya might still work.
From what I have seen, I mean, hands up, I think Sojourn is still incredibly powerful. I think it's been been a while since we've seen where she's not strong. I think it'll be a while before we see when she's not strong. I mean, yeah, I do agree with you. I think it's definitely up to the team, because you've also got to think about Ashe being a potential. She does like to control that high ground, and her mobility is very vertical for the most part. You know, Coach Gunn does have some of that knockback, you know, horizontally, but it really does let her control that high ground pretty effectively, especially, you know, holding down that main turn. So, you know, I think the mid to long range hit scans can all be played pretty interchangeably on this map to varying degrees of success and comfortability. I think that is an important thing to think about for sure, but I still want to see some. I want to see some Freya. I'll be disappointed if I don't see any Freya tonight. So we'll just have to see.
I mean, from what I've at least seen from the 2 other matches that were casted on the mainstream, right? There have been some Freya gameplay, so I'm not too surprised about it. But for those who are just tuning in now, there are more BPL streams happening on the other side of the maps and channels, because there are so many games happening right now at 9, almost 10 p.m. EST that we've hit Kitsune League. We've decided to take over their channels too, but already we can see, at least on Marin Mallows versus Frogs on Fire, took the win.
I love F-Stream, baby, getting everything in there. That's a crazy letter to get to, by the way, is F-Stream.
Yeah. For those who want some level of chaos, also there is the B stream that is happening. It is in a couch casting style, so that might be a bit more chaotic than how it's structured here. But what isn't structured is the chaos these 2 teams have been bringing. I do hope that we increase the count of number of unintentional personal deep dives and tours we are now at 4. I wonder if we're gonna hit 2 digits.
I don't think we'll get that far. You know, we're playing maximum 4 maps. That is probably going double digits is probably going to be pushing it, but we'll just have to see.
There's a chance.
we'll just have to see. It's not as consistent here on Noombani, but what we do have is our lineups here. It's going to be, you know, similar DPS lines, so Wave, Luster, and PJ and Oryx on the Genji Freya. Tank's going to be Dawes on the Hazard and K-Mac on the Diva, and then the backline's entirely different. Speed for Aurora, stability for Borealis. We will just have to watch and see the attack already trying to take control of this high ground. Diva, you know, one of those characters that can do that very, very effectively. And it'll be good play by the defense to start off this map with a pick on the sad blue whale. Not really much happening, just these Freyas poking at each other.
It's a slow-paced game because you have Borealis playing this Ana Brig kind of setup, so you're doing more poke damage trying to sustain through it. They don't really want to brawl anything. They're looking for a huge pick and building towards Nano one way or another, but already you can see the team
where did K-Mac's men go? Where did it go? I didn't see it. K-Mac is gonna go down to the spike guard there, and I mean, without a tank, there's just nothing Borealis can do. Absolutely not.
I want to see Borealis change how they're going to push this, right? I think part of the problem is they're all pushing through that same choke point, and I think that doesn't really help them as much, especially when you have dive-gear characters that don't really want to take so much frontal damage, and already Wave getting PJ yet again.
Yeah, the defense being proven to be very, very formidable at the moment. Wave throwing some damage back their way. Oryx got very low, but Nice little sleep on the Dawes means that Oryx lives, but it'll be Borealis right now waiting as they drop under that 2-minute mark. Now headed back into the fight, a little bit of a nano boost on it to K-Mac. Headed into, yeah, that's Luster popping. You'll have to excuse me, I have not been able to familiarize myself with the Freya's abilities and ultimate yet, but it will be a good one as Wave finds a couple more themselves in Borealis. They're just getting stonewalled right now, Thor.
I think a lot of it is how this composition is being played. Like, yes, you got the nano out and you got K-Mac that nano, but it really doesn't get really any kills.
Let's go!
Let's go, we're at 5. We're at 5, even though it's a reset. But if you're Borealis, you now have 2 ultimates activated. Aurora, same to keep this defense. I think what I want to see is this rally get immense value, right? At least if you know Wave is coming in with that blade, you can kind of smell it. So you're supposed to rally a second earlier if you can, but this hazard really marking Sad Blue Whale.
Okay, well, K-Mac going to use that self-destruct, able to get back into the mech. PJ getting very low on this high ground. No deflect. Dragon Blade pulled by a Wave here, but no dash to re-engage. The Genji's swinging at each other, but it's PJ that comes out on top of that one. The Kitsune Rush from Nightingale. Not going to find the exact level of value that they would have liked. Did not know you could break that thing, but speaking of broken, Aurora has been broken here on Objective A, and Borealis will be able to cap out as we head on the streets.
And I think that's so patient of PJ to wait for that beat from Baka, because the moment that Lucio beat is out, you're free to use that Genji blade afterwards. So I think that's why PJ gets more value afterwards. But Wave already getting K-Mac off the field, so if you're Borealis, you're just at least trying to push this card towards this next quarter to a better place, get some more card percentage, because we're still an objective-based game. Oryx is building up towards the bolas, and that's the only ultimate you have along with the nano, so you're probably comboing that off for this next push. As for Aurora, downpour, and the bolas also available, so either or could work to slow down this push.
I mean, K-Mac's mech has not been able to stay particularly healthy throughout this match as the downpour comes in. Some beautiful follow-up by Wave and Dawes themselves. And I mean, with those 2 players dead, it's going to be pretty brutal here for Borealis as they just have to wait for the respawns again.
Yeah, and they're players with ults, so I think part of the slowing process here is that it seems like Borealis is terrified to use ultimates, and they finally use one, but doesn't really get much value.
Yeah, right into the spike guard of Dawes goes that bola. K-Mac, you trying to use that nano to find something, but there's just nothing to follow up on. Luster does end up falling here as it looks like it's just a die on point here for Aurora as they get sent 1 by 1 back to spawn.
Yep, and there's just the staggers just to keep the clock ticking down. But if you're Borealis, that's completely fine. You've traded bolas with each other. Rush still available for Aurora, so they're definitely going to have that for this next engagement. Maybe try to enable Wave to build towards the Genji blade, because if there's one thing these Genjis have on par with each other, it has been this Genji blade percentage. So a lot of it has been who can get the best value because of what teammates have. Ooh, come on.
There is the self-destruct in here from K-Mac. He's going to be able to find Baka. Not ideal, obviously, for Aurora. As we see the Kitsune Rush thrown down by our defenders. Going to try and keep this fight going without. Now, Sound Barrier answered by a rally from Sad Blue Whale. Dragon Blade pulled, and PJ's just waiting for it. Time and time again, absolutely perfect timing from PJ for the 2nd rotation in a row.
Yep, but the picks coming along the way, Freya being as overpowered as usual is cleaning things up. Oh my gosh.
Okay, man. Okay.
And ulting to send a message. Ulting to send a message. So, if you're Aurora, this isn't looking great either in the ult economy. There's a nano
no.
Wait, it's there's no time. Never mind.
There's no time. Okay.
There's no time. Never mind. It doesn't matter. My opinion does not matter because the time. I have no ears.
I don't either, apparently.
Apparently, I did not hear the time tick down to 0. Thanks, Overwatch. But Borealis managing to just push it shy of closing the second point. It did look dicey on their first point attack. So if you're Aurora, your biggest goal right now is, in a step-by-step process, is, okay, can we take that first point without dwindling our clock so much? We want to unlock that first point with time in the bank, because that makes it much easier to continue pushing through, the second point of Numbani, which can be a mix of a snowball, or when you finally stop the snowball, it's a struggle to continue pushing. So Aurora still sticking with the same composition they had on defense. Borealis doing the same this time on the defense, which normally we're expecting that on a Brig on a defense more than an attack for Numbani. So I think this is going to be a lot of coordination on jumping onto this on a Brig to at least lessen any healing coming in, or isolate K-Mac right away and just get him out of mech, because somehow that's also been a really good strategy for Aurora.
Done well for them. So here we go into the attack of Aurora. They know their win con gonna be these supports on this high ground. Nice little shot there on a Luster. Not gonna find a whole lot otherwise. Luster waiting for these cooldowns to come back to get back into the fight. Pressure on the point from Dawes now, who is just okay. Gonna jump back up now. Finally, does not pick up that tick that I thought was gonna come through. As Wave tries to get in, but it's PJ that is the first to fall. K-Mac, no self-destruct to reset this time. So we'll get D-Mect taken down by Nightingale, and Oryx trying to keep this fight going, as Nightingale has actually decided that it's their fight. It's their fight. It's their fight. I'm just gonna win the fight now. I'm Kiriko. I'm Kiriko. I'm Kiriko. I'm a support, by the way.
The K in 5K is Kiriko. 5 Kiriko. But no, it was just a 4K from Nightingale, cleaning that up, helping Aurora lock this point even when Dawes was down. So already they're pushing up, and with a hefty 5-minute time back to go through the second point of Numbani, they have that rush, and they're probably trying to use it on this high ground where the Brig Ana do prefer to play at the end of the day.
They only need to go 87 meters. Not even to the end of objective B. Nano Boost ready to go here. Will get applied to K-Mac, who immediately turns to look at this back line. Nice downpour there to peel for the supports from Dawes. As we see Luster trying to keep this fight going from the high ground. We're going to see the Bolas. That's one player down at their hands. Sad Blue Whale not even going to get an opportunity to use this rally. PJ, I mean, unfortunately, the timing not exactly great this time, but you didn't really have another choice, and now that is 5 players out for Borealis, and it's going to be desperation as Oryx swaps over to the Venture.
Yep, rally available for Sad Blue Whale, has to go in with it.
Nothing going. Dirt Muncher in, pops out of the ground and immediately removed. Oryx not able to find much. K-Mac does have to self-destruct to at least attempt to get back into this fight. K-Mac will return it to the mech, but as has been kind of the story throughout this map thus far, K-Mac immediately demeched as soon as getting back into it, and that was a big statement here from Aurora on Numbani. They are still alive in this series. We're going to Esperanza.
Yep, and that is going to make sure that we only hit 3 maps in this match up. So what I'm at least seeing is when it comes to this compositional difference between Aurora and Borealis, the hazard composition of Aurora just has a better understanding or at least a better execution of how they want to play against the Ana Brig of Borealis. And it's really just understanding that you ideally don't want to dive the Ana Brig right away, right? You're forcing a couple of other cooldowns from them before you dive. And I think a part of it also for Borealis is it feels like the Brig isn't getting as much value as you would like. I think there's not as much proactivity for a Brig into the composition that Aurora was running, of that rushier style, right? So what ends up happening is you just falter very quickly because there's just more damage and just burst coming in from one single spot. I think if you're playing something like a dive, you'd ideally want angles from different sides, and it just really didn't show up for Borealis.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I mean, sometimes speed kills. That's just kind of how it goes from time to time. But now, as we look ahead to map number 3, it's going to be Esperanza, and like, I would be surprised if we don't see Genji Freya. I think that is kind of locked in for the moment as we get ready to see what characters we're certainly not going to see. Okay, well, I'll eat my words. Apparently, yeah. Okay.
Apparently, the Genji of Aurora was way too much of an issue for them. Wave really picking it up and doing a lot of work for the Aurora team. So I think that's why they end up banning the Genji. But I think it might also be to protect maybe a DPS ban from the side of Aurora, not letting them have it. So now Aurora is forced to pick between banning a tank or support. And Borealis has at least shown a variety of different tanks they've played. I think they still just lean into the D.Va a bit more, and that's exactly why they decide to ban that instead. So this is more of a ban of what seems to be comfort picks of certain players on the respective teams, so just targeted.
I think that this might be the first time in a series in recent memory for me that I think every single ban meant something. I like all 6 of these bans. I really do. I really do. I mean, K-Mac has kind of been frying on the D.Va. Even if it fell a little bit short on Numbani, where realistically it probably should have been the strongest it was gonna be. K-Mac has still come to play on that D.Va, so ditching the D.Va, a great pick. Genji. It's Genji, right? It's kind of crazy how you think about the history of Genji, how he was so bad for so long, and now he's this mainstay flex DPS. That, if you don't know how to play, or you don't have a player who can play Genji, you're going to struggle a little bit, just from a speed perspective. And so banning the Genji makes a lot of sense, especially with, as you said, as well as Wave is playing on that character. So I like both bans from either side. Now the question is, what are we going to see, right? I think with the Genji gone, you're probably going to head back over to the other mainstay flex DPS, Tracer, and be surprised if we don't see the Freya again.
I think Freya's pretty much a mainstay at this point with how overpowered it is, but because of the Genji ban, one way or another, Aurora have decided to make substitutions. Perseus coming in for Wave, so that's one big change for them. As for Borealis, Mariposa, who did a lot of work on that Ana to try to get value, is being substituted in by Big Brain. So we're going back to, I think for at least for Borealis, what their lineup was when we started for the night. As for Aurora, I think this is pretty much the third possible combination of DPS players that you're allowed to have when you have a 3 DPS lineup. So already we can see some. I'm not gonna trust what Nightingale's running. I'm not gonna analyze that yet. I'm gonna wait till spawn doors open. Borealis though, with this Sombra Freya.
we're seeing it from both sides too. I'm interested.
I think I get it. In a way, you're kind of coordinating a hack target one way or another, especially once your invisibility is ticking down. You really have to make that split-second decision of like, okay, who am I hacking after I get out of this cloaked state, right? So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Sombras kind of being near their team, but not really on top of them to get these hacks out.
Well, PJ just putting in some damage with that submachine gun. Not really finding a hack just yet. K-Mac is the first victim of Sombra, and Luster is able to put Big Brain OOC out of commission here early on this Freya. Perseus getting the better of the Sombra duel, and Aurora roaring to the front here as they begin their push.
Luster already passed the halfway point for ultimate charge. You could already see how much work he was doing for Aurora on the Freya, so we're already potentially expecting this Bolas probably mid-fight for this next engagement, as Borealis really has nothing to push in other than just cooldowns. But already the bot TS1 already continues moving towards the point with nothing stopping it from hitting butt scratch just yet.
Well, you see Perseus just keeping an eye on PJ. Hard engage on the opposite Sombra. Head back over to grab that health pack. Now over to the Orisa, who's going to take a little bit more damage. Headed up to the high ground now. They finished off K-Mac, waiting for the hack to return. Quick dash going to help Alfredo, but not for very long as Aurora continues to roll here. Ooh.
I mean, Aurora still keeping the ball rolling, even with those kills kind of going in the way of Borealis for some of them. But if I'm Aurora, I'll take that. With 2 minutes already hitting the butt scratch, that's a lot of time you have to at least for Borealis to get things back and kind of make this even. And this is a hard thing to do on push, especially with how quick the bot moves.
All right, well, Sombra's keeping an eye on each other here. And K-Mac getting super duper aggro alone up on the high ground, finally gets joined by their supports. But Perseus again in this Sombra duel has just had PJ's number. They're gonna fall to Alfredo, but okay, well, we see the power of Freya in that engagement. But it's not going to be incredibly easy to take down 3 players alone again, so they won't even get back across the halfway point.
Oh, that's unfortunate. If I'm Aurora, I'll take the engagement that all just happened, and no ultimates were used and all of that. Borealis making some swaps, thinking the Zarya might just be the answer into this hazard composition, but EMP's ready on both sides, so this is a lot of going to be setting up gameplay for these two Sombras to get a huge EMP out, and I wouldn't be surprised if Baka is hiding just to keep everyone else alive.
Here is the EMP from Perseus. They're looking for one, and Dawes able to find the final blow on both Big Brain and PJ, following up beautifully on that EMP, and just like they're using ultimates, and Borealis is just not getting even an opportunity to use their own. It's ridiculous.
I mean, they were able to use the Bolas, but there was not really any much follow-up because Perseus got a huge EMP and the backline of Borealis just faltered. And if I'm Borealis, this is looking pretty dire. You still have an even set of ultimates to work with, both support ultimates online, but I feel like there's more rush potential with Auroras.
Well, Kitsune rushes down, EMP lands onto 3, sound barrier down, but can't help either of the DPS here for Aurora. PJ falls, but the damage has been done here in this fight. Borealis finally going to be able to get a decisive fight win. It's just unfortunate it happens to be right at their spawn door.
Yeah, but if I were them, I would take that, right? I've only used 2 big ultimates compared also to the 3 that Aurora used to try to win this out. And I mean, you are still in a ult advantage going to this next fight. There's nothing really to worry about with this rally that you need to save it up for. You could literally just push it to keep the team alive and to sustain through whatever next engagement Aurora has.
Oh, here we go. Big Brain is out, and wow, Alfredo just shoving Luster into the dirt there. Beautifully played. Now Rally to re-engage on this fight. They have the bolas, they have the grab. Swift step away for Nightingale, and this could be a great grab here. Not gonna quite get the opportunity. Some great peel help out there. Brig in the back line. Now we're gonna see the downpour, and yeah, it was a downpour for sure, and the bola is going to help take down Dawes. Grab to clean up Nightingale, and expensive fight for only 2 kills, but they did win it, so I guess I can't really complain.
I feel like the grab was unnecessary in that fight, considering that Aurora had wasted their down. I mean, not really wasted. There was an attempt to get value with the downpour. It just got nothing. So there was an attempt. It just didn't work out. And now Borealis has butt scratch, but they still have a long way to go. And Aurora is building towards a Kiriko Rush and EMP. This is an instant combo win if they can build it just before PJ gets to this EMP. And already Perseus is looking way, way ahead of them.
I mean, K-Mac, no bubbles in sight, and will end up falling the poke from a long way out from Perseus. Going to be good for a couple more kills. The Freya able to survive somehow, as will Big Brain and PJ, but they will get back across, get rid of the close spawns, and Aurora back in control.
I don't know how to feel, and that Borealis as a team have just opted to regroup and maybe potentially lose players in the process. And now they have slow respawn, but now there's an EMP, they need to get value with it.
Okay, so the EMP in a vacuum was better from Perseus just from a numbers perspective, but the EMP from PJ getting rid of Dawes and putting Borealis in a position to win that fight without the enemy tank in play.
I will take it. Bolas both online for both teams. Respective quote-unquote flex support ultimates available for them also. The biggest difference is the rush is more aggressive.
All right, well, Luster just explodes again. Alfredo definitely getting the better of this mirror in Esperanza as K-Mac cleans up Dawes and Perseus hack out onto Nightingale, cleaned up for a third from K-Mac, and Borealis will finally be able to cross into the back half of Esperanza.
Okay, but can I give credit to Alfredo, who just those are nasty like aerial shots, right? He's always up in the air when he gets these kills onto Luster, and it's just crazy movement and preparation for it. Really can aim it down and not worry, really spacing it out. But there is a beat just available for Aurora. That's the only thing they have, and you're hoping this downpour gets immense value, especially when Bolas and Rally's still alive.
Well, the Bola's not going to find much there from Alfredo as the downpour comes in, going to hold down K-Mac to help get rid of that Zarya, the Sombra. They're trying to track it down PJ, but PJ will be able to live, but Borealis will take back control of this bot.
And luckily enough, Baka still has that Lucio beat, and he will definitely need it into the Graviton Surge of K-Mac, which is coming online. If there's anything I want to see is for Sad Blue Whale to really just use this rally as more of a sustain for this next fight, potentially to push into what might be this counter push from Aurora, who is setting up.
Right, well, grab down, Baka gets the cleanse, gets the sound barrier off, and K-Mac punished for the hubris, trying to follow up on that grab alone. Big Brain exploding, and there is the Bolas to help take down PJ and Alfredo, definitively moving Aurora back into the plus EV of this map. With only 30 seconds left, Thor, it's getting dire for Borealis.
Yeah, yeah, they're going to have to win fight after fight just to catch up to where the bot is on their respective side. And the only thing they have to answer with is this EMP for PJ to get things rolling. They have no other ultimate to work with. So you're hoping to strike big with the EMP and then build up towards another Bolas and maybe even that orbital ray just to get value. And already PJ is looking for Perseus just to make sure he's unable to EMP.
Both getting ready to rip this ultimate. Overtime begins. Aurora getting pushed back across the midpoint. Perseus exploding, not getting a chance to pop their own EMP. But for this Aurora squad, they know that they've still got some time. 1 or 2 fights remain before they lose out.
Yep, and if I am Aurora, right, I think really just get our bearings, maybe build towards that downpour so we can have that 3 ultimates to work with for the next fight. Borealis only has this orbital ray. So you want to force out this orbital ray into an uncomfortable position and have it mirrored. So you could potentially do that with an EMP or maybe with a rally.
All right, well, here is the EMP only landing onto Alfredo. K-Mac able to track down Nightingale. I mean, that's 2 ultimates, 2 big ultimates gone. And Borealis, they took the time that Aurora gave them, and they're going to roll it right into that golden line. Win Ishbranza, win the series. Aurora falls to even on the season, and Borealis takes their first here in week 1.
Great job for Borealis for just turning this into their first win, handing the first loss of Aurora for at least this current season in this group stage. But as I said, right, Aurora could have won that, right? It really, at the end of the day, was, you know, just the order of how they used some of their ultimates and just dumping all of them at the same time when Borealis only had 1. Kind of spelled disaster because you'd want that orbital ray to melt out first to lose out some level of value, but just unfortunate, and Borealis just takes it from them. It just great plays from both sides. It was really back and forth one way or another. I just think there's just a lot of misplays that were happening and led to this eventual outcome.
Yeah, and I mean, there's one thing that I will say, because I consider myself a very knowledgeable about how to play the Sombra character. EMP is an unfathomably strong ultimate. You cannot only hit 1 person, at least not consistency. Both Sombras did it, but unfortunately, I think that very, very last one cost Aurora, because it only landed on to the Freya. Like, Freya, once that, what is it, 3 seconds from EMP, once that lockout is over, Freya can just run. Like, it's just an unfortunate circumstance to find yourself in. To be honest with you, Thor, I really don't understand the Sombra. I don't think she has a place in the meta right now, if I'm being honest with you. But for some reason, we saw both teams play it. Worked out for Borealis in the end.
Yeah, 100%. And I think just a lot of that has to be with how they played the characters, right? Both Sombras were getting value. I think just at the end of the day, it was the type of follow-up and the circumstances surrounding when an EMP is used. Because as much as EMP is such a big ultimate, as you say, right? Very powerful, fight-changing. It's not as impactful if there's no follow-up with it one way or another, or if it doesn't get a sizable number of players. So just really unfortunate at the end of the day, but great job to Borealis in the fight between the Northern Lights. The Borealis side wins.
Yep. But as this series comes to a close, we've got one more here up on the A stream. We've got, it's going to be, which one? Terrapin versus Oomfie University. So look forward.
I love this.
You love it?
I love this. Because we're heading to C League.
Okay, we're headed to C League. Let's go!
More insanity!
Let's go! Maybe we will see more players jump off the map, but that will have to wait as we get ready to head into our final series of the night.
loved on me. It breaks the chains and gives strength to the weak. When I am lost, you're there with me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace abounds, it knows no end. It covers me and is my defense. When I am weak, you're strong for me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you go with me. Your grace alone can comfort me. Your grace extends and offers light that never ends, and I don't know why. When I am lost, you're there with me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you go with me. Your grace alone can comfort me. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you go with me. Your grace alone can rescue me. Your grace alone can save me. Save me.
When the sage brings the rite of spring, morning dove and the sparrows sing. Through the light that the sun will bring, reborn. Plots are creeping on the wall. Swallowtail heeds the northern call, and the last of the frost will thaw, reborn. In the warmth of the spring, I recall everything once more. Heavy air and the smell of rain, muddy grasses across the plain, red-winged blackbird soft refrain, reborn. In the warmth of the spring, I recall everything once more. once more. In light of the sun, everything and everyone reborn. We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are wrapping up our first night of BPL Season 7 in the C League. We've got Terrapin versus Oomfie University Thor. The C League, always a joy to watch. Never really know what you're gonna get, so it's always exciting to get a peek and see what they've got cooking.
Exactly, and if there's one thing we know about C League is exactly that. Anything is up in the air with these teams, and you could see a lot more flexing, I guess, between players for what roles they are playing. But we can take a look at the standings right now for, I guess, C League so far, and it looks like only Log Racers versus the Bear has happened so far for matchups. So already setting who, won that matchup and where they're located in this whole setup. Now, this matchup is going to decide, well, who's going to move in the rankings. At least so far, as if that matters. It's only the first day of this whole season.
Yeah, there's still a lot to be decided as this season continues, so really not looking too deep into this. But now, as we head over to start looking at our lineups here, I can say confidently that there are a few more players that I recognize on these teams. Terrapin has got players like Feed Stacker, Spooky, Tim Week, Pika, and on the other side names like Ronan, Denji, and Panini. So we'll get a proper look here. Feed Stacker, King Crimson on the DPS, Spooky and Tim Week on the tank, Pika, C Sharp, and Kisho Kitty on that back line. A couple of pretty well-known faces here from BPL, along with some new faces as well. Always great to see some brand spanking new, never played in a Solomon tournament before. Some of them coming in from SPCS and Kitsune League.
Exactly, and that's no change also for those coming to join in on the side of Oomfie University, that DPS line of Ronin and Sclera on the DPS line, the tank of Claybird, and let's not forget also that Denji, as much as he is listed as a support this time around, has a hazard character profile because, he played tank in SPCS, so we already know how deep some of these hero pools can be. And rounding that up is the remaining supports of Panini, Obama, and Ghost Salinby. Also, we have Obama playing Overwatch.
Let's go! Let's go! I can't believe it's Obama. Love that guy. But for now, we don't get to go through all the rigmarole of waiting for the bans. We know what bans are coming through for map number 1, which is Lijiang Tower. The only difference between this map pool and the last is that we are going to be playing on Hollywood for map number 2 as opposed to Numbani. But of course, first up, Lijiang Tower. This time it is the Orisa ban. Freya still being chucked to the back in map number 1. I expect that without the Orisa, we're going to see a lot of fists. I expect a lot of fists.
I lied. I was expecting Ronan to be on Cassidy, but wait, no. I realized that's the wrong person from Eternal Surge. Mabi, I used to be on that team, Mabi. But already we could see the compositions being run, and it's pretty much the same tank and support line already. So this is going to, oh, never mind, Ronan did go into Cassidy. I'm not surprised at this man. Team Weak, Feed Stacker going for a more long distance poke with some flank potential with the Sojourn Tracer. Oomfie University going for a different route. Genji and Cassidy.
Playbird is already kind of low there as Spooky puts on the pressure, and just absolutely nothing that Claybird can... So there's absolutely nothing Spooky can do there. Feed Stacker at 38 HP, trying to wait for that passive healing to come through. Maybe a little bit early there on the cleanse, just get those Ofuda rolling. Somehow Kisho is not dead in this fight, but C Sharp is an... Oh, okay. Well, at least Obama is going to be able to get rid of that Tracer, as Oomfie University will strike first here.
Definitely an oomph factor for them. Not so much of an oomph factor for both tanks, who were first to, pass away and forcing Terrapin to regroup. No ultimates to work with just yet. Well, maybe High Noon. Ronan really just putting all the work apparently on the Cassidy. I hope he's not right-clicking only.
Yes, Cassidy does do a lot of damage when you're just clicking into a big old hitbox, but speaking of, Ronan does end up getting traded here. It's 3 players versus 4. Even without Spooky, this numbers advantage far too overwhelming for Oomfie University to overcome, and it will be Terrapin someday being able to wrench this fight out. Just gonna be some late touches. What the hell was that? Oh my goodness! I know that wasn't intended for Danny there, but it was still pretty nice.
It was pretty nice, and I think if you're Oomfie University, you'll take that, right? That's a pulse bomb out of the match, and already someone is asking, what is that crosshair? Guys, we have no control of the crosshairs these players are using. What we do know is at least some level of analysis of what's going to happen this next push. You're probably speed pushing in with this High Noon to create space, potentially. No, rush first. Counter rush.
Yep, rushes will cross, but Feet Stacker and C Sharp have already found 2 each. The sound barrier, for some reason, maybe a smidge expensive there, Thor. They get the team kill, but yeah, they spent a lot.
That's not the smidge. That's expensive. A Kiriko ult for 4 ultimates. Terrapin, please. I know we're in Sea League, but please, please. Well, you held it, but you have nothing to hold for this next push from Oomfie, who has a bajillion ultimates working like Blade. Oh my gosh, my arms ignoring the Blade!
Okay, well, Lara able to find the 1 pick with the Blade. Oomfie not needing to use anything else to get this job done, so they still have a wealth of ultimates coming up for this next fight.
I think our observers are tired of seeing big Genji blades, so we've been avoiding the Genji blade camera apparently. Wave and the Genjis from last match terrifying everyone. Oomfie, only having used 1 ultimate, still has 3 on the bank. Nothing yet for Terrapin besides a pulse bomb. So Team Weak has to go big with maybe a stick on this Lucio. No Ajax.
Danny gets dropped down, and the pulse bomb tanked the Deadeye right into the face of Spooky. And Ramatra doesn't really have a whole lot of facial expressions, but I could see the fear there. Just absolutely no way to get away from that from Spooky.
Yeah, and increasing the count for tonight in our cast is Team Weak.
We're at 6.
We're at 6. We're at 6 for this back-to-back cast. Oomfie University, you still have 2 ultimates to work with. Nothing yet for Terrapin, and they decide to open up with Rush.
Yeah, and Feed Stacker is just staring on in fear. Claybird coming in with an annihilation. Spooky cannot build up to his own. The Kitsune Rush, it's kind of desperate, maybe a little bit. Team Weak finding a couple here, but as this annihilation continues to rage, there's really just not a lot of opportunity here for Team Weak to get any more value. They're going to get some touches, but It's all desperate. It's all desperate, Thor. It'll be Oomfie taking the first sub map.
It was just clean. I don't know what else to say for Oomfie University, right? They played into the situation of Terrapin dumping 4 ultimates, not being able to regain their ultimate cycle whatsoever. And for Oomph, you're okay with that. Like, you still had 4 ultimates, you just cycle through them, get back the rush you had expended that took out 4 ultimates from Terrapin, and bada bing bada boom, you take first round of Lijiang Tower. Now, we're seeing still the same compositions from both of these teams, so I would want to see Terrapin be a bit more controlled on the ultimates they use to win or take fights, right? Just really knowing when not to expend anymore, even though it feels like you should. What is this, Tracer Crosshair?
We asked the same question earlier, but I do not deign to guess that we will get that answer. But Lara, the first to fall here in this fight. Spooky opening it up with a great pick onto the Genji Claybird. Very low, not going to be able to get away with anything there as Terrapin take the first flip.
And if I am Oomfie University, I am just going to go back, regroup with my team. I am being spawn camped by Tim Week, whose the name pronunciation on their BPL profile is Hatsune Miku. So I don't know if I should.
I don't think that's true.
No, but it's funny. It's on casting info. Tim Week still gets Lara.
Yeah. Great first pick there. Unfortunately, Claybird is kind of alone, maybe a little bit, even with that pick onto Feed Stacker. Obama is able to dispatch of the Tracer harassing them. I thought Keisha was actually going to fully engage there.
I think you just go in sometimes. It just works. Tim Week with a Pulse Bomb may get huge value from it, but if you're you have a Rush and High Noon to work with, but a Hinder is just going to stop all of that. Yep, you can now push free. Oh.
Well, no Lucio's in play here. Ronan is, even with the healing from Obama, I'm just not going to be able to find much, but Zalera following up on a great Ravenous Vortex here as, yeah, that bug is still in the game 2 years later, which is funny, but we've got another Terrapin fight win, and they're 3/4 of the way through this map, and they've still got the ult advantage.
Isn't it great when you cycle ultimates? Like, you could see the impact of it. You could just stall a push and force Oomph to use an ultimate to even get past this bridge. Also, why do we continue pushing through this bridge when there are other ways to pass? But I guess that's how they want to do this fight, with a rush hopefully next.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yes.
You know what? You know what? 07 Soldier. 07 Soldier. Danny DeVito goes down, but takes Spooky with them. And that was all we were watching, so didn't really get to see much of that fight. But it happened, I guess. We're at 7, by the way.
I count the boop kill as our 8th. 7 was Danny DeVito. No? Okay. Okay, Danny DeVito.
That was forced. That was forced.
Okay, 7 then. 7. Stick does get nothing. Great Suzu.
No stick. Overclock down. Sound barrier landing onto Feed Stacker to help out, but it's a lot of damage outcoming. Pulse bomb onto the lawn there. Annihilation and the Kitsune rush. And how many ultimates is that, Thor? I can't count past 2.
I can tell you at minimum 6.
We're at 8. We're at 8.
7.
We're at 8.
Oh, we're gonna hit the double digits tonight. I have already a sinking feeling. Oomfie University managing to hold that off. No ultimates to work with. They should be able to build towards High Noon in this next fight, because Ronan just knows how to build High Noon that quickly. Terrapin, only answer should be building up towards a rush and maybe an annihilation, but with C Sharp gone, that's not looking great.
All right, well, not great here for Terrapin. The annihilation gets invested, but really, you know what? The issue is not enough to punch at, but too much to punch at. And that ultimate is all but useless here as Oomfie now closes in on their final fight.
This is final fight territory. Match point in a way. If you not match point, map point in a way. So if I am Terrapin, I have nothing to work with besides a pulse bomb, a rush, and I think you want C# to build towards this rush and just go full on in and hope for the best, because all Oomfie has right now is a high noon.
Well, here is that Deadeye. I mean, they have the skulls. They just need to wait, and they're gonna get it. Ronin, patient, beautiful. It's 2 for 2 though, as C# is able to clean up on the Cassidy, and Oomfie, Deadeye, and a dream from Ronin. We take our number of self-inflicted deaths up to, I believe, 7 now, as Oomfie University gets the win here on Lijiang Tower.
I mean, great job from this Oomfie University team, right? But if there's one thing I will commend Terrapin for, is they figured out how to really just cycle the ultimates, and you could see how much impact it did for that, Gardens point, right? It looked so much closer than, the first point of Lijiang Tower. So great job. I think that's something they should definitely keep up. But this has definitely been a back and forth between these two teams. It really ends up being whose ultimate gets some more value. Yeah, more value, more impact in like the key moments, right? Like, I think generally these teams know when to go in with ultimates, how to use the ultimates they want to. It's sometimes just that additional oomph factor, and somehow Oomfie University, by their namesake, has it.
I get it. I get it.
Right.
Wow, I get the joke.
Yeah.
Bang! We land those. We take those. But yeah, I mean, great performance by Oomfie. Really, I mean, they clutched up there on Garden. Night Market was pretty well theirs for most of that, though. It was a very, very strong performance from Oomfie, and like Ronin kind of fragged out on the Cassidy on that first sub map. Everybody really did what they needed to do, and I think that was definitely where Oomfie wants to be, right? They don't want to be in these, splitting hair fights, right? They want to win dominantly like they did on the first sub map. And they've got the playmakers to do it. They obviously do. They ended up winning the map in the end, 2-0, which is great. Now, the game's about to change a little bit, right? We're headed to Hollywood, which is, not the same as Noombani. It's not as dive heavy. The first 2 maps definitely are dive reliant. There's a lot of high ground on Noombani where, to be honest, Cassidy's not as strong. Right, the sight lines are far too long for Cassidy to find that consistent value. So if they're still going to keep Ronin on this Cassidy, which looked very, very good, in a map that has the short sight lines like Lijiang Tower, they're going to need to play fast and in the face of Terrapin, or maybe switch it up.
Yeah, and I think what's going to happen, at least when the bans come in, as we are definitely heading into Hollywood, is figure out what you would want to ban, right? You did say it's not as dive heavy as something like Noombani, but it's still one of those maps where just getting through that first point, you kind of need some level of dive. If you decide to play brawl, like something interesting, like that sim TP onto like the actual high ground whatsoever, which is kind of readable, so use with caution. But
it's funny.
It's funny, and if it works, it's magical. Like Chef's Kiss, great. Terrapin, though, have decided to ban the Winston, so that means any dive execution now is probably going to be through a Diva or maybe a Hazard, because Hazard's kind of in that weird middle ground. Oomfie University, though, banning the Brig, so I think there's this assumption that with the Winston ban, they might Terrapin might have been wanting to play something like a Juno Brig, but now this changes the calculus of all of this a bit, and now you're kind of forced to either play something like maybe a Kiri Lucio, an Ana Lucio, right? Or something interesting like double flex support like an Ana Kiri or an Ana Juno, one way or another. If or if they're crazy, like I think like Seal CEO, it's a I don't know, a mercy, on a mercy, and yeah, that's one way to go about it. But already we could see kind of the inner workings of these teams.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend playing Mercy. That's
the content.
You'd have to get very creative if you're gonna want to play Mercy. In most places, not even just like competitive Overwatch. You've got to be confident, right? And I don't think that we're gonna see a whole lot of Mercy, if at all, right? I am curious, right? I think without the Winston, like, because Ramatra is not as strong on this map, obviously, way more vertical. You can't easily take high ground from another team playing the Ramatra, so I think that's out of the door. Now, as we head in, I'm genuinely interested, right? Like, where are we going? I tend to lean toward a Hazard rather than a D.Va right now. I think that he is a little bit stronger than D.Va at the moment, but I'm interested to see, you know, what Ronan's gonna play. I'm completely ignoring Oomfie at this moment. What's interesting on the other side is the double hit scan. It's not something we see very often, right? The Cassidy Ashe. I'm interested in that. Spooky on the Hazard, as I kind of figured would be the case. I'm interested because this, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this comp. What about you, Thor?
Which one? Are we talking about Oomfie?
Oomfie's not real. Oomfie can't hurt you.
Oomfie, yeah, Oomfie's not gonna. Oomfie can't hurt me. Because they changed as necessary. So you're already seeing a slight difference in composition.
Okay.
But I think Terrapin's setup with the double hit scan is the stun potential of the Cassidy is always important, especially if you're expecting that dive. And it's just a lot of burst damage coming in. So you're expecting angles from different sides. So your supports, one way or another, are sticking with the Ashe, while your Hazard and Cassidy are able to survive and stand better alone a bit longer. But already the high ground's in favor of Oomfie, as they've taken this first point high ground on the left side because no one's really contesting it from Terrapin.
Ronan jumping around from angle to angle, but Danny DeVito and Obama, rest in peace to both of them, taken down by Spooky alone pretty much. And Oomfie, even with the high ground control, really not going to be able to find anything.
Ooh, nice shots from Ronan, really waiting for that head peek from Feed Stacker, and already you could see how much work this Ashe is doing from a distance, along with the Cassidy, just really denying any solid dive from, I guess, Oomfie, right? So already there's a dive onto that stagnant high ground, and they just rotate.
I mean, Feed Stacker under a lot of duress, but it's Ronan to go down first to trade for Pika. A lot of damage is being put into Volcarona, who, yeah, just kind of ignores it to help take down Spooky. Without Spooky, it's going to be tough, especially as Kisho is laying on the ground in two pieces. So Oomfie will be able to break this hold on the defense. Going to be able to get this point, get rolling in it to point B.
Yep, and already with, at least if I am Oomfie University, I am working with one ultimate for this next engagement. Danny DeVito already taken from this world by some sick ass burns. Terrapin has 4 ultimates to work with. They can stall. And I think what's great with this double hit scan setup, especially with the Ashe, is you should have better sightlines and damage from that high ground. It's much harder to deal with. They should get value. Oomfie needs to engage and really take this high ground, but it's going to be a bit of a struggle, especially when the first high ground's already with Terrapin.
Alright, well, here we go. Kitsune Rush down from Obama. A great disengage here. Gonna be tough as King Crimson kind of explodes in the process of using that Deadeye sound barrier down from Oomfie, as the attackers are looking a little bit more healthy than the defenders right now. Ronan cleans up a couple more, and the objective will continue to roll for Oomfie University.
I think Terrapin should win ideally this next fight if we're looking at it in terms of ult advantage. What I at least hope is we don't burn all 4 like the last time. So hopefully keeping it at 2, at worst 3, especially if Oomfie decides to use 2. But I think you want to save this. Oh, never mind. Spooky's down.
Yep, Spooky dead, buried, no tank in here for Terrapin. Bob enters the fray as well, but Zlara able to dispatch of that Ronan's Bob to take care of their mirror image. Kisho Kitty under a lot of pressure. Can they get rid of these supports? The answer, no, actually. Surprisingly, no.
Denji / Volcarona too close for comfort to the spawn, too near, but that's okay. Force a bunch of other cooldowns, and if I am Oomfie, I would just continue rolling the cart even if my Genji is down, and once Terrapin recontests, like, or tries to force it from them, like, just quickly back off and force out another ult, like this rush from Pika.
Sune rush down for the side of Terrapin, and Oomfie, time and time again, they know exactly what to do in these kinds of situations. They just hold their S key, run away from the ultimate that is threatening them, and now they're ready to get back in here with a downpour and a Kitsune rush of their own. But Feed Stacker, unfortunately, you can't exactly kite those well-timed ash shots, and it will be a Terrapin fight win as we cross below that 3.5-minute mark.
Yep, but if you're Oomfie, that's completely fine. You forced out, you know, that downpour from them and even that rush earlier on. So you can go in with your own rush for this next fight. And the only thing you have to worry about is the orbital ray, especially if they're most likely going to use it now that Pika is down.
All right, yeah, they need to get active, but they need to keep Volcarona alive. No way to do it here, and even with the kill on Nikisho Kitty and King Crimson, it's gonna be very, very difficult to fully push this in as the touch comes through. Okay, Ronan with the fadeaway, not even looking at the Pika there, will get the kill. Danny DeVito falls, and this is gonna devolve so quickly, isn't it? Yeah, there's the ultimates. Bob, Kitsune Rush, Orbital Ray. We're gonna see a Dragon Blade some point soon. Sound Barrier ready to go. Spooky dead. There's the Dragon Blade. Called it. King Crimson gonna fall, and I called it. I knew it. I know exactly. It just evolved.
Yeah,
Everything got popped.
that's everything got popped. At that point, it was just like that's all Oomfie University wrote, right? Like they had the ultimates to work with. It was a bit of a struggle for Terrapin to kind of stabilize and regroup, so it was definitely a struggle for them. As much as Volcarona would just push in and like push everyone back from Terrapin into the spawns, right, and you know die in the process, they made so much space on their own that everyone else in Oomfie was just like, okay, we're gonna be on like the cart and continue rolling this while you take all this space. But
Thanks,
through the all-seeing eye of the monsters.
Yeah, that's what I was using.
All in Hollywood. We're most likely still going to see the same setup from both of these teams one way or another in terms of the support line and the tank line. The DPS line, looking the same. No, wait, no, Terrapin was on a Cassidy for a while. Yeah, sounds about right. Okay, wait. This is where I'm slightly perplexed with these teams is there was an opportunity to play Tracer. I just realized Tracer isn't banned. So you could technically have these fights on high ground, like keep everyone else busy and just have your Tracer continue pushing cart, but I guess that's not the strategy right now, at least for pushing through second point. I guess Oomfie, it works for Oomfie, but maybe something Terrapin could consider.
Alright, well, that answer will come promptly. Dynamite in from Ronan. Oh my god! Unk's got skills! Ronan, oh my god! Disgusting! Wow, okay. Yeah, so Ronan's now looking for someone to shoot because nobody wants to peek the guy. Some nice shots in from Feedstacker. Will dispatch of the Alpha threat. Now they can get active here. Feedstacker trying to help take care of Volcarona, who will just drop down and get the healing Swift Step out for Obama on the high ground. Genji, there's Lara. That is, going right into the clothesline. Bent, and it will be another fight win here for Terrapin to get their first point on the board.
For being the first kill for that push, Keisha Kitty really cleaned it up afterwards and made a comeback. So already you could see Terrapin taking that high ground. They want to make sure that Oomfie never gets it, and the stagger kill on Lara just makes this even more painful for Oomfie. So if I were them, I need to hard regroup as a team and figure out how they're going to take this high ground from Terrapin, because Terrapin has 2 ultimates to definitely work with in the mid fight. Downpour and Rush are going to be available soon, and Keisha Kitty just sitting pretty on the cart pushing it. Also, they're lonesome.
A Feedstacker with a great opening pick there onto Ronin. Dedicated Ronin duty, not an easy job to have apparently, but does get it done this time. Ultimates getting built up here. Terrapin gonna throw down the downpour. Pika trying to find some healing, not really finding the opportunities. Pika does not have cleanse, does not have swift step, under duress. How is Pika alive? Okay, finally goes down. Ronin and Danny DeVito and Obama getting in on the action. 2 players left for Terrapin. The DPS will escape with their lives.
Unfortunately, the downpour was more of a what's the term for it? A light rain shower, I
Drizzle.
guess. Drizzle. There we go. That was the word I was looking for. Thank you, Fletch. But Terrapin at least have still that rush to work with and a beat, so they could retake this high ground. And if I am Oomfie, you might need to use one of them early.
All right, well, here we go again. Kitsune rush in from Obama, looking to keep this going. Dragon Blade pulled, both answered by Sound Barrier from Pika, but yeah, that is unfortunate for Keisho, just stuck in the downpour. Still, the trades are there. As Pika puts Terrapin in the lead in numbers. Ronin investing Bob, gonna get rid of Feedstacker. Okay,
Bob did something.
Pop off!
Did something.
Pop off, King! Oh my lord, Bob! And I mean, that just stalled enough time for everybody to come back, and even when Ronin's dead, Ronin's making plays.
Ronin's doing work, whether that's dead or alive, and I think that's something you would love to have in a teammate. Terrapin still with 2 ultimates to work with, nothing on the side of Oomfie, so that's going to be a lot of pain they're going to be walking into. So there's going to be definitely kiting from them to deal with the ultimates incoming, like Rush and maybe the overclock of Feedstacker. Ooh!
Well, Ronin's dead again. Luckily for Terrapin, nothing posthumous out here as Feedstacker continues to burn with this OC. Ooh, Danny DeVito very, very lucky to be alive in this engagement. We'll be able to get away. 2 minutes on the clock. There will be one more fight here for this objective.
One more fight. Oomfie really doesn't have anything to work with. Terrapin has this rush and the downpour soon, so the rush definitely to keep this fight alive, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yep, Spooky getting in here, gonna drop down the downpour. Gonna land onto a couple of players. The attack able to follow up beautifully on the lockdown from the downpour. Will be in the end a how? Actually, how, Thor? Actually, how are they doing this?
The focus fire was just bad. Like you could see what Spooky was trying to do and who Spooky was on, but it seemed like no one was with Spooky in getting the targets. So even when this Genji of Lara was so low, they just weren't killed. And then Spooky changes targets and it goes on to Volcarona, and there's no follow-up either. So this target switching and lack of target focus just turn the fight in the favor of Oomph. It's sometimes just how it is when you're down people. You just target focus, and Rush is committed to stall them even further.
Suna Rush on the high ground. Bit uncomfortable of a place to be here for Terrapin, but they will not relinquish, and Kisho Kitty taking it down here. Only 38 seconds remain, and King Crimson versus Zlara on the low ground. Both have Dragon Blade. Only none of them have Deflect, and somehow Zlara, using that wall from Volcarona, able to escape King Crimson here now as we come into what could be the final fight of this map. See what Terrapin's got. Yep, Dragon Blade down, sound barrier out. Danny DeVito does not have the sound barrier, so Zlara will be able to, or be taken down pretty quickly, but Spooky is just alone. Spooky is just alone there, unfortunately, and Bob and Downpour, not a great combination for Terrapin, and Feedstacker has been so good with these overclocks. Unfortunately, in a 6 versus 1, that's tough. So it will be Oomfie University pretty confidently taking this first match of the season.
Yeah, Oomfie University just teaching the enemy team just how their situation is. So great job to them, and going to shout out to Water and tell him don't call Ronin an old man when he's landing shots that way. That's all I gotta say.
Hey, sometimes Unk's got it. Sometimes Unk's got it.
Unk's got it, and Ronin is that Unk.
Yeah, hey, Unk's got it. Nothing more needs to be said about that, but I mean, Oomfie, they looked good, Thor. They looked very, very good. I mean, it's the C League, right? You don't expect perfection, right? But the way that they played tonight was, about as tight as, what have they been together for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe? This team has been together. So that is about as tight as I could have expected a team to look right now. So if they can consistently duplicate performances like this one tonight, I'm very confident that Oomfie University is going to be, at the very least, considered one of the forefront teams in this C League.
Yeah, if this is how they are going to play, then I 100% agree with you, Fletch. It's clean execution from the teams and just knowing which ultimates to play and work with given a certain fight, because when have we seen Bobs clutch it out? It's sometimes unheard of, but somehow it's being done by Oomfie University. So great job to them. What I do want to see at least is hopefully that, Terrapin have shown some good sparks of life. They were competitive in some of these fights. They knew how to attack the high grounds and fight areas that they definitely need to take. I think a part of it at the end of the day is cleaning things up that need to be worked at as a team. And there's so much of BPL to at least work it from. It's only the first day. There's more matches to go through and work this with and get better, because they do show signs of doing well.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be one of the forefront runners, right? As I said earlier. And of course, as you said, still so early in the season. It is so possible to come back from this, right? You can't let one loss get into your head. Even if it was a little bit one-sided, there's still so much that you can learn. Go back, watch the VODs, talk about it. Terrapin, they had their moments, right? They did look good at times. Sometimes the win just comes down to which team, not which team plays better, but which team makes the least mistakes. And tonight that was just Oomfie. So Terrapin, I'm confident that they can come back. They've got some well-known players, some veterans in this bad Pachimari League. You've got to be able to help the new players that have only played in 1 or 2 tournaments previously to get through this loss, get the season going up properly.
Yep, it's just a mindset. Don't go asking for trades just because you lost your first match. There's so much more of the season to work with and to get better. But let's take a look at the other matches that have at least happened in the other channels, which have all been done. And yep, just last set of matches, all 2-0s. There is still one match left, but oh, never mind. We've been notified by Solomon that all matches for today are done, but that's not just enough BPL for, that's only enough BPL for tonight. There's still more BPL tomorrow, right, Fletch?
Yeah, and we're going to get a quick look at the standings, of course. A league, a couple of teams having played 2 matches, Campfire, Song, and Chungus Fungus, as well as Frogs on Fire and Marin Mallows. So, I mean, a lot of gameplay today for those teams. B League standings, Mothmania and Reprieve played 2 matches, and are sitting on top of the standings, of course, in Balsa and in Birch. It's Aurora that played 2 matches, the only one to do so today. Still, not much really to talk about. A lot of teams have not played once, so really flexible here. These standings are going to be.
Yep. And just to close it all off, we do have C League standings, which is the last match we had on the mainstream tonight, and only 4 teams have played for tonight, and none of them having more than 1 match. So definitely a lot more tomorrow, as you said, Fletch. So that's really all there is for tonight, right?
Yeah, I mean, for tonight, that will do it for us. Tomorrow, we're going to be back at 5 p.m. EST. Some more matches on the way. A whole season ahead of us. Going to be a great one. It always is. So we're getting ready to head out here. Thank you all for watching tonight, and we will see y'all again tomorrow afternoon.
Hey, how's it been?